What would you do if you were immortal? For Geo, it's a living hell. Possessing the resurrection heart, he was turned into a lab rat, enduring hundreds of brutal deaths throughout his life. But that savage torture has awakened a monster. The bloody plan to overthrow the dark laboratory has officially begun. Catch the exclusive review of this manhwa only on Shroomhua Review. Desperation claws at him as he's pinned down. If they catch him now, everything he's fought for ends here. His grip tightens on the cable, the sound of sparking electricity echoing the finality of his decision. A massive surge of high-voltage energy tears through the sky. He'd rather face oblivion than captivity. The lethal current incinerates everything, leaving only skeletons behind in a blinding flash of white light. Deep within the charred remains, a forbidden power activates. The heart of resurrection begins to pulse. Defying the laws of nature, he stands. His flesh is gone, but his spirit remains anchored to this world. This is the birth of the resurrection boy, a cycle of life and death forced into a single, broken vessel. In this world, there are hearts that defy logic, mutated organs that grant the impossible. A tiny fraction of the population carries these mutations, manifesting transcendent abilities that shatter reality. Society calls this a blessing from God, a divine gift bestowed upon the lucky few. A blessing? He scoffs at the thought while digging through the filth of a dumpster. This heart isn't a gift, it's the sole reason he's reduced to scavenging like a stray animal. The hunger is a gnawing beast, driving him to the brink of insanity as he searches for any scrap of sustenance. His eyes lock onto a discarded piece of bread. To a starving man, it's a feast worth more than gold. He shoves the dry crust into his mouth. It doesn't even smell bad when you're this close to death. Low whine breaks the silence. A stray dog watches him, its eyes reflecting the same hunger he feels. He softens, offering a piece of his meager find. Even in this state, he hasn't lost his humanity. The moment of peace is shattered by approaching voices. Muffled footsteps echo through the alleyway. His heart rate spikes. Is it the lab? Have they sent their hounds to reclaim their runaway experiment? Around the corner, a group of thugs corners a defenseless student, their intentions clear and predatory. He breathes a sigh of relief. They aren't from the lab, just common trash polluting the neighborhood. The girl trembles as they close in. They mock her fear, finding amusement in her desperate pleas. His attention shifts to the bag she's clutching. Is that dog food? The scent hits him like a tidal wave. He steps out from the shadows. A simple "excuse me" cuts through the thug's laughter like a blade. The thugs turn, ready to crush whoever interrupted them, only to find a hooded figure staring back. He leans in, his skeletal face revealed under the dim light. He's no hobo, he's a nightmare. The lead thug's smug expression dissolves into pure, unadulterated terror as he gazes into the hollow sockets. He brandishes a sharpened bone. He tells them to vanish before he loses what little patience he has left. Panic erupts. The thugs scramble away, screaming about ghosts and monsters as they flee the alley. The girl falls to the ground, paralyzed by the sight of her savior. To her, he's more terrifying than the thugs. He looms over her, his presence heavy and suffocating. He points a bony finger directly at her. She screams, begging him to stay back. Her mind can't process the walking corpse standing before her. Ignoring her cries, he drops to his knees and begins tearing into the bag of puppy food. She stops screaming, her confusion momentarily overriding her fear. He saved her just to eat the dog food? He pauses, offering a polite apology. He asks if she minds if he has a few bites of the kibble. The absurdity of the situation leaves her speechless. A talking skeleton is politely asking for her dog's dinner. She finally breaks, running away as fast as her legs can carry her. He sighs, he knew it would end this way. But her fear doesn't last. Guilt weighs heavier than terror as she turns back to find the man she just abandoned. Kim Geo sits alone in the dirt, finding solace in the only thing he has left, a handful of dog food. He tells himself it's fine, at least now he can eat in peace. Haiji peeks from behind a rusted door, her eyes wide with disbelief. She trembles, whispering to herself, wondering what on earth she is witnessing. She watches him surrounded by stray dogs, looking more like a corpse than a living soul. She questions how anyone could be alive in such a gruesome state. A sudden realization hits her. She's heard rumors of people like this before. Could he be a heart mutant? The thought of his exposed, pulsing core sends a chill down her spine. She remembers the stories about heart mutants possessing incredible abilities. More importantly, she remembers that despite his appearance, Kim Geo is the one who saved her life. She feels a wave of shame for being so rude to her savior. Stealing her nerves, Song Haiji steps out from hiding. Her footsteps crunch on the gravel as she approaches the skeletal figure sitting among the strays. She calls out tentatively, her voice shaking. She reaches into her bag and pulls out a wrapped sandwich, offering it to him. If you're hungry, would you like this? She asks, her hands trembling. Kim Geo looks up, stunned. The dog food falls from his skeletal fingers as he stares at the offering. He can barely believe someone is showing him kindness. For me? She nods, apologizing for running away earlier. Kim Geo reaches out with a skeletal hand, his movements jerky and uncertain as he takes the sandwich from her. He stares at the Subway wrapper, a luxury he's only ever seen in the trash. He takes a massive bite, his eyes widening as the flavors explode across his tongue. He's overwhelmed. To him, this isn't just a sandwich, it's heavenly. The realization that such delicious food exists in the world brings a blush to his hollow cheeks. The freshness of the vegetables, the texture of the bread, the savory meat, it's too much. He thinks to himself that he could die happy right now just having tasted this. As he eats, he looks at Son Haiji. In his eyes, surrounded by a soft glow and falling feathers, she looks like a literal angel sent from above. Son Haiji breaks the silence, asking him what she should call him. She stammers through a few awkward titles like Mr. Skeleton before settling on a proper question. Pauses, his voice raspy as he reveals his name. Gio. Kim. Gio. It's a name he hasn't used in a very long time. She gives him a bright, warm smile that lights up the alleyway. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gio. I'm Son Haiji. Curiosity takes over as she asks why he's living out here in the ruins. His expression darkens. He explains he's hiding because people from a lab are hunting him down. Word lab sends a shiver through her. She repeats it in shock, her mind racing with the implications of him being a fugitive. Kim Gio confirms her fears. There is a research facility dedicated to capturing heart mutants like him, and they are desperate to drag him back into their clutches. Son Haiji's heart aches for him. She asks the question she's almost afraid to hear the answer to. What did the lab do to you? He hesitates, his hand going to his face as the memories surface. The trauma is etched into every bone of his body. The truth is a nightmare. For 10 years, he was a lab rat. He was subjected to endless torture, fed poisons to test experimental drugs, and had his organs harvested repeatedly for transplant compatibility tests. Son Haiji is horrified. 10 years of agony. She can barely wrap her head around the level of cruelty he endured. He explains how he survived. He possesses the Heart of Resurrection, a terrifyingly powerful ability that regenerates his body no matter how much damage it sustains. But that regeneration came at a price. The constant trauma and incomplete healing left him looking like a monster. He looks down, ashamed of his hideous form. He touches his skull, the reality of his appearance a constant reminder of the decade he lost to the researchers' needles and knives. Son Haiji doesn't hesitate. She stands up, her eyes full of determination. For now, please come with me, she commands. She grabs his hand and starts running, pulling him out of the shadows. Kim Gio is caught off guard, stumbling as he tries to keep up with her sudden energy. He looks down at their joined hands. His mind is reeling. My hand, she's holding my hand, he thinks, his heart racing. Even though he looks like a walking nightmare, this girl isn't flinching. She's holding onto his skeletal fingers as if they belong to a normal human being. A deep blush spreads across his face. The sudden intimacy is more than he can handle, and his body reacts in the most awkward way possible. With a sickening crack, his entire arm detaches from his shoulder. Son Haiji lets out a blood-curdling scream as she realizes she's holding a severed limb. She panics, waving the arm around in terror. Kim Gio tries to calm her down, nonchalantly explaining that it's okay and that his parts just fall off sometimes. He takes the arm back, telling her that if he lines it upright, it will just reattach itself. She buries her face in her hands, trying to process the absurdity of the situation. Moments later, Kim Gio is transformed. He's now wearing a stylish tracksuit with a hoodie, looking much more like a regular teenager than a mutant. Son Haiji presents him with more bags. She explains that his old clothes were too worn out and would make him stand out. She even bought him a wig to hide his scalp. She worries that the clothes are cheap, but Kim Gio is moved to tears. To him, they are the most wonderful things he has ever owned. He revels in the snug feeling of the fabric, imagining it's like having real skin again. The warmth of the wig makes him feel human for the first time in a decade. But Son Haiji isn't finished with his makeover. She stops him, saying they aren't done yet. She reaches into her bag for one final tool. She points out that his face is still visible. Since he doesn't have ears to hold a mask, she decides to use the ultimate disguise, makeup. She's going to paint him a new face. The reveal is finally here. Gamin Yun stands before her, his face transformed into a grimacing skull. It's a striking, albeit terrifying, masterpiece of makeup intended to hide his identity. Son Haiji immediately begins to apologize, worrying that her first attempt at skull makeup didn't turn out well. But Gamin Yun doesn't mind at all. He genuinely loves the new clothes and the disguise she's crafted for him. Despite his gratitude, Son Haiji remains bashful, hiding her face in her hands. Gamin Yun can only watch in confusion, wondering why she's so embarrassed when he's perfectly satisfied. Suddenly, Son Haiji checks her phone and panics. Time has slipped away, and she realizes she's late for her academy. The peaceful moment is shattered by the ticking clock. She quickly bids him farewell, waving as she prepares to dash off. Gamin Yun stands there, slightly stunned by her sudden departure, simply managing a quiet yes. She runs into the distance. She shouts back one last request: take care of the puppies for me. Gamin Yun is left alone in the alley, surrounded by a pack of stray dogs. He watches her receding figure, the name Son Haiji echoing in his mind. She's gone as quickly as she appeared, leaving him with a strange sense of warmth. The stray dogs swarm him, licking his face and showing him affection. He wonders if her promise to return tomorrow was real, a flicker of hope lighting up his dark world. Gamin Yun reflects on his past. In the lab, he was never a person, just a test subject to be poked and prodded by men in masks with cold, clinical eyes. Even after escaping, the world offered no kindness. Everyone he encountered fled in terror at the sight of his monstrous appearance, treating him like a nightmare brought to life. Song Haiji was different. She was the very first person to look past the horror and treat him like a human being, showing him a kindness he never thought possible. He looks down at one of the dogs, petting it gently. He realizes that if he hadn't stayed in this place, he never would have met her. For that, he is profoundly grateful. As the dog licks his skeletal cheek, Gamin-Yoon smiles. He decides it's time to give his new companion a name, looking the pup in the eye with newfound affection. Gamja, how about Gamja? He asks. The dog barks happily in response, seemingly approving of its new name as Gamin-Yoon chuckles at the small connection. His thoughts drift back to the meal they shared. That Subway sandwich was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted, a luxury from a world he barely understands. Song Haiji bought him clothes, talked to him, and saw him as a person. To Gamin-Yoon, she isn't just a student, she must be a real angel sent to guide him. He looks forward to tomorrow with an intensity he's never felt before. If he stays right here, he'll be able to see her again, and that thought alone is enough to keep him going. He sits quietly among the dogs, the silence of the alley providing a temporary sanctuary. But the peace is fragile, and Gamin-Yoon knows his reality is far from simple. A dark realization hits him. He is being hunted. The lab, the people who want him back, they won't stop looking until they find what they lost. He looks at his feet, stepping through a puddle. Fear grips him, not for himself, but for Song Haiji. If he stays, will he lead his pursuers straight to her? The decision is painful but necessary. He cannot risk her safety. I should leave here, he whispers to the empty alley, his heart heavy with the choice. Under the cold light of the full moon, Gamin-Yoon begins to walk away. He needs to go back to the shadows, back to where he belongs, far from the light she brought into his life. He wanders through the industrial outskirts of the city, a lonely figure against the backdrop of concrete and steel. The world is vast and unforgiving for someone like him. His clothes shift, revealing the horrifying truth beneath. His torso is a literal cage of bone, his ribs exposed and gleaming white where flesh should be. Exhaustion finally takes its toll. Gamin-Yoon collapses in a heap on the cold ground, surrounded by trash and empty bottles. His body has reached its limit. He jolts awake with a scream. A mouse was scurrying over him, and the sudden shock sends him into a panic. "Hey, mouse," he yells, heart racing. He sits up, trying to catch his breath. He realizes he must have collapsed while walking aimlessly. He warns himself that he shouldn't just sleep anywhere, it's too dangerous. A sharp pain hits his stomach. He's hungry, starving, actually. He needs sustenance, but he has nothing left of the feast he shared with Song Haiji. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a handful of colorful pellets. He's glad he brought some of that dog food with him. It's the only thing he has to eat. He stares at the kibble, trying to use his imagination. He'll just think about that Subway sandwich while he eats. If he believes hard enough, maybe the taste will be similar. He begins to crunch on the pellets, narrating the flavors to himself. The green bits are lettuce, the yellow bits are bread, the brown bits are meat. Suddenly, he stops. He hears a sniffing sound nearby. Something is watching him eat his pathetic Subway meal in the dark alleyway. In a flash, a dog lunges forward and licks the food right out of his hand. Gamin-Yoon is caught completely off guard as his sandwich vanishes in an instant. "Gamja, you can't eat that," he shouts, desperately trying to protect his only source of food from the hungry pup. He freezes, his jaw dropping in pure shock. The realization of who just stole his food hits him like a physical blow. Ha! He looks closer at the dog. It really is Gamja, the same stray he named just hours ago. He can't believe his eyes as the pup happily pants in front of him. Confusion washes over him. How did the dog get here? He walks so far away, there's no way a small pup could have tracked him this distance through the city. Terrifying thought enters his mind. If Gamja is here, then that means someone else might be here too. Someone who followed the dog. Suddenly, a voice rings out through the alley. "Mr. Ugio." Gamin-Yoon freezes. For once, he is glad his face is just a bare skull, so she can't see the terror in his expression. Song Haiji stands there, breathless and visibly upset. She glares at him with tears in her eyes, demanding to know how he could just leave without even saying goodbye. If Gamin-Yoon still had skin, Song Haiji would have seen the overwhelming joy written all over his face. But in this skeletal form, his emotions remain trapped behind a mask of bone. This is the reality of the heart variant. A life defined by a pulsing, supernatural core and a body that has transcended humanity. Song Haiji explains that she's been searching for him all day. It was the dogs who remembered his scent and led her straight to his hiding spot. Gamin-Yoon can only offer a quiet apology, but Song Haiji isn't having it. She scolds him, reminding him how dangerous it is to wander around in his current state. Gamin-Yoon admits he feared becoming a burden if he stayed. Despite his doubts, Song Haiji gives him a warm, genuine smile, simply glad she found him. She points out that even the little one was worried about him. Gamin-Yoon looks down at the familiar dog, whispering the name Gamja with a hint of recognition. Enough talk for now. Song Haiji declares it's time to eat, laying out a spread of convenience store supplies. She knows Gamin-Yoon hasn't eaten properly since yesterday. She starts digging through her bag, eager to share what she bought. With practiced ease, she pours fresh milk over a tray of cookies, preparing a simple but comforting meal. Gamin-Yoon stares in pure shock. Cookies and milk? It's a combination he never expected to see in a place like this. The tray looks like a feast to someone who has been starving. Song Haiji insists that it's the best way to eat them. As he takes the first bite, a sensation washes over him that he can't describe. It's a taste so nostalgic, so human, that tears begin to stream down his skeletal face. He exclaims that the taste is so incredible it's making his brain melt. Song Haiji can't help but laugh at his dramatic reaction, offering him a soda to wash it down. Suddenly, a surge of energy ripples through his frame. Gamin Yoon looks at his hand in disbelief. His bone is actually regenerating. Song Haiji gasps, leaning in closer. She wants to see the miracle for herself. The process is slow, but visible. New bone matter is knitting itself together, centimeter by centimeter. Song Haiji asks if this slow, bit-by-bit recovery is normal. She wonders if it will take days to fully heal. Gamin Yoon drops a bombshell. At this rate, it would actually take several years to fully recover his body. Song Haiji is left speechless by the sheer scale of his condition. He clarifies that the eating method is the slowest path to restoration. Song Haiji immediately picks up on his wording. There are other ways. Deep within his core, Gamin Yoon knows the truth. He could absorb a massive amount of blood to heal instantly, but he keeps that dark thought to himself. He doesn't want to terrify her. He tells her those other methods are only possible back at the laboratory. For now, simply eating well will have to suffice. Song Haiji asks if the lab was helping him recover before. Gamin Yoon's voice turns cold as he explains they only helped so they could continue experimenting on him. That is why they are still chasing him so relentlessly. No matter where he hides, the shadows of the laboratory are never far behind. The realization hits Song Haiji like a physical blow. She finally understands the real reason he left without saying a word. Gamin Yoon confirms her fears. If she stays involved with him, she will be in the same mortal danger. He tells her she doesn't need to be nice to him anymore. Song Haiji stands up abruptly, her mind made up. She tells him they need to go to the police station right this second. Gamin Yoon is hesitant. The last time he encountered the law, he was treated like a monster and nearly shot dead. Song Haiji tells him not to worry. She reveals that her older sister is a police officer and she'll understand his situation. Then comes the ultimate revelation. Her sister isn't just a cop, she's a heart variant, just like Gamin Yoon. Gamin Yoon can hardly process the news. Another heart variant working within the police? It seems impossible. A heavy silence falls between them as the weight of this information sinks in. This could be the ally he's been searching for. Song Haiji crouches back down, pleading with him to trust her just this once. She promises that her sister is a truly kind person. Gamin Yoon looks at her, seeing the sincerity in her eyes. The path forward is dangerous, but he can't run forever. Song Haiji turns her attention back to the dogs, telling them she'll be home early today and to have fun. She pets Gamja one last time, promising that the shelter will be in touch soon. She wants to make sure all his furry friends are taken care of too. Gamja looks up with loyal eyes, a silent witness to the bond forming between the boy and the girl. Gamin Yoon reaches out, gently stroking Gamja's head. He realizes he's receiving help from others again, and for the first time in a long time, he feels a glimmer of hope. Looking down at his loyal companion, the young man makes a silent, ironclad vow. He tells the dog that this time, he won't run away like a coward, promising to return and see him again once the dust settles. Standing in the desolate alleyway, the weight of the moment settles in. For the first time in his life, the cycle of isolation feels like it's finally breaking. He pulls his hood over his head, reflecting on the 3 long years spent running and being hunted. Finally, someone has reached out to him first, offering a hand instead of a blade. He looks at the girl, finding the sensation utterly alien. The idea that someone would actually want to help him is a strange, flickering light in his dark world. As he stands before the looming headlights of the city, a single question haunts his mind. Can he truly live a life without running away anymore? His glasses reflect the harsh glare of the streetlights as he senses a shift in the air. The peace he just started to hope for is about to be shattered. High above, the girl looks down in horror as the situation spirals out of control. The shadows below move with lethal intent. Suddenly, the young man is sent reeling through the air, his glasses flying off as a brutal force knocks him off his feet. He slams into the cold pavement, the impact jarring his entire frame as the world spins into chaos. A bald thug lunges from the dark, clamping a hand over the girl's mouth. He barks orders to his crew to catch the young man quickly before any witnesses arrive. The street erupts into movement as a swarm of thugs closes in, their silhouettes dancing against the backdrop of the apartment complex. Before he can recover, the young man is pinned down. Rough hands grab his arms and legs, dragging him back into the nightmare he tried to escape. The metallic click of a lighter echoes in the silence, a small flame dancing in the darkness, signaling the arrival of the man in charge. The large man takes a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes cold and dismissive. He sneers at the boy, calling him a skeleton bastard with pure venom. With a cruel wave of his hand, the man commands his subordinates to take the boy away, intent on making him pay for everything he's done. Tires screech against the asphalt as the black vans tear away from the scene, disappearing into the winding mountain roads. In the side mirror, a horrific sight unfolds. The young man is being dragged behind the speeding vehicle, a rope cinched tight around his neck as he screams in agony. The road becomes a cheese grater against his skin. He howls as his body is battered against the unforgiving ground, the speed of the car showing no mercy. Cursing his fate, he grits his teeth through the pain. The sheer brutality of the treatment is enough to break any man, but his rage is starting to burn hotter than the friction. Desperate to survive, he claws at the road, his fingers digging into the asphalt in a futile attempt to stop the momentum. He screams with every ounce of strength left in his lungs. His mind is a whirlwind of guilt. He realizes that all of this is happening because of him, his past, his choices, and his inability to truly escape. Inside the lead car, the girl is roughly handled, her eyes wide with terror. He realizes with a jolt of horror that she's been dragged into this nightmare alongside him. His fingernails are torn and bleeding, leaving dark streaks on the road. The physical toll is immense, but the mental anguish of failing his only friend is worse. Another violent jolt sends him tumbling. He gasps for air, the rope threatening to crush his windpipe as the car maintains its lethal pace. Looking at his own battered reflection in the road's surface, he curses his own powerlessness. He feels utterly powerless, unable to do anything to change their fate. In a moment of total vulnerability, he internally pleads for help. He can't do this alone, he needs anyone to intervene. As if answering his silent prayer, a pack of shadows leaps from the forest. The stray dogs of the city charge toward the speeding vehicles. The dogs surge forward, their eyes locked on the rope. The young man watches in disbelief as the animals put their lives on the line to save him. They run with incredible speed, flanking the car. Their presence is a chaotic force of nature that the thugs never anticipated. Tires smoke as the driver panics, the van swerving violently as the dogs surround the vehicle, barking and snapping at the wheels. The car comes to a halt, and the pack immediately circles the young man. Their barks and growls form a protective barrier around their fallen friend. A thug steps out of the car, clutching a weapon and cursing the animals. He can't believe a bunch of mutts are interfering with their business. Gang members disembark, mocking the dogs. They joke about the timing, implying a cruel fate for the animals. A brutal kick sends one of the dogs flying. The young man watches in horror, a strangled no escaping his throat as his protectors are targeted. The thugs begin swinging bats with reckless abandon. The sound of impacts and whimpering fills the air as the dogs are beaten back by the superior numbers and weapons. Seeing the animals fighting and suffering in his place, a spark of defiance reignites within him. He commands himself to get up, refusing to let them die for him. His bloody hand trembles as he presses it against the asphalt. He knows he has to do anything to stop the slaughter of his only allies. The sight of the dogs getting hurt pushes him past his breaking point. One dog lunges, biting deep into a thug's leg as the young man prepares to fight back with everything he has. The sight of the dogs getting hurt pushes the man past his breaking point. His skeletal eyes lock onto the crimson pools on the asphalt, the only thing that can save him now. His mangled hand trembles as it reaches out. He knows he only needs a small amount of that spilled blood to trigger his body's dormant regenerative abilities. He drags his broken, skeletal frame across the cold ground. Every inch is a battle against the darkness, fueled by the desperate need to reach that life-giving red. A silent gasp escapes his lipless mouth. The hunger for survival is no longer a choice, it's a primal instinct screaming for him to move. Nearby, the violence continues. Blood splatters against the gray pavement as the thugs continue their heartless assault, unaware of the transformation they are about to witness. One of the dogs lets out a final, pained bark, its eyes glazed with fear and loyalty as it stares into the void. The man stops. His gaze falls upon the lifeless body of his companion, lying still in a growing pool of its own blood. His hollow sockets widen in absolute shock. The realization that those who loved him are gone hits harder than any physical blow. He whispers a goodbye to his friend, but there is no response. Only the cold silence of the night and the metallic scent of death. He looks around at the carnage. Each dog he cared for is now just a shadow of the life they once shared, discarded like trash by the men standing over them. The memories of his friends echo in his mind. They weren't just animals, they were his family when the world turned its back on him. 10 years. For 10 long years, he lived through a hell that no human should ever know. Locked away in a secret laboratory, he was treated as nothing more than a specimen. Chained and broken, he was a prisoner of science and cruelty. Every morning was a new chapter of torture. They injected him with experimental blood and removed his organs, only to watch them grow back in a twisted cycle of agony. He was a freak of nature, a monster created by men in white coats. He wanted to die, but his own body refused to let him go. By a stroke of pure luck, he found a chance to escape. He ran into the darkness of the forest, leaving the laboratory behind, but the scars remained. He thought freedom would bring peace, but the world outside was even colder. He was a nightmare walking among men, and they made sure he knew it. People didn't see the boy who suffered, they only saw the monster. They met his presence with screams, weapons, and a hatred that burned deeper than any lab experiment. Discarded by society, he was forced to live in the shadows of the trash heaps, a forgotten soul in a world that only valued perfection. But then, his heart began to beat with a new rhythm. A violent, pulsing energy stirred within his chest, reacting to the grief and the blood. He remembered them, the dogs and the woman. They were the only ones who didn't run. They were the only ones who saw the human being beneath the horror. They treated him with kindness, and for a brief moment he felt whole. Now, that kindness has been repaid with slaughter, and his soul is screaming. Blood on the ground begins to vibrate, answering the call of his rage. Crimson tendrils rise like serpents, swirling toward his mangled form. The transformation is violent and immediate. The blood of his fallen friends becomes the fuel for his rebirth, knitting his bones back together with terrifying speed. A roar of pure, unadulterated fury erupts from his throat as the skeletal mask begins to fade, replaced by the face of a man who has returned from the grave. Blood forms a massive vortex, a cyclone of red that obscures the miracle taking place. The monster is being rewritten into a warrior. From the center of the storm, a solid foot touches the ground. The skin is whole, the muscles are dense, and the power is undeniable. His body reforms, layer by layer, fueled by a decade of suppressed strength and the ultimate sacrifice of his only companions. Crimson mist clears, revealing a young man standing tall amidst the ruins. He has returned to his true form, more powerful than ever before. His eyes, now a piercing red, scan the area with a cold, murderous intent. The nightmare is over for him, but it's just beginning for the thugs. He looks at his hands, feeling the surge of vitality flowing through his veins. The laboratory's curse has finally become his greatest weapon. Can feel the strength in every fiber of his being. His body is no longer a prison, it's a temple of destruction. The regeneration is complete. Every wound, every scar from the last 10 years has been wiped clean by the blood of the innocent. He remembers the raw power he held as a child, lifting weights that should have crushed a normal man. That strength has finally come home. A close-up of his eye reveals a focus so intense it could cut through steel. He is no longer the victim, he is the judge. The blood of the dogs has been fully absorbed, leaving the pavement clean but the air heavy with the promise of retribution. Thugs are paralyzed with fear. They don't understand how the monster they were beating just seconds ago is now a man standing perfectly whole. One thug tries to strike from behind, but the man is already moving. His speed is beyond human comprehension, a blur of motion in the moonlight. With a single, explosive punch, the man connects with the thug's face. The sound of shattering bone echoes through the street as the man is sent flying. The impact is devastating. The thug is launched backward, his body crumpling against the side of their van with enough force to dent the metal. The hunt has officially begun. The impact is devastating. The man is launched backward, his body crumpling against the side of the van with enough force to dent the metal. Amidst the wreckage, a plush toy lies on the cold pavement. Once cheerful, it is now stained with grime and blood, a silent witness to the escalating violence. The boy drops to his knees, clutching the toy tightly against his chest. His body is covered in scars and fresh wounds, but his inner turmoil outweighs his physical injuries. His hair shadows his eyes as a dark resolve takes hold. He whispers a chilling promise, stating that he knows the most painful way for a human to die. One of the remaining men stares in disbelief, his face contorting with a mix of shock and rising panic as he realizes the monster they've awakened. The large man grits his teeth, his smug expression replaced by a look of pure aggression. He isn't used to his prey fighting back with such ferocity. Another student looks on, sweating profusely. The atmosphere has turned suffocating, heavy with the scent of blood and impending doom. The boy looks up, his eyes burning with a terrifying red glow. He declares that while everyone else is fair game, the girl is the only one who will be spared. This is the beginning of a story forged in blood and betrayal. The scene shifts to a desolate industrial complex. A series of warehouses stand like tombstones under a gray, uncaring sky. Inside the courtyard, several black sedans are parked haphazardly. This is the headquarters of a shadow organization where morality goes to die. A rough hand reaches out and rips a burlap sack off a captive's head, the sudden light blinding the prisoner. The girl blinks, her vision clearing to reveal her nightmare. She screams out, demanding to know who these people are and why they've taken her. Her eyes widen in terror as she takes in her surroundings. The cold realization that she is completely at their mercy begins to sink in. She is surrounded by a group of imposing men, their faces cold and devoid of any empathy. They look down at her like she's nothing more than a nuisance. Girl's voice trembles as she asks where she is. The sterile, industrial environment offers no answers, only the echo of her own fear. Her gaze drifts to the background and her heart stops. Men in blood-stained aprons are busy with tools, processing what appear to be human remains. A hand suddenly grabs her hair, forcing her head back. A voice growls that she's being way too loud, asking if she thinks she has extra lives to spare. A large man towers over her, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He looks at her with terrifying intensity, enjoying the power he holds over her life. He tells her not to blame them for her situation. Instead, she should blame the skeleton that she decided to help. He holds up a photograph of a horrifying experimental subject. It shows the boy, or what's left of him after their twisted experiments. The man leans in close, his breath smelling of smoke. He warns her that if she wants to stay alive, she needs to keep her mouth shut. He makes it clear that in this place, nobody gives a damn if people disappear. Her life is worth nothing to them. Suddenly, a phone begins to vibrate in his pocket. The sharp buzzing cuts through the tense silence of the warehouse. The man answers the call, his tone immediately turning sharp. He demands to know why his men are calling instead of returning with the target. The voice on the other end recounts the chaos, describing a small plush toy that seemed to cause unexpected trouble. The report gets even more bizarre. The caller claims that the subject they were hunting somehow transformed back into a human being right before their eyes. The man loses his patience, screaming into the phone. He calls his subordinate an idiot and demands they speak clearly so he can understand the situation. The girl listens, her eyes wide with confusion. She hears mentions of the boy and realizes he might be coming for her. The man crouches down, his face pale with disbelief. He repeats the words back into the phone, unable to process that they've lost the target. His rage explodes. He screams into the receiver, calling his men useless. He knows exactly how much that test subject was worth to their organization. In a fit of blind fury, he slams the phone onto the concrete floor, shattering it into pieces. He yells that if they don't bring the subject back, they're all dead. He turns his wrath back toward the girl, grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her violently. He's convinced she knows exactly where the boy went. His face is a mask of pure hatred as he screams at her to talk. The pressure is mounting, and he's willing to do anything to get the information. The girl sobs, her voice breaking as she insists that she doesn't know anything. She's caught in the crossfire of a situation she doesn't understand. The man doesn't believe a word of it. He looms over her, his eyes cold and murderous. The interrogation is just beginning, and the boy is already on his way. The man looms over the girl, pressing the cold steel of his blade against her skin while threatening her to remember what he wants to know. Paralyzed with fear, the girl realizes the gravity of her mistake. She remembers the man who said he was being chased, and now she feels like a fool for falling into this nightmare. Tears stream down her face as the knife bites deeper. She is trapped and trembling under the weight of her own helplessness, wondering how to survive. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes through the facility, shattering the tense silence and drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. The large man snarls, tightening his grip on the girl's hair. He refuses to let go of his leverage, even with an intruder breaching his domain. Out of the dust, a young man slides into view. He looks disheveled and worn, but his entrance is calculated and full of lethal intent. The room is filled with armed thugs and the stench of blood, but the newcomer doesn't seem fazed by the overwhelming numbers. The young man stands framed in the doorway, a silent silhouette of impending retribution against the light from the outside world. The leader glances back, his smug expression flickering with a moment of genuine confusion as he tries to process who would dare interrupt him. He sneers, dismissing the threat. To him, the intruder is just some brat who wandered into the wrong place at the worst possible time. One of the thugs steps forward, brandishing a weapon and demanding to know who thinks they can just walk in uninvited. He laughs at the young man's messy clothes, mocking him as nothing more than a beggar with a death wish. Before the thug can finish his insult, the young man's hand flashes out, crushing the man's throat in a vice-like grip that silences him instantly. The thug gasps for air, his eyes bulging in shock. He cannot understand how this intruder possesses such overwhelming, raw strength. The young man's voice is cold as ice. He looks the man in the eyes and tells him that because of people like them, all the dogs died. With a single, effortless motion, he lifts the heavy thug off the ground, his power radiating through the room. Seeing his man handled so easily, the leader loses his patience and screams for the rest of his crew to kill the intruder immediately. Two more thugs charge forward, fueled by adrenaline and the desire to end this interference before it gets out of hand. The young man doesn't waste a single movement. He meets the first attacker with a brutal strike that sends shockwaves through the air. The impact is devastating. The young man's precision is terrifying, turning a simple punch into a lethal maneuver that breaks his opponent's body. The second thug barely has time to register his partner's defeat before he is next in line for a world of pain, facing a mask of cold fury. The young man unleashes a flurry of blows, his movements a blur of calculated violence that clears his immediate path with surgical efficiency. A thug manages to sneak behind him, wrapping his arms around the young man in a desperate attempt to pin him down. The sound of the struggle is deafening as more thugs try to use their sheer numbers to overwhelm the lone fighter. Pile on, thinking they have finally caught him, but they have no idea what kind of power they are actually trying to hold back. The young man's eyes suddenly ignite with a murderous red glow, signaling the end of his restraint. With an explosive burst of power, he throws the thugs off him, sending them crashing into the surrounding machinery like ragdolls. The leader stares in disbelief. This isn't just a normal opponent. The power on display is unnatural and utterly overwhelming. The young man stands tall amidst the wreckage, his head bowed as he addresses the room with a chilling, low-toned calm. He looks directly at the leader, asking if they were sent by a certain laboratory, a name that carries a weight of dark history. The girl's eyes widen. Something about the young man's words and his presence triggers a memory she didn't know she possessed. She gasps, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place as she looks at the boy standing before her in a new light. She remembers the man in the mask who protected her. She wonders if this boy could really be that same terrifying entity. The leader bursts into a manic laugh. He realizes it too, this intruder is the legendary target they have been hunting for so long. He recalls the reports. The target was supposed to be unrecognizable after regeneration, and the young man fits the profile perfectly. A sudden gunshot rings out. The young man takes the hit directly to the chest, but his only response is a whispered, mocking remark. The leader levels his pistol, a cruel smirk returning to his face. He is delighted that his target crawled right into his trap. He bellows for his men to bring out all the weapons they secured, ready to end this once and for all. The thugs do not hesitate. They draw their firearms and unleash a coordinated hail of lead upon the young man, filling the room with smoke. Lead fills the air as the leader orders them not to hold back. To him, a dead or captured target is worth more than any amount of ammunition. Command echoes through the warehouse. Shoot him until there's nothing left to regenerate. A hail of lead tears into Gamin-yun, the impact forcing his head back as blood sprays into the air. The gunmen show no mercy, shredding Gamin-yun's legs. Every bullet creates a fresh explosion of sparks and gore, yet he remains upright, a testament to his unnatural durability. The leader screams for them to keep firing. Gamin-yun is caught in a crossfire of death, his body jerking with every hit as the floor beneath him begins to pool with crimson. Inside his mind, Gamin-yun can only process one sensation: absolute, blinding pain. It's a visceral agony that threatens to swallow his consciousness whole. He feels his flesh tearing apart, the fabric of his clothes and skin offering no resistance to the high-velocity rounds. The sound of shattering bone resonates through his system. His very structure is being dismantled piece by piece by the relentless onslaught. His lungs are shredded, making every gasp for air a struggle against the rising tide of blood in his throat. Breathing becomes a luxury he can no longer afford. A desperate cry for the violence to stop rings out, but it's drowned by the mechanical rhythm of gunfire. Large man Hyung watches as Gamin-yun finally collapses. He scoffs at the boy's stubbornness, relieved that the target is finally down. Gamin-yun lies broken on the cold floor, his life force seemingly extinguished as he stares into nothingness through a mask of blood. But the silence is broken by a rhythmic thumping, a heartbeat. His hand twitches, fingers scraping against the blood-slicked concrete. Blood on the floor begins to act with a mind of its own, tendrils of dark ichor reaching back toward Gamin-yun as if answering a call. Across the warehouse, the blood from the fallen connects, forming a macabre web that pulses with a dark, terrifying energy. At the center of it all, Gamin-yun's heart flares with a blinding red light, jump-starting his shattered body back into the realm of the living. Panic sets in among the thugs. One shouts to the boss, sensing the shift in the atmosphere as the corpse begins to stir. Gamin-yun rises, his spine snapping back into place as the blood tendrils lash out like whips. To the onlookers, it's a scene straight out of a nightmare. Large man Hyung freezes, his smugness replaced by raw terror. He watches Gamin-yun stand up like a zombie, defying every law of nature. The boy stands tall amidst a storm of gore, his silhouette framed by the very blood he shed moments ago. Desperation takes over. The leader screams for his men to fire again, to do anything to put this monster back in the ground. Gamin-yun feels every bullet. He describes the sensation of the lead embedding itself in his flesh, a constant reminder of his mortality. They aren't just piercing him, they are shattering his resolve and tearing his physical form apart. But something has changed. His body recovers as fast as they can damage it. The cycle of pain and agony repeats, yet Gamin-yun's eyes burn with a cold, focused light. He realizes that this pain, it doesn't hurt as much as he thought it would. His perspective on suffering has been warped by a much darker past. Compared to the horrors he has already faced, these bullets are nothing more than a minor annoyance. He remembers everything he's endured: the fire, the isolation, and the weight of expectations that nearly crushed his soul. A memory of a crushing weight flashes through his mind, the physical manifestation of the torture he survived. The experiments, the systematic dismantling of his humanity in the name of progress, that was true pain. Those sessions were far more painful than anything these thugs could ever hope to inflict with their toys. With a sudden burst of speed, Gamin-yun closes the distance. His fist connects with a thug's jaw, the impact echoing like a gunshot. He moves like a blur, a whirlwind of violence that the gunman can't even track. Their formation crumbles instantly. Gamin-yun stares down his next target. To him, these bullets are just a nuisance he can endure for as long as necessary. He takes a hit to the face without flinching, his expression unchanging as he prepares to deliver his own brand of justice. The thugs are paralyzed. One stammers that Gamin-yun is floating, unable to comprehend the sheer power radiating from the boy. However, Gamin-yun isn't done. He shifts his weight, preparing for a strike that will end this farce once and for all. A devastating punch finds its mark, caving in the defense of another attacker. Gamin-yun's strength is no longer human. What drives him crazy isn't the pain, it's the memories of those who stood by him when he had nothing. Another thug falls, his face a mask of shock as Gamin-yun's fist connects with pinpoint accuracy. Tears through the crowd, a shadow of vengeance that leaves only broken bodies in its wake. He thinks of Fries and the others, the innocent souls who protected him. For them, he will become the monster his enemies fear. With one final, explosive surge of energy, Gamin-yun sends the remaining attackers flying, clearing the warehouse in a single, violent stroke. Desperation reeks in the air as large man Hyung clings to his final leverage, screaming at Gamin-yun to stay back. Trembling with a gun pressed to the girl's head, he shrieks, "Stay back, or I'll shoot this BTCH." The threat is silenced by a thunderous impact as Gamin-yun's fist connects, his heart screaming, "Never again." The force of the blow is absolute, crushing the bridge of large man Hyung's nose in an instant. Gamin-yun's gaze is a void of cold fury, his teeth gritted in a silent, murderous promise. Large man Hyung is sent hurtling backward, the realization hitting him that he might never see another day. Gamin-yun doesn't let up, lunging forward with a speed that defies the injuries he's sustained. Large man Hyung slams into the industrial tank, the metal groaning under the sheer momentum of his flight. Blood and sweat mix on large man Hyung's face as he struggles to regain his senses, his smugness completely shattered. He looks up and for the first time he sees the face of a true predator staring back at him. Please spare me, he begs, reaching out with a blood-slicked hand. I'll do whatever you want. The response is as cold as the grave, too late. Gamin Yoon brings down a hammer-like blow, the shockwave rippling through the concrete floor. Large man Hyung lets out a choked kuhuk as his world turns into a blur of red and pain. Another strike lands with surgical precision, caving in the antagonist's defenses and his spirit. The warehouse echoes with the rhythmic, brutal sound of Gamin Yoon delivering justice. Strike after strike, the fury of Yoo Sun-hai's best is unleashed in a whirlwind of violence. Finally, large man Hyung lies broken against the cracked floor, his reign of terror ended by a single student. Gamin Yoon turns away, his breath coming in ragged hitches as the adrenaline begins to fade. His knuckles are raw and dripping with blood, a testament to the sheer intensity of the confrontation. Standing over the fallen enemy, he is a figure of both exhaustion and absolute victory. The warehouse is silent now, save for the heavy breathing of the survivor amidst a sea of defeated thugs. Gamin Yoon bows his head, the weight of the night finally catching up to him. A soft voice breaks the silence. Mr. Haiji calls out, her eyes wide with concern. Without a word, Gamin Yoon begins to walk toward her, his steps heavy and uneven. Each step is a struggle, his bare, battered feet dragging across the cold floor. He reaches her, his presence looming but no longer threatening, just profoundly tired. Are you sure you're okay? She asks, trembling. You were shot so many times. Gamin Yoon collapses into her, a single thought echoing in his mind. Thank goodness. Tears finally break through as he clings to her, the stoic warrior replaced by a boy who almost lost everything. Whispers through his sobs, grateful beyond words that she is still alive. The puppies died saving me, he thinks, remembering the sacrifice of his small companions. But I was so scared that you might have died too, Haiji. Since you're alive, thank you. Haiji looks on in confusion, wondering why this boy, who took all the bullets for her, is the one saying thanks. She gently places her hand on his tattered shirt, feeling the warmth and the pain radiating from him. In the middle of the carnage, they remain locked in a hug, two survivors holding on to the only piece they have left. The shadows of the past loom large, a collection of souls bound by blood and tragedy in a world where survival is the only law. Authorities swarm the area, barking orders to secure the suspects and move with urgency as they process the site of the massacre. The sheer scale of the destruction is staggering, the violent aftermath of internal gang warfare that left the floor stained and the air heavy with death. Watching from the tree line, Gamin Yoon and Haiji remain hidden, the flashing lights of police cruisers reflecting the grim reality they just escaped. Haiji whispers that they must stay out of sight, knowing that things will only get more complicated if a heart mutant is found at the scene. Under the cold moonlight, she decides they should flee, trusting that the others will handle the fallout of the carnage. But the weight of the loss finally breaks her, and Haiji lets out a heart-wrenching cry that echoes through the silent woods. Gamin Yoon sinks into his own despair, burying his face in his hands as the reality of the sacrifice sinks in. He looks over at the fallen animals, his voice trembling as he apologizes to the creatures who gave everything for them. He calls out their names one by one. Baduki, Siru, and Chako each name a heavy stone on his conscience. Haiji cradles one of the dogs, blaming herself for their deaths, knowing they only followed her because they wanted to save her. She realizes that her brief moments of kindness became the entire world to these dogs, and they repaid her with their lives. Gamin Yoon snaps, biting down on his finger with desperate intensity, refusing to accept this tragic end. Haiji watches in shock, screaming for him to stop as blood begins to pool from his wound. Gamin Yoon wonders if his blood is special enough to resurrect the dead, hoping against hope that he can bring them back. Sound of tearing flesh cuts through the air as he forces the wound open, driven by a desperate, illogical hope. The crimson liquid swirls around his fingertips, a potential lifeline born from his own suffering. Gamin Yoon curses his own body, frustrated that his supernatural healing is working too fast to allow him to provide enough blood. Haiji grabs his arm, begging him to stop and telling him that hurting himself will only make the dogs even sadder. Gamin Yoon looks at her with hollow eyes, questioning if they would even care, or if they would simply resent him for their deaths. She assures him that the dogs truly loved him, and she knows it for a fact because of how they acted in his presence. She recalls how they were normally aggressive and kept their distance from everyone else, yet they flocked to him without hesitation. Gamin Yoon listens, stunned by the realization that he was the only human they ever truly trusted. Haiji explains that these dogs were survivors of abuse, carrying scars that made them fear and hate humanity. Gamin Yoon looks down at the dog he was petting, realizing that their gentle nature toward him was a choice, not a trait. Haiji warns him that if he continues to blame himself, their hearts will ache even in the afterlife. The silence of the woods settles over them as Gamin Yoon finally stops his self-inflicted punishment. She smiles softly, suggesting that the dogs approached him because they recognized a kindred spirit, someone who understood their pain. Gamin Yoon offers a quiet thank you, the weight on his chest finally beginning to lift, if only slightly. Suddenly, a small movement in the brush catches their attention as a tiny figure emerges. Haiji gasps in relief, recognizing the little puppy named Fries, thankful that at least one of them survived the horror. The small puppy, Fries, trots toward them, its presence a small spark of hope in the darkness. Gamin-yoon watches the puppy approach, his expression a mix of disbelief and overwhelming relief. Fries sits patiently, its innocent eyes looking up at the two survivors who fought so hard to protect its family. Haiji notes with a soft voice that Fries is looking directly at Gamin-yoon, sensing his pain. Gamin-yoon asks Fries if it truly doesn't hate him, even though its mother and friends are gone because of his presence. In response, Fries licks his hand, a simple gesture of forgiveness that finally allows Gamin-yoon to find a moment of peace. Seeing the little one finally drift off, Gamin-yoon notes that the exhaustion must have finally caught up with Fries. Watching the sleeping plush, the Yusung High student wonders if she should just take it home, unable to leave such a small thing behind. Gamin-yoon looks down at Fries, his mind racing. Those lab operatives were far from ordinary thugs, and the danger is far from over. The Yusung High student suddenly takes off, telling Gamin-yoon to wait while she calls her sister, leaving him standing there in confusion. On the phone, she explains that she handled the situation as instructed but has no idea where to go next, eventually agreeing to a plan for later. As night falls on the city, Gamin-yoon and the Yusung High student walk together, the weight of the day's events still hanging over them. They arrive at a massive apartment complex, a stark contrast to the dark alleys they just escaped. Stepping inside, the warmth of a real home hits Gamin-yoon. The Yusung High student welcomes him, telling him to make himself comfortable. Gamin-yoon hesitates at the threshold, questioning if it's truly okay for someone as dangerous as him to enter such a peaceful place. She laughs it off, reminding him that he risked his life to protect her, making the idea of him being dangerous seem ridiculous. She mentions her sister wants to meet him, as she's investigating a case that might be linked to the very lab that's hunting Gamin-yoon. She urges him to come in. Gamin-yoon catches a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror and stops dead in his tracks. A blood-curdling scream erupts from Gamin-yoon, sending the Yusung High student into a state of pure panic as she wonders what's wrong. He points at the mirror in disbelief, shouting that his face is back, complete with cheeks, a nose, and even lips. He explains that since he was a child, his face never regenerated properly because the lab would experiment on him the moment he began to heal. Touching his skin, Gamin-yoon stares at his reflection, finally seeing the face he was always meant to have. Taking a drink of water, the Yusung High student admits the stories are getting more shocking by the minute, but one question still lingers. She points out that now that he's healed, he doesn't look like a middle-aged man at all, and asks for his real age. Gamin-yoon goes silent, realizing it's been so long since he even considered his own age. He mentally tallies the years: entered the lab at 7, endured 7 year-end tests, and 3 years have passed since his escape. The total is 17. The answer sends her into a coughing fit, nearly choking on her water as the reality of his age sinks in. She yells in frustration, realizing they are the same age. She demands to know why he let her call him Mr. this entire time. Blushing, Gamin-yoon admits that he simply liked the fact that she was addressing him like a real person. The raw honesty of his words leaves the Yusung High student speechless, her eyes widening in surprise. She thinks to herself how sad his life must have been, yet she can't help but find his reaction incredibly cute. She decides they'll drop the formalities and use names from now on, then tells Gamin-yoon to go wash up before dinner. Even Fries gets a meal, happily digging into a bowl of food on the floor. Gamin-yoon takes the opportunity to clean himself up, the simple act of washing his face feeling like a new beginning. Sitting down to eat, Gamin-yoon is overwhelmed by the flavor, declaring the warm meal to be absolutely delicious. The Yusung High student modestly claims it's just simple soy sauce egg rice and apologizes for her lack of cooking skills. Gamin-yoon insists it's the best food he's had in years, his face lighting up with genuine joy. She mentions that her sister won't be coming by tonight due to work, leaving the two of them alone for the evening. The table is cleared, leaving nothing but empty plates and a sense of shared comfort. She points to the sofa and offers it to Gamin-yoon for the night, though he seems hesitant to take the spot. He claims the floor is fine, but she insists he use a blanket, which he accepts with a quiet thanks. She heads off to her room to finish her homework, telling him to get some sleep as the door clicks shut behind her. Left alone in the quiet living room, Gamin-yoon stands with his blanket, still processing the normalcy of his surroundings. Looks around the room, his eyes taking in every detail of a world he has only ever seen from the outside. From the massive, thin TV to the flowers on the table, everything is so different from the cold, sterile walls of the lab. Gamin-yoon sinks into the plush cushions of the sofa, his body practically melting into the fabric. To him, this isn't just furniture, it's a luxury that puts the cold, sterile beds of the lab to shame. Nearby, Fries is busy devouring a meal, the little companion acting more like a living creature than a simple plush toy as it digs into its bowl. Suddenly, Gamin-yoon's heart skips a beat. He sees Fries struggling, coughing, and hacking as if something has gone terribly wrong. Panic surges through him as he screams out for the little guy, his face contorted in genuine fear for his small friend. He leaps from the sofa, blankets flying everywhere as he rushes to intervene, desperate to save Fries from whatever is happening. But as he reaches the bowl, Gamin-yoon freezes. He stares down in confusion, realizing he might have overreacted to the situation. Fries just looks up with those big, innocent eyes, completely oblivious to the chaos Gammon Yoon just caused. It was just a simple case of eating too fast. Relief washes over Gammon Yoon as he realizes it was nothing. He lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding, his tense expression finally softening. Later that night, the two of them settle into the large, soft bed. For Gammon Yoon, having a companion like this makes the quiet apartment feel like a real home. He pulls the covers up, basking in the warmth and the cozy atmosphere. He can't help but smile, truly loving this new, peaceful life. He looks over at the plushie, asking if it likes it here too. It's a simple question, but it carries the weight of his desire for a normal existence. He ponders what to name his new friend. Since it's a puppy, he cycles through a few options, looking for something that fits just right. After a moment of thought, he decides, from now on, the little guy's name is Fries. It's a name that brings a sense of normalcy and joy to his heart. As Fries snuggles closer, Gammon Yoon feels a warmth spreading through his chest. He realizes that this quiet, simple moment is exactly what people call happiness. A delicious meal, a warm bath, and a soft place to sleep. These are the basic things he was denied for so long, and now he cherishes every single one of them. He closes his eyes, drifting off in a bed that feels like a cloud. It's a stark contrast to the nightmares of his past. But even in this peace, a shadow of doubt lingers. He knows how fragile this life is, and how easily it could all be taken away. Realization hits him hard. These moments of happiness are precious, but they are also things that can be lost in an instant if he isn't careful. Memories of the escape begin to flood back. He remembers the chaos, the shouting, and the desperate command for everyone to run for their lives. They were all just numbers back then, patients in a facility that treated them like monsters. The exit was their only hope, and it felt miles away. The facility's security was relentless. They were labeled as Class A heart mutants, dangerous assets that the lab refused to let go of without a fight. Armed soldiers moved through the corridors with lethal precision, their only objective being to neutralize the escaping subjects by any means necessary. Explosions rocked the hallways, the sound of screaming filling the air as the escape turned into a bloodbath. Many didn't make it past the first floor. Bodies were buried under the rubble of the collapsing facility. The price of freedom was being paid in the lives of those who just wanted to be human again. The soldiers didn't hesitate. They saw the mutants as nothing more than broken tools, aiming their weapons with cold, mechanical indifference. But the mutants fought back. A burst of intense flame erupts, incinerating everything in its path as one of them unleashes their hidden power. The soldiers are caught off guard by the sheer force of the counterattack. For a moment, the hunters become the prey in the dark, narrow tunnels. Ice shards erupt from the ground, a wall of frozen death created by another escapee. Their powers were their curse, but now, they are their only salvation. Amidst the carnage, Gammon Yoon sees a comrade fall. Kim Ji-oh lies on the ground, his skull-like features a testament to the horrors they've endured. Gammon Yoon doesn't leave him behind. He strains against the weight of the debris, his muscles bulging as he tries to pull his friend from the wreckage. His face is set in a mask of grim determination. He refuses to let the lab claim another life today, not while he still has the strength to fight. Kim Ji-oh looks up, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and gratitude. In this hellhole, these small acts of humanity are all they have left. The command to hurry echoes through the corridor. The exit is close, but the window of opportunity is closing even faster. They scramble toward the light, a ragtag group of survivors pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. Every step is a victory against their captors. Gammon Yoon managed to escape, but the cost was high. He made it out of that nightmare with great difficulty, leaving behind friends and a part of himself. The separation at the very end haunts him. He was free, but he was alone, and the uncertainty of his comrade's fate is a weight he carries every day. Back in the present, he stares into the darkness of his room. He knows they might still be out there somewhere, suffering the same horrors he escaped. He reaches out, his hand gently touching Fries. This small piece of peace is everything to him now, and he makes a silent vow to protect it. He won't let it be taken away. Not this happiness, not this quiet life. He has fought too hard to let it all slip through his fingers again. Deep within him, his mutated heart pulses with a dangerous light. It's a warning to anyone who dares to threaten his peace. If you mess with his happiness, you'll answer to the monster they created. Then, the darkness within Gammon Yoon begins to stir. His gaze sharpens, one eye glowing with a predatory red light as he prepares to face the consequences of his choices. With a cold, unwavering resolve, Gammon Yoon swears that no matter who stands in his way, he won't let them get away with threatening what he holds dear. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes through the quiet neighborhood, shattering the morning peace. A foot slams against the pavement with explosive force as the hunt begins. Gammon Yoon sprints down the stairs, his voice cracking as he screams for Fries, the companion he calls Twidgem. His resolve, once so unshakable, shatters in a single day. Tears stream down his face as he desperately calls out, wondering where Fries could have gone. Just hours earlier, things were normal. Ji-oh was heading off to school, leaving Gammon Yoon behind in their quiet home. Ji-oh reminds him that their uni will be back this evening, so he needs to keep an eye on the house while she's away. As Ji-oh heads out, Gammon Yoon watches her go, a hint of longing in his eyes as he thinks to himself that school must be fun. But he isn't alone for long. Fries begins to whimper and scratch at the wall, clearly distressed about being left behind. Gammon Yoon kneels down, asking Fries what's wrong. The little dog seems restless, its paws frantic against the door. Geo crouches beside them, wondering if Fries is just bored. She asks the pup if it wants to go out with them. Gammon Yoon is torn. He has to get to school, but he can't stand to see Fries like this. He considers taking the pup for a quick walk. Geo is hesitant. She worries about the danger, fearing that the people who were chasing them might return. Gammon Yoon brushes off her concerns. He's confident that no one will recognize him now that he's back to his normal appearance. Geo takes a moment to think, finally feeling a sense of relief at his confidence. She gives him strict instructions. If he's going for a walk, he must use the leash found in the second drawer. Outside, Fries is full of energy, yipping and rolling around as Gammon Yoon struggles to maintain control of the leash. Things quickly go south. Gammon Yoon realizes he's made a mistake with the knot, and Fries begins to howl in discomfort. Fries thrashes on the ground, the leash tightening around its small body. Gammon Yoon panics, wondering if he tied it too tight. The sight of the pup struggling triggers a dark, painful memory. Gammon Yoon clutches his head, remembering a time when he was the one on a leash. In his past, a single movement would trigger a surge of electricity, burning his entire body. He knows the agony of being bound. He feels a wave of guilt, but he believes he has no choice. He worries that people won't accept Fries if the pup is allowed to run loose. He looks down to apologize, only to find the leash lying empty on the asphalt. Fries is gone. Shock washes over him. He can't believe it. Fries knew how to escape the bindings just like he did. Panic sets in as he sprints through the streets, his lungs burning as he screams Fries' name over and over. Every second feels like an eternity. His eyes are wide with terror, the thought of losing his only friend more than he can bear. Fries is out there somewhere, a small creature lost in a big, dangerous world. The search for the lost Twijum has truly begun. Gammon Yoon races past bystanders, begging for an answer, but no one has seen the little dog. Checks every possible hiding spot, even tearing open trash cans in his desperation to find any sign of life. He crawls on the ground, peering under structures and startling the local mice, but Fries is nowhere to be found. He searches behind piles of garbage, his hope fading with every empty alleyway he encounters. Exhausted and overwhelmed, he collapses to his knees. The fear of what might happen to Fries is paralyzing. Horrific images flash through his mind, Fries being struck by a car or falling into the hands of the dangerous people they've been hiding from. He sobs, his heart breaking as he remembers the promise he made just last night to protect the pup. It hasn't even been a day, and he's already failed. As he sits in the shadows of the trash, he looks up toward a nearby building, realizing he's ended up at a school. He watches the students playing soccer in the distance, and then he sees a familiar shape in the grass. There, sitting calmly and licking its paw, is Fries. Gammon Yoon's voice erupts in a final, joyous shout of relief. Gammon Yoon sprints through the city streets, his heart pounding against his ribs. He can't help but wonder if Fries managed to track a scent all the way to this location. Nearby, large man Hyun stands frozen, a look of utter bewilderment washing over him as he senses a sudden presence. Before the man can even react, Gammon Yoon blurs past him like a gust of wind, his footsteps a rapid-fire rhythm against the pavement. Large man Hyun stares in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. He remembers the warnings he was given, but seeing this level of speed in person is something else entirely. Gammon Yoon continues his desperate search, shouting for his companion. The urgency in his voice echoes through the school grounds as he realizes he needs to find him immediately. He arrives at a bustling school courtyard where students are engaged in a lively game of soccer, completely unaware of the drama unfolding nearby. Campus is alive with typical student life, athletes running on the track, girls chatting on the sidelines, and gamers glued to their screens. Peering from behind a tree, Gammon Yoon watches the scene with a mix of longing and caution. To him, this looks like a dream world where everyone is simply having fun together. His eyes widen as he takes in the sight. This is what a real school looks like, a stark contrast to the chaos he's used to. Nearby, a group of students is huddled together, whispering about the latest rumors. They discuss the origins of heart mutants, wondering if they really started in a secret lab. One student shows off his phone, highlighting a staggering reward: 1 billion won for reporting an unregistered wanted mutant. The dark reality of mutant trading looms over their conversation. Gammon Yoon overhears them and feels a chill. The students joke about hitting the jackpot if they catch one, making him realize just how dangerous the outside world is for people like him. He knows he has to be extremely careful. His mission is simple: find Fries and get out of this place before anyone notices he doesn't belong. Suddenly, he spots a familiar shape. There he is. Fries is wandering right in the middle of the school grounds. But Fries isn't alone. A group of girls is busy filming a dance challenge for social media, completely distracted by their phones. They check their footage, obsessing over the vibes. One girl, Minjong, is singled out for her drop-dead gorgeous looks, much to her delight. Minjong brushes off the compliments with a smug smile, telling her friends that they look pretty too while she stares at her own reflection on the screen. Their attention is suddenly diverted when they notice the small, plush-like dog wandering near their feet. They can't believe how cute he is. Minjong scoops Fries up into a tight hug, squealing with excitement. She wonders where such a precious little thing came from. The girls decide they need to capitalize on the cuteness. They prepare to take a photo for their story, urging each other to get closer so the doggo shows up well. But as they snap the photo, a dark, shadowy figure appears in the background. The girls let out a piercing scream as they realize they aren't alone. Panic erupts instantly. They accuse the stranger of being a stalker or a hidden camera pervert, clutching fries as if to protect him. Gamin-yoon stammers out an apology, looking completely mortified. He didn't mean to scare them, he was just trying to reach his companion. With a leaf still stuck in his hair from hiding, he explains that they actually have fries with them and he's just here to take him home. The girl's anger evaporates in a heartbeat. Looking at his face, they realize he isn't a creep at all, he's actually incredibly handsome. They start gossiping right in front of him, noting his gym clothes and guessing he must be a first year. They wonder if he's a new transfer student they haven't seen before. Gamin-yoon, feeling awkward, asks if he's still being filmed on that phone. He's clearly uncomfortable with the attention. The girls' attitudes do a complete 180. They excitedly invite him to film a TikTok with them, eager to have such a good-looking guy in their video. Min-jung takes it a step further, boldly holding out her phone and demanding his Instagram ID so she can follow him. She promises to tag him in the post, her eyes locked onto his as she waits for him to type in his handle. Her friends are stunned. They've never seen Min-jung ask for someone's social media before, but they admit that with a face like his, it makes perfect sense. Gamin-yoon looks completely lost. He repeats the word Insta as if it's a foreign language, scratching his head in confusion. Min-jung watches him, thinking he's definitely easy on the eyes. She finds his shyness cute and thinks he would make excellent arm candy. Gamin-yoon finally manages to speak up, telling them quite simply that he doesn't have anything like that. No Instagram, no social media, nothing. The rejection hits Min-jung like a physical blow. She stands frozen, her hand still extended, unable to process that he just said no. Gamin-yoon bows deeply, thanking them for the thought but firmly declining the offer. He means it, he really just wants to leave. The other girls are in total shock. They can't believe their eyes. Did the most popular girl in school just get rejected by a random student? Min-jung's expression turns dark, her veins practically popping from frustration. She's convinced he's just playing hard to get and putting up a massive wall. Ignoring her growing rage, Gamin-yoon reaches out and takes Fries back. He tells her firmly that this is his dog and he's taking him now. He cradles Fries close, whispering an apology to the little guy. He promises to never lose him again, leaving the fuming girls behind as he makes his escape. The large man, Hyung-hee's face contorts in pure rage, his eyes burning red as he curses, a shiver running down his spine, not from fear, but from boiling fury. One of the fuming girls demands to know the identity of the bastard who just walked away with the adorable plush. One of his friends casually points out the situation, asking if the girl Gamin-yoon was just with wasn't Taegu's crush, causing large man, Hyung, to let out a frustrated grunt. Another Yusung High student observes that Gamin-yoon seems to be using Fries to charm Min-jung, admitting he's been watching him and wonders who he truly is. Friend suggests Gamin-yoon might be a transfer student from their grade, but large man Hyung-hee's internal monologue explodes in fury at the thought of someone making a move on Min-jung right in front of him. Large man Hyung demands a soccer ball from a nearby Yusung High student who hesitantly questions his intentions. The Yusung High student cries out a warning, reminding large man Hyung that he previously broke someone's nose with a similar kick, but it's too late as large man Hyung unleashes a powerful strike. The soccer ball warps from the sheer force of the kick, a blur of motion tearing through the air. With a defiant sneer, large man Hyung dismisses any past incidents, declaring that the consequences are not his problem as the ball rockets forward. Gamin-yoon barely has time to register a confused ha before the projectile slams directly into his chest, the impact jarring him. His eyes widen, the sudden, unexpected force of the blow momentarily stealing his breath. Fries, clutched tightly in Gamin-yoon's arms, also seems to register the sudden jolt, its plush face showing a hint of surprise. Gamin-yoon is sent stumbling backward, the powerful kick causing him to recoil as the girls in the background shriek in alarm at the sudden violence. A concerned girl rushes forward, her voice filled with worry as she asks Gamin-yoon if he's alright after the brutal hit. A gasp escapes her lips as she spots dark crimson blood splattering onto the pavement, her concern escalating into outright panic as she frantically asks if Gamin-yoon is truly alright. Large man Hyung offers a disingenuous apology, feigning innocence and claiming the ball merely slipped out of his hand in a transparent attempt to evade responsibility. While large man Hyung continues his charade, one of his friends remarks on nearly being hit and a girl genuinely asks Gamin-yoon if he's okay and if he's in pain. Large man Hyung smirks, issuing a condescending warning to watch it as Gamin-yoon looks up, confused by his audacity. Despite his bloody nose, Gamin-yoon's anger is solely directed at the near injury to Fries, who lets out a tiny fiercer. Gamin-yoon then demands a sincere apology. Large man Hyung erupts into cruel laughter, pointing at Gamin-yoon and mocking his double nosebleed with unrestrained glee. Large man Hyung suddenly gasps, a friend quickly covering his mouth and whispering a warning that Min-jung is watching his disgraceful behavior. Large man Hyung quickly pivots, feigning concern and asking Gamin-yoon if he's alright, while a girl reiterates the danger, mentioning someone else broke their nose and suggests he visit the nurse's office. Gammon Yoon calmly states he's fine but firmly warns them to be careful next time, highlighting that Fries almost got hurt. Large man Hyung offers a dismissive yeah, sorry, acknowledging the preciousness of dogs, to which Gammon Yoon accepts the apology, reiterating that he's truly fine. Gammon Yoon announces his departure, telling Fries it's time to go home. One of Large Man Hyung's friends comments that Gammon Yoon is tougher than he looks, suggesting Large Man Hyung went easy on him, which earns a sharp shut up from Large Man Hyung. Large Man Hyung's calm facade crumbles as he orders his friend to find out Gammon Yoon's identity in class, declaring his intense dislike for Gammon Yoon's attitude, leaving the friend confused. As Gammon Yoon walks away, a thought bubble appears, revealing his genuine fear of losing Fries during the chaotic encounter. He then reflects on the unexpected positive outcome, realizing that thanks to Fries, he got to experience a school environment and even meet other kids his age. A rare, gentle smile graces Gammon Yoon's face as he muses about how fun it all seems, wondering if he would have made many friends if he attended this school. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, friend," causing Gammon Yoon to look back with a questioning expression. Large Man Hyung approaches, placing an arm around Gammon Yoon's shoulder and offering an overly sincere apology for the earlier incident. Gammon Yoon questions the sudden familiarity, asking friend, as Large Man Hyung laughs, asserting that since they're in the same grade, they are naturally friends. Large Man Hyung continues his act, explaining that a mere verbal apology isn't enough after Gammon Yoon got hit, and offers to treat him to some bread as a gesture of goodwill. Gammon Yoon's eyes widen slightly in surprise, a simple "what" escaping his lips at the unexpected offer. His expression shifts to one of genuine astonishment as he sees images of delicious bread, exclaiming "bread" with an almost childlike wonder. Gammon Yoon, still in disbelief, stammers out a question about the bread, to which Large Man Hyung laughs confidently, assuring him of the delicious bread waiting just around the corner. Gammon Yoon, ever thoughtful, asks if there's anything for Fries to eat as well, and Large Man Hyung readily promises to buy everything for them both. Large Man Hyung continues, explaining his generosity by claiming he was showing off for the girls earlier and that Gammon Yoon must be hungry, promising him plenty of bread, to which Gammon Yoon responds with a curious "hm?" The scene shifts abruptly to a close-up of a worn, dirty shoe sole, hinting at the true, grimy intentions lurking beneath a facade of friendliness. Without warning, Large Man Hyung delivers a brutal kick to Gammon Yoon's stomach, sending him doubling over with a pained grunt, "Kook." Gammon Yoon clutches his stomach, the pain radiating through him as Fries lies nearby, a silent witness to the assault. Large Man Hyung grins, a cruel satisfaction crossing his face as he surveys his handiwork. Gammon Yoon pushes himself up, his body trembling from the force of the blow, but his gaze remains steady. Defiantly, Gammon Yoon straightens, his eyes locking onto Large Man Hyung, refusing to yield. A steely resolve hardens Gammon Yoon's expression as he clenches his fist, ready to face whatever comes next. Suddenly, a Yusung High student lunges forward, aiming a swift punch directly at Gammon Yoon. With an almost imperceptible sway, Gammon Yoon effortlessly evades the incoming attack, the punch whistling past his ear. Faint red glow emanates from Gammon Yoon's eyes, signaling the activation of his unique combat aura. Before his attacker can react, Gammon Yoon unleashes a lightning-fast jab, connecting with precision. The Yusung High student is violently propelled backward, his body arcing through the air from the sheer force of Gammon Yoon's counterattack. He crashes to the ground with a sickening thud, lying motionless as the dust settles around him. Large Man Hyung and his cronies stare in disbelief, their smug expressions replaced by utter shock at the sudden turn of events. Gammon Yoon stands calmly amidst the chaos, holding Fries securely, his gaze unwavering as he observes the stunned group. Large Man Hyung's face contorts with rage as he points a trembling finger at Gammon Yoon, demanding an explanation for the unexpected power display. Gammon Yoon's eyes narrow, a cold, unwavering intensity reflecting his readiness to continue the fight. Deep within him, a pulsating, red-glowing core flares to life, radiating raw power through intricate, vein-like tendrils. Gammon Yoon unleashes a devastating punch, imbued with the surging power from his core. The impact is brutal and direct, Gammon Yoon's fist connecting squarely with Large Man Hyung's jaw. Large Man Hyung is sent hurtling through the air, his eyes wide with terror as he realizes the overwhelming power behind Gammon Yoon's strike. Gammon Yoon stands his ground, completely unfazed by the powerful blow he just delivered, his presence commanding. With a bone-jarring crash, Large Man Hyung slams into a brick wall, leaving a deep spiderweb crack radiating from the impact point. Gammon Yoon firmly states, "I told you to stop." Fries is scared, his tone cold as he cradles the plush toy. The remaining thugs stare in utter horror at the severely cracked brick wall, one stammering, "Wah, the brick." As the thugs recoil in terror, one shouts, "You freak, you monster," their voices laced with fear. Large Man Hyung slumps against the fractured wall, a trickle of blood from his nose as he gasps, "No way," and as seriously, he cracked the wall. Large Man Hyung lies defeated, staring up at Gammon Yoon's legs with pure terror, thinking, "I'm screwed. If he hits me even once, something's gonna break for sure." His face contorted in abject terror, Large Man Hyung is reduced to a sniveling wreck, snot and tears streaming down his face. Large Man Hyung prostrates himself, groveling on the ground and pleading, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again." Desperate, large man Hyung blames his accomplices, claiming they're the ones who tried to hit the dog. I never meant to hit him. He then frantically pulls out his phone, showing a picture of his own dog. It's true, I've got a dog at home too. Look, his name's Bobby Bi. See, cute, right? Gamin Yoon glances at the photo, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Oh, he actually does have a dog? Maybe he's not totally awful? As large man Hyung continues to beg, just let me off this once. From an overhead perspective, large man Hyung remains kneeling in submission as Gamin Yoon stands tall, the confrontation reaching its conclusion. Gamin Yoon cradles fries, a thought suddenly striking him. Guess using a bit of strength made me hungry. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything today. Large man Hyung looks up, bewildered, asking, you're suddenly hungry, now of all times, as he still clutches his phone. A subtle smirk plays on Gamin Yoon's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his cunning. Large man Hyung recoils in realization, thinking, this bastard. He's pretending to forgive me but secretly hinting he wants food, followed by an internal expletive, what a sly bastard. The scene shifts abruptly to a serene classroom where a thoughtful girl sits at her desk, lost in contemplation. The quiet classroom is revealed, empty desks surrounding the solitary girl, hinting at a new narrative unfolding. The atmosphere shifts as we move toward the school store, where the mundane setting belies the tension brewing within. Inside, Gamin Yoon is ready to feast, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he prepares to dig into a mountain of snacks with fries. Nearby, a red-haired student watches Gamin Yoon with a look of pure disbelief, unable to reconcile the boy's appetite with his earlier display of power. Gamin Yoon doesn't seem to have a care in the world, even making sure to feed fries a bit of his bread as they enjoy their lunch break. The red-haired student is completely baffled. Gamin Yoon seems insanely strong, yet he acts like a total dork, making him impossible to read. He recalls the sheer force of Gamin Yoon's strike, a single punch that sent a grown man flying through the air like a ragdoll. The memory of that impact, a body slammed hard enough to crack a concrete wall, haunts him. He's never seen anything like it. Desperate and trembling, he realizes he needs to take special measures, reaching for his phone to call in a heavy hitter. On the other end of the line, large man Hyung answers, casually smoking while surrounded by poker chips and cards. The man on the phone is Na Youngchul, a 20-year-old powerhouse who clearly doesn't appreciate being interrupted during his game. The red-haired student begs for help, sounding completely screwed as he tries to convince his superior to intervene. Large man Hyung is skeptical, mocking the idea that some random punk could have beaten his junior so easily. The junior insists it's because the guy is incredible with his fists, pleading for this one favor to help him save face. Large man Hyung relays the story to his associates in the gym, laughing off the idea of a formidable opponent at a high school. Finds the whole situation hilarious, wondering just how good this punk could actually be while calling his junior a dimwit. Finally, large man Hyung agrees to swing by since he has business near the school anyway, telling the boy to keep the target there. A sinister grin spreads across the red-haired student's face. In his mind, Gamin Yoon is already a dead man walking. Suddenly, Gamin Yoon holds out a bag of cookies, innocently asking the student if he wants to share the food. The student is caught off guard by the kindness, as Gamin Yoon admits he felt bad eating all this delicious food alone. Trying to keep Gamin Yoon occupied, the student insists he has plenty of his own food, even offering up his drinks and bread. Gamin Yoon is overjoyed, immediately sharing a sausage with fries, wondering how someone so strong can be this simple-minded. As fries happily nibbles on the snack, Gamin Yoon's casual demeanor continues to baffle his observer. The student notices something impossible: Gamin Yoon's hand, which should be battered from the fight, is completely fine. He realizes Gamin Yoon has insane strength and injuries that heal at an abnormal speed, a realization that sends a chill down his spine. Remembers a rare phenomenon: heart mutants, individuals with unique abilities who make up less than 0.001% of the population. He blabs out the question, asking Gamin Yoon if he's a heart mutant, causing the boy to spit out his drink in shock. Gamin Yoon coughs and sputters, frantically denying the claim, but the student is already convinced he's found the truth. He's never actually seen a heart mutant before, and the thought of being in the presence of one makes him break out in a cold sweat. The boy looks so normal on the surface, making the hidden power within him even more terrifying to contemplate. Panic sets in. If this guy really is a heart mutant, then the situation is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Back at the poker table, large man Hyung slams his hand down, his eyes widening as he hears the term heart mutant over the phone. He demands confirmation, his boredom instantly replaced by a predatory curiosity about the freakishly strong student. The red-haired student is now terrified, suggesting they forget about the revenge because Gamin Yoon is just too scary to handle. But large man Hyung won't hear of it. To him, a heart mutant is the ultimate prize, and he orders his junior to keep him there at all costs. Unaware of the storm coming his way, Gamin Yoon stands up, announcing that he's finished his meal and is ready to leave. The student panics as Gamin Yoon smiles, saying he needs to head home now, leaving the boy desperate to find a way to stall him. He knows he's supposed to keep him here until the real monsters arrive, but looking at Gamin Yoon, he's not sure who the real monster is. Instead of worrying about monsters, large man Hyung suggests a detour, asking Gamin-yoon if he wants to ditch the classroom for some real-world education. Gamin-yoon, ever the diligent student, can barely process the concept of skipping class. The neon lights of the arcade wash over them, a sensory overload for someone who has spent his life in the shadows. Gamin-yoon gazes at the rows of machines, wondering what kind of world he's just stepped into. A genuine blush creeps across Gamin-yoon's face as the sheer novelty of the experience hits him. It's a rare moment of pure, unadulterated wonder for the fighter. From above, the arcade looks like a playground of digital dreams. Gamin-yoon whispers to himself that everything is new, his guard completely dropped in this strange new environment. His eyes lock onto a claw machine, recognizing a plush character that matches a keychain owned by his friend Hyeji. The mission has suddenly become personal. Large man Hyung watches with a mix of pity and disbelief, wondering how Gamin-yoon could have reached this age without ever seeing a claw machine. He begins to question what kind of life the boy has led. Stepping up to the plate, large man Hyung offers to fund the attempt, but Gamin-yoon's hesitation is palpable. Sensing the boy's incompetence, large man Hyung pushes him aside to show him how it's done. With the confidence of a seasoned veteran, large man Hyung explains the mechanics of the claw. Gamin-yoon watches with wide-eyed intensity as if witnessing a high-level martial arts technique. A gasp of excitement escapes Gamin-yoon as the mechanical arm begins its descent. To him, this is more than a game, it's a marvel of engineering. Tension peaks as the claw makes contact. It's a make-or-break moment in the arcade arena. Success! Gamin-yoon clutches the purple plushie like a hard-won trophy, his heart swelling with the joy of matching his friend's collection. Large man Hyung smirks, his plan working perfectly. As Gamin-yoon revels in the fun, the antagonist reminds himself that this is all just a stalling tactic until his reinforcements arrive. The tour of normalcy continues as large man Hyung points toward the coin karaoke booths. Gamin-yoon's confusion returns, unfamiliar with the concept of singing for sport. A simple, childish melody fills the small room, a song about cotton candy and holding a mother's hand. It's a stark contrast to the violent world they usually inhabit. Gamin-yoon pours his soul into the kiddie song, belting out the lyrics with the same intensity he uses in a fight. Large man Hyung is flabbergasted, wondering if this pure boy act is for real. Gamin-yoon stops, looking genuinely hurt by the criticism. He softly explains that this is the only song he knows, a relic from a past he can barely remember. The atmosphere turns heavy as Gamin-yoon reveals he was separated from his family at age 7. Since then, his life has been anything but normal, leaving no room for music or games. The revelation hits large man Hyung like a physical blow. The tragic reality of Gamin-yoon's childhood starts to humanize the target he was supposed to be setting up. Large man Hyung stares at the boy, his internal conflict growing. He wonders what kind of person Gamin-yoon actually is behind the incredible combat skills. Gamin-yoon stands there, clutching his plush companion fries, looking more like a lost child than a deadly fighter. Large man Hyung wonders if all heart mutants carry this kind of burden. The melancholy is short-lived as they move to the rhythm games. They both hammer away at the drums with explosive power, turning a simple game into a high-speed endurance test. Next is the fighting game, where Gamin-yoon's natural instincts take over. Large man Hyung accuses him of cheating, unable to believe the boy's frame-perfect inputs. Large man Hyung loses his cool, shouting that Gamin-yoon's playstyle is completely wrong. The competitive fire between the two is reaching a boiling point. On the dance machine, the physical toll finally shows. Despite their superhuman strength, the complex patterns of the game leave them both gasping for air. Large man Hyung laughs at Gamin-yoon's clumsy footwork, finding genuine amusement in the boy's struggle. Gamin-yoon can only offer a sheepish laugh in return. Finally exit the arcade, large man Hyung leaning over, completely drained. The stalling has turned into a legitimate workout. Gamin-yoon beams with gratitude, declaring that he's never had this much fun in his entire life. Large man Hyung takes a long drink of water, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. Large man Hyung looks away, the weight of his betrayal beginning to surface. He had a job to do, but the lines are becoming blurred. Sharp vibration in his pocket breaks the moment. Reality is calling, and it's likely not going to be a pleasant conversation. Large man Hyung checks his phone with a cocky grin, assuming it's just another minor annoyance. He has no idea the storm that's about to break. The screen explodes with fury. A voice on the other end screams at him, calling him a piece of trash for failing to answer the phone. Panic sets in as large man Hyung realizes he's in deep trouble with brother Youngchul. He was supposed to be setting Gamin-yoon up for a beating, but he completely forgot the mission while having fun. He looks down at the photo strip they took together, a permanent record of his failure. He realizes he's been acting like an idiot, bonding with the person he was supposed to destroy. The photos show them making heart shapes and peace signs, looking like the best of friends. Large man Hyung stares at the images in stunned silence, the gravity of his situation sinking in. In the distance, a figure walks away, leaving the scene of their temporary truce. The peaceful afternoon is over. Large man Hyung stands alone on the sidewalk, the weight of the coming conflict pressing down on him. The real monsters are coming, and he's the one who let them down. The shadows of the alleyway grow long as the tension reaches a breaking point. One of the thugs looks on in utter disbelief, his voice cracking as he asks what the hell is going on. The man drops to a deep bow, his forehead nearly touching the pavement. He desperately pleads for forgiveness, claiming that the target isn't actually a mutant after all. A large man looms over him like a mountain of pure malice. He isn't buying the apology, demanding to know if the man is trying to make a fool out of him. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares at the ground. Internal panic sets in, but his resolve hardens. He knows that the chaos following the boy isn't the boy's fault. He remembers the boy sitting quietly, clutching a ridiculous plush dog. To him, the boy didn't look like a monster, just a kid trying to survive. He covers his face, the weight of the situation crushing his spirit. He can't help but feel a wave of profound sadness for the predicament they've all been dragged into. The thought of loss triggers something deep inside him. He thinks of his own dog and the terrifying reality that he might one day have to say goodbye. He pulls out his phone, showing off a picture of his aging companion. The fear of his dog crossing the rainbow bridge is a pain he can't even begin to describe. Tears finally spill over as the empathy for the boy takes hold. He admits that when his own friends messed with his dog, he nearly lost control and killed them. But the sentimental moment is cut short. A massive fist clenches, the air whistling as a heavy strike is prepared for the disobedient subordinate. Blow connects with brutal force. The man's head snaps back as the large man delivers a punishing strike to remind him of his place. The man collapses to the floor, his body trembling from the impact. The surrounding thugs watch in cold silence, offering no sympathy for the fallen man. The large man reaches down and grabs the man by the hair, yanking his head up with zero regard for the pain he's causing. With a murderous glint in his eyes, the large man asks if he looks like he's joking. He wants one thing and one thing only: the location of the mutant. He speaks the man's name like a death sentence, his grip tightening as blood begins to drip from the man's nose. Interrogation turns cold and clinical. The large man leans in, his voice a low growl as he demands to know exactly where the mutant is hiding. A flashback flickers through his mind, a memory of the boy struggling at the arcade. He tries to use this to convince his boss that the boy is a nobody. The thugs around them are losing patience. They mock the man, calling him a piece of shit and asking if he's suddenly gone deaf under the pressure. Large man squats down to the man's level, maintaining the terrifying physical dominance while the rest of the gang circles like vultures. The man begs for a moment to explain, insisting it's all a massive misunderstanding. He claims he spent the whole day with the boy and saw nothing unusual. He paints a picture of the boy as a total loser, someone who collapsed from exhaustion after just 2 rounds of a dance game at the arcade. The man continues the lie, calling the boy a pathetic nerd. He apologizes for making the gang come all this way for what he claims is a false lead. The large man listens with a skeptical frown, his face etched with the frustration of a man who hates having his time wasted. He sighs, scratching his head as he processes the story. He asks for confirmation. Is the man really saying there is no mutant to be found? Suddenly, the mood shifts. The large man puts an arm around the man, asking in a mockingly gentle tone if he's upset about being hit. A lighter clicks, the flame illuminating the predator's smile. He tells the man that it's written all over his face whenever he tries to tell a lie. The facade of kindness vanishes instantly. He demands the real reason why the man suddenly changed his story after leading them here. He explains the harsh reality of the world. Mutants aren't human to them, they are dangerous assets that need to be handled so everyone else can walk away clean. The large man laughs, mocking the man for worrying about the gang's safety. He finds the idea that they could lose to a thing like the boy absolutely hilarious. His eyes widen as the realization hits him. This isn't just a hunt, it's something far more sinister than he imagined. Large man holds up 5 fingers, making a tempting offer. He names a heavy sum as the price for turning the boy over to the boss. He continues to boast about his connections, mentioning a broker who specializes in mutants. He promises a clean transaction with no loose ends. The truth dawns on the man with sickening clarity. This is human trafficking, plain and simple, and he's been an accomplice to it. Recalls the rumors of government facilities and research labs buying mutants for exorbitant amounts of money. It wasn't just gossip, it was real. The man's hand trembles against the cold ground. He never imagined he would see the horrors of the dark web being carried out by his own boss. The man tries one last time to plead for the boy's life, but the large man has had enough. He lashes out with a vicious kick, calling him a little shit. The impact sends the man flying back into the trash. The betrayal is complete, and the violence is only just beginning. Man gasps for air, his lungs burning as he struggles to breathe. He is broken, defeated, and left to face the monsters he helped invite into the boy's world. Large man Hyung isn't holding back anymore, his face contorted with rage as he roars that he's been letting things slide, but now he's officially pissed off. He delivers a brutal kick to the boy on the ground, snarling that the kid is seriously getting on his nerves. The assault becomes a frenzy. Large man Hyung screams for his lackeys to join in, ordering them to beat the boy until he finally talks. The red-haired boy, Jo Taegu, can only curl into a ball, his muffled groans of pain drowned out by the sound of repeated impacts. Through the haze of pain, a desperate plea for them to stop echoes through the cold alleyway. The pleas are met with mockery. As the blows continue to rain down, large man Hyung repeats the boy's words with a cruel, sing-song taunt. Looming over his victim, large man Hyung demands to know who gave these first years the idea they could bully their own, asking if Jo Taegu has a death wish. The thugs begin to disperse, leaving Joe Taegu broken on the pavement as they prepare to move him to a more private location. Joe Taigu's mind drifts back to when he first met Large Man Hyung, remembering the time he was addressed with a terrifying authority. Back then, Large Man Hyung had presented himself as a mentor, a Hyung who would show the kid how the world really worked through strength. He had preached about the gym's reputation, telling Joe Taegu that anyone from their circle shouldn't be caught dead getting beaten up by outsiders. To the young and naive Joe Taegu, this man seemed loyal, powerful, and undeniably cool, the kind of person he desperately wanted to emulate. He had looked at these thugs and seen idols, thinking their violence was a sign of prestige, a lifestyle he craved for himself. But the reality is far uglier. Large Man Hyung stares down at the bloody mess Joe Taegu has become, wondering if the brat truly knows nothing or is just being stubborn. He laughs, claiming he can spot a lie in a single look, praising Joe Taigu's badass loyalty with a mockingly friendly tone. Mask slips as he explains the economics of their world. Selling a mutant to a broker alone only nets a few hundred peanuts compared to what he wants. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a cold whisper. When your life is on the line, he says, loyalty doesn't mean a damn thing. He squats there, a predator playing with his food, completely unbothered by the suffering he's causing. He begins to wrap a heavy iron chain around his fist, explaining that living big means making real money and never being ashamed of how you get it. With a sickening grin, he suggests they both live cool lives, holding up his chain-wrapped fist like a trophy of his own depravity. Joe Taegu tries to apologize, his voice trembling as he realizes the cool mentor he admired is nothing more than a monster. The alleyway feels smaller as the thugs close in, the atmosphere thick with the impending threat of a final, crushing blow. Joe Taigu's eyes widen in terror. The reality of his situation finally crashes down on him. He's been betrayed by the very world he wanted to join. In his head, he questions his own words, the regret starting to burn hotter than the physical pain of his wounds. He screams out an apology, begging for forgiveness, admitting he misspoke in a desperate bid to survive the coming strike. Large Man Hyung doesn't care. He pulls back his arm, the chain rattling as he tells the boy to just die. But before the punch can land, another hand enters the frame, gripping Large Man Hyung's arm with an iron-like strength that stops him dead in his tracks. Gamin-yoon has arrived. He analyzes the weapon with a cold, clinical eye, noting the chain's thickness and the rough weld marks on its edges. He stands there calmly, holding his plush companion Fries in one hand while effortlessly neutralizing the threat with the other. He points out that wounds from a weapon like this would last a very long time, his voice devoid of any fear. The thugs are stunned. They look at this newcomer in his high school tracksuit, unable to comprehend where this kid came from. Gamin-yoon squats down next to the broken Joe Taegu, telling him simply that he came to find him because he was taking too long. Joe Taegu, still terrified, tells Gamin-yoon to run, warning him that these guys are dangerous. But Gamin-yoon's response is a chilling revelation. With a dark gaze, Gamin-yoon admits that he's the one who called them. He invited them here specifically to rough Joe Taegu up. He goes further, admitting he even told them Joe Taegu was a heart mutant, a secret that has now put the boy's life in jeopardy. Joe Taegu can only stare in shock, his mind reeling as he asks why, through his battered, swollen lips. He apologizes again, crying out that he only did it because he was pissed that Gamin-yoon hit him first. Gamin-yoon looks him in the eye, his voice cold as ice. He isn't interested in the apology. He's asking why Joe Taegu is just letting them hit him without fighting back. Gamin-yoon's eyes narrow, his patience finally snapping as the tension reaches a boiling point. The air feels heavy with the promise of violence. The thugs don't care about his questions, they only see a target that's stopped moving. Their faces twist with a cruel, mindless aggression. Suddenly, the air is filled with the sound of heavy impacts as weapons rain down on the pavement. The ambush has officially turned into a slaughter. They swarm Gamin-yoon, a chaotic mess of limbs and blunt objects trying to crush his spirit and his body into the concrete. Even Fries, the small plush dog, barks out in a desperate, high-pitched attempt to warn his owner of the danger. Nearby, the Yusung High student watches in horror, his voice trembling as he begs them to stop, though he knows they won't listen. One of the thugs sneers, calling Gamin-yoon a heart mutant and mocking him for having the nerve to walk right into their trap. Blood spatters across the cold concrete as Gamin-yoon's hand scrapes against the ground, his fingers digging into the stone. The crimson pools grow larger, but the grip of Gamin-yoon only tightens. He isn't finished, he's just getting started. The thug pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Something is wrong. The boy on the ground is moving. A sudden, explosive force erupts as Gamin-yoon delivers a devastating blow to the first man's jaw, catching him completely off guard. The impact is bone-shattering. A guttural sound escapes the thug's throat as his head snaps back from the sheer power of the strike. Like a coiled spring, Gamin-yoon unleashes his mastery of Jeet Kune-do, striking multiple targets in a single, fluid motion. Thugs are sent flying like ragdolls, their weapons clattering uselessly against the stairs as Gamin-yoon clears the area around him. Gamin-yoon rises slowly, his silhouette casting a long, intimidating shadow. The atmosphere shifts from a hunt to a reckoning. Enraged by the sudden turnaround, one of the leaders screams for his men to kill Gamin-yoon at any cost. The mob surges forward again, their faces twisted in a mix of fear and desperate aggression as they try to overwhelm him with numbers. They howl orders to beat him to death, surrounding Gamin Yun from every possible angle in a frantic attempt to regain control. But Gamin Yun is a blur of motion, his strikes landing with surgical precision and overwhelming power against the incoming wave. He weaves through their attacks, turning their own momentum against them with lethal efficiency. They can't even touch him. A high kick connects with a thug's temple, shutting his lights out before he even realizes the fight is over for him. Gamin Yun's gaze is devoid of mercy. He is no longer just a student, he is a force of nature focused on total neutralization. There's no hesitation in his eyes. He has identified every threat, and he is systematically dismantling them one by one. He lunges forward, a human weapon cutting through the crowd of low-level criminals with terrifying speed. Another thug is sent reeling as Gamin Yun delivers a crushing blow to his midsection, the impact echoing through the narrow alley. The sound of breaking bones and heavy thuds fills the air as Gamin Yun continues his relentless counteroffensive. He's moving too fast for them to track, a whirlwind of white and navy blue dominance that leaves only fallen bodies in its wake. The thugs are paralyzed by shock, wondering how he can be this strong. They begin to question if he's even human. Gamin Yun grabs the nearest attacker, his grip like a vice. The fight is reaching its climax, and the outcome is already decided. Seeing his men fall, the large man, Hyung, loses his composure and orders them to just stab him, desperate to end the humiliation. A blade glints in the light. The rules of the street have shifted from a brawl to a lethal encounter. A sickening sound fills the air as the knife sinks into Gamin Yun's side. The crowd gasps as blood begins to soak his tracksuit. The large man, Hyung, mocks him, asking how that feels. He wants to see the light fade from Gamin Yun's eyes. He descends into a manic frenzy, stabbing repeatedly while calling Gamin Yun a freakish monster. His sanity is slipping. Blood sprays everywhere as the large man, Hyung, loses all sense of reality in his bloodlust, convinced he has finally won. But suddenly, a blood-stained hand reaches out and catches the large man, Hyung's wrist mid-strike, stopping the blade cold. The large man, Hyung's smug expression vanishes, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated terror as he realizes Gamin Yun hasn't even flinched. Gamin Yun's grip tightens, the sound of the large man, Hyung's wrist bones groaning under the pressure. The real fight begins now. The large man, Hyung, stares into Gamin Yun's eyes and sees only his own impending doom. He realized too late who he was messing with. The large man, Hyung's knife hand is abruptly halted. Gamin Yun, blood staining his shirt, stares back with cold intensity, his voice cutting through the air. Stop stabbing him. With a swift, precise movement, Gamin Yun deflects the blade, the impact echoing sharply. The large man, Hyung, stumbles back, his face contorted in disbelief. He demands to know what Gamin Yun truly is, bewildered by how he remains unfazed after being stabbed. Gamin Yun simply asks me, his gaze unwavering, a hint of blood trailing from his mouth. Looking down at the cowering large man, Hyung, Gamin Yun delivers his cold reply, "You don't need to know." A brutal kick connects, eliciting a guttural scream of agony from one of the thugs. The other thugs scatter in terror, screaming about Gamin Yun being a heart mutant and declaring their desperate escape. But Gamin Yun is not letting them go, a blur of motion as he gives chase. With a terrifying red glow in his eyes, Gamin Yun surges forward, his targets glancing back in sheer panic, realizing their escape is futile. Gamin Yun's face is a mask of cold fury, his glowing red eyes fixed on his prey. "Now that you know what I am," he begins. The chilling declaration hangs in the air, "None of you get to run." Amidst the chaos, Fries sits patiently, letting out an innocent woof. One thug's face contorts from a brutal impact, while another lets out a pained gut as Gamin Yun swiftly dismantles them. The street now lies silent, the thugs defeated and sprawled across the pavement, while Gamin Yun stands victorious, Fries resting calmly beside him. A voice calls out, "Geo," drawing Gamin Yun's attention. The red-haired man, bruised and shaken, calls out frantically, asking if Gamin Yun is okay after being stabbed, promising to call for emergency services immediately. Gamin Yun calmly reassures him, stating, "It's fine, I'm okay," as he touches his chest where the wound had been. The red-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, muttering, "Ha," as he notices the miraculous disappearance of Gamin Yun's wound. A bead of sweat drips down the red-haired man's face as he struggles to comprehend the impossible. His gaze remains fixed, a silent testament to his utter astonishment. The red-haired man, now sitting up amongst the fallen, quietly utters, "I'm sorry." The red-haired man suddenly explodes in anger, berating one of the thugs, "You freaking idiot Joe Taigu, you should have just died instead." He continues, "I told you to choose your friends more carefully." Gamin Yun looks on, surprised, as the red-haired man continues his self-loathing, confessing, "You even tried to sell your friend, you bastard?" Followed by another, "I'm sorry." The red-haired man, his voice filled with shame, confesses, "I sold you out." He explains how he used to associate with the other thugs. He reflects on his past, admitting that being with them somehow made everything seem okay at the time. He bitterly admits, "I thought that was what cool looked like," before lamenting, "Turns out I'm just a thug no different from those bastards." The red-haired man looks up, a question mark in his eyes. Gamin Yun extends a hand, offering a folded pad. Gamin Yun points out, "You've got a nosebleed," and offers the pad, saying, "Here." The red-haired man hesitates, surprised by the gesture. "You're giving me this to wipe the blood?" he asks. Gamin Yun simply confirms, "Yeah." The red-haired man's eyes widen as he realizes this is a puppy pee pad, you bastard. Holding the puppy pad to his bleeding nose, the red-haired man thinks, still, I should wipe before I get hit again. Gammon Yoon looks at him, remarking, you said it yourself just now, that someone like you doesn't even deserve to be called a friend. A subtle smile plays on Gammon Yoon's lips as he states, so it wasn't just me who thought of us as friends. He concludes, that's enough for me. The red-haired man pauses, processing Gammon Yoon's unexpected kindness. Blush spreads across the red-haired man's face, his eyes welling up with emotion. Overcome with emotion, the red-haired man throws himself at Gammon Yoon, sobbing G-O-G-U-H, you wawa. The red-haired man continues to apologize profusely, clinging to Gammon Yoon, who lets out a weary ugh amidst the unexpected embrace. The large man, Hyung, still defeated on the ground, pleads desperately, let me go, I've learned my lesson. The red-haired youth delivers a savage kick to large man, Hyung, screaming that he should have apologized first instead of acting like a tough guy. Turning to Gammon Yoon, the youth continues his verbal assault, calling large man, Hyung, a total scumbag who only bloated himself up like a hog. A flurry of blows rains down on large man, Hyung, as his attacker mocks him for being all talk since the moment they met. While the youth shouts for the pig to just die, Gammon Yoon watches the brutality with a sweat-beaded brow, wondering if these two were actually supposed to be friends. Clenching his fist, the red-haired fighter asks Gammon Yoon if they should hand these scumbags over to the cops or if he should beat them into silence first. Large man, Hyung, suddenly snaps out of his defeat, desperately shouting for them to wait as both Gammon Yoon and his companion look on in confusion. Dropping to his knees and pressing his hands together, large man, Hyung, begs for mercy, swearing he won't say a word if they just don't call the police. Heavy silence of the alleyway is suddenly pierced by the unmistakable, rhythmic wail of police sirens approaching from the main street. The red-haired youth and Gammon Yoon exchange a startled look as the authorities arrive much faster than anticipated. Two officers from the showdown police substation step forward, stating they received a neighbor's report and requiring everyone's full cooperation. The defeated thugs look up in pure shock, their faces pale as they realize the law has finally caught up with their activities. Thinking quickly, the red-haired youth puts on a friendly act, telling the officers they arrived just in time and that he was about to call them himself. He points an accusing finger at the fallen men, labeling them absolute pieces of shit involved in something as dark as human trafficking. He continues to press the advantage, claiming that a search of their hideout will reveal plenty of evidence to put them away for good. With a final shout, he demands the police lock them up immediately, calling them real-deal criminals over the age of 20. Large man, Hyung, gasps out a desperate plea to wait, his eyes wide with a new kind of panic as he realizes the narrative is being flipped against him. A sudden, blood-curdling scream erupts from the ground, catching Gammon Yoon and the police officers completely off guard. Large man, Hyung, begins writhing on the pavement, clutching his head and howling for someone to help him in a display of dramatic agony. He thrashes his legs about, making sure the officers see his bruised and battered state as he puts on the performance of a lifetime. Large man, Hyung, moans that his bones are broken and claims he was even stabbed in the leg, leaving Gammon Yoon staring in utter disbelief at the blatant lie. Crying out to the officers, large man, Hyung, points at his bruised face, sobbing that the bastard beat them all half to death. The red-haired youth explodes in anger, screaming back that it's all bullshit and asking who exactly beat who in this situation. Gammon Yoon stands there looking perfectly calm and uninjured, which only makes the youth's argument that they were the victims of a kidnapping attempt seem less believable to the cops. Large man, Hyung, points a trembling finger at Gammon Yoon, shouting that the bastard doesn't have a single scratch on him while they are all bloody messes. The alley is a chaotic scene of moaning thugs and shouting teenagers, with the red-haired youth trying desperately to convince the police that the criminals are lying. The lead officer raises his hands, telling everyone to calm down and that they will sort out the messy details back at the station. Suddenly, large man, Hyung, drops a bombshell, pointing at Gammon Yoon and screaming that he isn't normal, he's a heart mutant. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The officers' eyes narrow as they repeat the term heart mutant with a newfound sense of gravity and suspicion. One officer steps directly into Gammon Yoon's space, demanding to know if he truly is a mutant and ordering him to produce an ID or registration number immediately. Gammon Yoon's expression falters. He looks down, sweat trickling down his face as he admits he doesn't have anything like that. The police are stunned. They inform him that being an unregistered heart mutant is a direct and serious violation of the Mutant Special Act. They tower over him, stating that their first order of business will be getting him registered into the system right now. The officer's voice is cold and commanding as he demands Gammon Yoon state his identity and the exact nature of his ability. A dark memory flashes through Gammon Yoon's mind, a skeletal figure hooked up to machines in a lab. If those people find his info, everything is over. He knows that the moment his name enters the database, it will track him down instantly. The officer's hand moves toward his holster, demanding cooperation. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a girl with long black hair rushes into the alley, huffing for breath as she greets the group. The officers turn their suspicion toward the newcomer, bluntly asking who she is and what she wants in the middle of a crime scene. Ignoring their tone, she thrusts her phone toward them, pleading for them to take a call from her sister. The officers are left baffled by the strange request. A mysterious woman identifies herself over the phone as Superintendent Song Hyan, the team leader of the mutant special team. She provides her ID number A03-1111S, demanding immediate verification. The officer on the other end snaps into a rigid salute, his face pale with shock as he realizes the authority of the person on the line. The superintendent's voice cuts through the tension, declaring this an attempted kidnapping of a heart mutant. She orders the kidnappers processed and the witness released without question. Barking a confirmation, the officer promises to follow her orders immediately, taking full responsibility as he reports back to his superiors. Turning to his colleagues, the officer points toward the scene, commanding them to arrest the thugs and let the others go free. Chaos erupts as the police move in, pinning the confused thugs to the pavement. They can't comprehend how the situation turned against them so fast. Struggling against the restraints, the lead thug demands to know who was on the phone to warrant such a heavy-handed response. The girl stands there with a triumphant smile, waving her phone. The thug is left baffled, wondering who this girl could possibly be. Gamin Yoon, still holding the plush toy fries, asks Haiji how she even knew to find them in this alleyway. Haiji explains that she saw Gamin Yoon heading to school when a group of creeps began surrounding him, so she decided to follow. Gamin Yoon points toward Taegu, asking if she meant him. Haiji quickly confirms that he was exactly the kind of creep she was worried about. Looking at Taigu's swollen, beaten face, Haiji is horrified, wondering what kind of brutal fight went down to leave him looking so wretched. Haiji remains suspicious, but Gamin Yoon defends Taegu, insisting that despite his appearance and the way he looks at her, he's actually a good guy. Taegu is moved to tears of jealousy, cursing Gamin Yoon's luck for having such a beautiful friend after claiming he had no one. Inside the police transport, Gamin Yoon looms over the large man, Hyung, demanding to know who he was planning to sell him to. Gamin Yoon's expression darkens with a cold intensity as he asks if the destination was the Hermes laboratory. Trembling, the large man, Hyung, swears he's never heard of any laboratory. They were simply going to hand him over to a local broker. He explains that there are specialized brokers who deal exclusively in the trade of heart mutants, selling them off like commodities. Gamin Yoon repeats the word with a dangerous edge. The hunt for these brokers has officially begun. Episode 8, Hunting the Broker. The large man, Hyung, sits defeated in the police station, a small link in a much larger, darker chain. Later, Haiji reacts with pure shock, shouting that Gamin Yoon's plan is far too dangerous to even consider. As Gamin Yoon eats calmly, Haiji warns him that these brokers are complete psychopaths who shouldn't be trifled with. She recounts her sister's warnings. These brokers are absolute monsters who only hunt heart mutants, and many are mutants themselves. Instead of being deterred, Gamin Yoon's resolve hardens. Knowing they are mutants only makes him want to find them even more. Haiji watches him from across the table, unable to understand why he is so obsessed with tracking down such dangerous criminals. Gamin Yoon pauses, his hand hovering near his face as he admits he's been thinking about a specific possibility. He looks down, his voice softening with a hint of melancholy. He believes these brokers might lead him to his old friends. Taegu is confused, reminding Gamin Yoon that he previously claimed to have no friends at all. Gamin Yoon clarifies that he has no friends out here in the world, but back in the laboratory, things were different. A haunting memory surfaces, a young, skeletal Gamin Yoon in a patient gown, flanked by massive, armed tactical guards. He recalls the day he was dragged off to an unknown location. Having never traveled before, the young boy was consumed by terror. He had wondered what agonizing experiments awaited him next, but the place they threw him into was unlike anything he expected. Suddenly, sharp metallic objects pierce through the air, their speed and precision defying the laws of physics. Swords, real, lethal blades are manifesting in the air, vibrating with a deadly intent. The glass shatters as the swords take flight, propelled by an unseen force. The laboratory was not just a prison, it was a breeding ground for monsters. The nightmare begins with the cold sting of steel. In this hellish facility, the boy known as the skeleton mutant is haunted by visions of his own demise, feeling the phantom pain of blades piercing his flesh over and over again. He is nothing more than property here. Shoved toward the abyss by guards who view him as a freak, he realizes that if he doesn't comply, the punishment will be far worse than the fear of the unknown. The heavy industrial doors groan open, revealing a blinding light that signals the start of another day of forced evolution. Inside, the laboratory is a chaotic display of supernatural power. Blades fly through the air, ice pillars erupt from the floor, and swarms of genetically altered insects fill the room. It's a playground for the damned. The boy stands frozen, his hollow eyes wide with terror as he takes in the violent spectacle of his fellow test subjects. Suddenly, a lethal threat manifests. A sharp blade unsheathes directly from a subject's hand, cutting through the air with murderous intent. From above, a boy with a jagged scar across his eye descends like a predator, brandishing a katana to strike down the newcomer. The strike is precise and powerful, meant to test the resolve of anyone entering this combat zone. In an instant, the skeleton boy is encased in a jagged prison of ice, his scream muffled by the freezing temperature. The scarred attacker glares down, his eyes burning with a cold, competitive fire. To him, everyone is either a rival or a victim. But a girl with piercing blue eyes intervenes, reaching out to stop the senseless violence before it goes too far. She delivers a sharp kick to the swordsman, screaming at him to stop acting like a psycho. When he argues that the newcomer is a monster, she snaps back, calling him an idiot. She points to the boy's attire, reminding the hothead that the lab coat proves he's just another test subject, a victim of the same experiments that changed them all. Shock washes over the skeleton boy. For the first time in his life, someone is looking past his appearance and seeing the human underneath. The other students gather around, whispering in awe. They've seen many mutations, but a living skeleton is a rarity even in this house of horrors. They swarm him, not with weapons, but with a strange, desperate curiosity for the newcomer who shares their fate. Terrified of being judged, the boy covers his face, begging them not to look at his hideous features. But instead of disgust, he finds faces filled with empathy. They don't see a monster, they see a brother in arms. One of them tells him to relax, explaining that he only looks that way because he's a mutant just like the rest of them. A gentle hand pats his head. They ask if he's okay and welcome him to his first day in the learning class, a small mercy in a cruel world. The introductions begin. Lee Chai-won, Yuhana, and even the boy who attacked him, Shin Hyun, offer their names and apologies. In that moment, the boy realizes he is no longer alone. This was the day he finally found his friends. Back in the present, Gamin-yoon eats quietly, reflecting on the past. The facility gathered heart mutants from various labs, forcing them into a twisted education system where survival was the only grade that mattered. Because they were all outcasts, the bond formed instantly. They only saw each other a few times a year, but those moments were the only things that kept them human. Gamin-yoon pauses, the weight of those memories visible in his tired eyes. Large man, Hyung, breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by the tragic life Gamin-yoon has endured. Even the girl beside him is stunned by the depth of his past. She asks the question that has been lingering in the air: where are those friends now? The memory shifts to a frantic escape. The children were running for their lives through the facility's dark corridors, the skeleton boy leading the way. With the lab security closing in, they had no choice but to scatter into the night, promising to find each other again if they survived. Gamin-yoon confirms that this is why he's hunting the broker. He fears the facility has targeted his friends now that they've all been separated. The group vows to stand by him. They will do whatever it takes to reunite Gamin-yoon with his lost family. Large man, Hyung, reveals a trump card. He swiped a phone from one of their enemies, and the broker's contact info is right inside. The chat logs are chilling. The broker was planning to hand Gamin-yoon over to the facility at 7 o'clock tonight. It's a setup. Gamin-yoon's blood runs cold. 7 o'clock is right now. The trap is already springing shut. At a nearby warehouse, a scream of agony echoes through the sunset. The time for talking is over. Thugs charge forward, weapons drawn. They have orders to kill, and they aren't planning on taking any prisoners. But they are met with a flash of silver. A blade cuts through their ranks with blinding speed, leaving only shadows in its wake. The mutation is active. A blade protrudes directly from the palm, a biological weapon honed for slaughter. A hooded figure stands amidst the carnage, the true power of the heart mutants finally unleashed. The hunt has officially begun. A cold grip tightens on the hilt, a warning whispered into the air: if you swing it like that, it won't cut a thing. In a flash of crimson, the hooded figure tears through the crowd, leaving nothing but spray and screams in his wake. The attackers collapse like marionettes with their strings cut, their numbers meaning nothing against this level of lethality. Desperation takes over as one survivor realizes knives are useless against this monster, frantically reaching for his sidearm. He screams for the others to finish him with a gun, but the command is cut short by the cold reality of speed. A silver streak divides the air, and the heavy iron of the pistol is severed as easily as paper. The gunman freezes, staring at the useless scrap in his hands while the predator stands unmoved, draped in shadows. The chilling smirk, he explains the secret: with the right technique, even the hardest steel becomes as soft as butter. Meet the fighter. He isn't just a combatant, he's something far more dangerous. He possesses a unique power that turns the very essence of lethality into a physical manifestation. One coward attempts to flee the slaughter, his boots pounding against the concrete in a futile race for life. The fighter doesn't even need to give chase. A flick of the wrist sends a blade whistling through the air, finding its mark with surgical precision. The runner's momentum carries him face-first into the dirt, his escape ending in a final, bloody thud. Blood splatters against the cold warehouse walls, a grim testament to the one-sided massacre that just unfolded. Crouched amidst the carnage, the fighter offers a mocking piece of advice to the dying: try to do better in the next life. The silence of the grave is interrupted by a vibration. The man pulls out his phone, wondering who's bothering him now. A notification pops up at 5:36 a.m. 2 new messages from a contact eager to sell something immediately. The chat log with a broker reveals a deal in motion. The man smirks. It looks like a new customer is ready for pickup. The stage is set, the predator is moving, and the underworld is about to get a lot more crowded. Elsewhere, a young man carefully peeks around a corner, confirming he's found the secluded alleyway mentioned in the tip. He steps into the shadows of the industrial district, eyeing the towering containers that mark the designated meeting spot. Checking his phone, the young man notes he's early. There are still 30 minutes left before the broker is scheduled to arrive. His gaze sharpens. He's here for a broker who traffics mutants, a man rumored to be one himself. Earlier, a companion had grabbed his arm, her face pale with concern as she warned him of the danger he was walking into. She reminded him that these criminals don't just target mutants, some of them are the very monsters they hunt. But the young man was undeterred. If these people have met so many mutants, they might hold the key to finding his missing friends. Seeing the worry in her eyes, he promised to play it safe and only watch from a distance today. That was the lie he told his friend. But as he crouches in the dirt, his true intentions are far more aggressive. The young man knows the stakes. If this broker has been selling people like him, he isn't just going to watch, he's going to catch him. Preparing for the worst, he scans the area for a weapon, his hand closing around a heavy metal wrench. He knows rushing in blindly is suicide. Against a mutant, the first rule of survival is identifying their ability before they use it on you. Suddenly, the air whistles. The young man's instincts scream as several blades streak toward his position from the darkness. He throws himself backward with a desperate cry, the knife slamming into the metal pole exactly where his head had been. Pinned to the ground, he stares in shock at the weapons. A knife? This wasn't the ambush he expected. A voice booms from the shadows, mocking him. Skulking in an alley like that makes him stand out like a sore thumb. A figure emerges from the gloom, looking down at the intruder with cold, judging eyes. Are you a cop? He demands. The young man's heart hammers against his ribs. Is this him? Is this the broker he was looking for? He eyes the blade in the man's hand. If he's relying on a physical weapon instead of a supernatural power, could he just be a regular human? Gamin Yun grips the cold stone of the stairs, his mind racing. If his opponent is truly just a regular human, catching him should be a simple task. Without a second of hesitation, Gamin Yun launches himself forward, his body a blur of speed and precision. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, winding up a strike that carries the full weight of his momentum. The air whistles as he cuts through it, aiming for a decisive blow to end this encounter before it truly begins. His fist is inches from the target. He can't afford to give this man even a single millisecond to react. But suddenly, Gamin Yun's eyes widen in pure shock. Something is wrong, terribly wrong. A chilling voice interrupts the silence. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Chai-won. Gamin Yun freezes at the mention of that name. Confusion floods Gamin Yun's mind. How could this man possibly know his name? He watches as a blade is drawn with lethal intent. Before he can reposition, a flash of steel tears through the air. Blood sprays across the ground as the blade finds its mark. The strike was too fast, too precise. The metallic gleam of the sword is the last thing Gamin Yun sees before the pain registers. Gamin Yun hits the dirt hard, the impact knocking the wind out of him as dust billows around his fallen form. He groans, trying to push himself up, but his limbs feel like lead. His vision swims as he looks up at his attacker. Horror dawns on him. His strength is completely gone. He realizes with a start that the man didn't just cut him, he sliced his tendons. The damage is systematic. His wrist, his shoulder, his ankle all neutralized with surgical efficiency. Gamin Yun stares at the man in disbelief. This isn't just a fighter, his swordsmanship is way beyond anything normal. In the background, chaos erupts. Voices scream for everyone to move, to get away as fast as they can. The panic is palpable. People in hospital gowns scramble for safety, desperate to escape whatever is coming. Suddenly, the floor erupts as a massive slab of concrete is hurled into the air, shattering the environment. From the shadows of the debris, a terrifying figure emerges, a man with a face that looks like a living skull. With a savage swing of his blade, the skeleton-faced man carves through the wreckage, his movements jagged and violent. The skeletal figure stares out with hollow eyes, a haunting grin etched onto his mutilated face. Lee Chai-won looks on with a cold, arrogant smile. I'll clear the way, he declares, his confidence unshakable. Gamin Yun looks up from the ground, his mind spinning. It really is him, the man known as Lee Chai-won. To Lee Chai-won's surprise, Gamin Yun begins to stand. The impossible is happening right before his eyes. Lee Chai-won's eyes narrow. How can he stand when his tendons were severed? He begins to suspect Gamin Yun might be a heart mutant. Gamin Yun clutches his chest, shouting out a name from the past. Chai-won, it's me, Kim Ji-oh, the skeleton. Lee Chai-won falters, the name striking a chord of recognition. What? Skeleton? He mutters under his breath. He points a trembling finger at Gamin Yun. Wait, Kim Ji-oh? The one from the lab? The pieces are finally starting to fit. Gamin Yun smiles, a sense of relief washing over him. You're alive, Chai-won. It's been a long time. He explains how he survived, claiming he managed to completely regenerate his body. He's overjoyed that his old comrade finally recognizes him. Gamin Yun rushes toward Lee Chai-won for a reunion, but the other man's hands shift, revealing deadly, metallic claws. In an instant, Lee Chai-won strikes. He shreds through Gamin Yun's clothes and skin with a series of lightning-fast slashes. Gamin Yun reels back, the betrayal stinging more than the physical wounds. He can't understand why this is happening. He looks at Lee Chai-won with hurt in his eyes. So you didn't recognize me, he whispers, his voice cracking. Blood drips from his fresh injuries. Why, he screams, demanding an answer for this senseless violence. Lee Chai-won's expression remains cold and detached. Watching your wounds heal like that, I guess you really are Kim Ji-oh. Gamin Yun shows him the proof, pointing to the gashes on his arm that are already beginning to knit back together. Lee Chaiwon isn't finished. He prepares for another assault, his blade ready to test the limits of Gamin-Yoon's regeneration once more. The blade whistles through the air, a silver arc of death that Gamin-Yoon barely manages to evade with a desperate low crouch. The force of the follow-up sends Gamin-Yoon sprawling across the dirt, his breath hitching in shock as he gasps out, "WH what the?" Scrambling to find his footing, Gamin-Yoon glares at his relentless pursuer, shouting, "Why are you attacking me?" Large man Hyung looms over him, his eyes cold and unwavering as he grips his weapon. "Know that answer better than anyone," he retorts with chilling calm. Before Gamin-Yoon can process the words, another strike comes, forcing him to leap back as the steel slices through the space he occupied just a second ago. Blood sprays as the blade finally finds its mark. Gamin-Yoon winces, the pain searing through him as he realizes, he's still too fast. Gamin-Yoon clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white as fresh crimson stains the dry earth beneath him. Large man Hyung doesn't give him a moment to breathe, lunging forward with a savage intensity that demands a response. Gamin-Yoon meets the steel head-on, his fist colliding with the flat of the blade in a desperate bid to deflect the lethal edge. The friction of the metal rings out, a high-pitched screech of war as both fighters refuse to yield an inch of ground. Gamin-Yoon pushes through the resistance, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes his counterattack has been anticipated. Large man Hyung smirks, the blade pressing closer. "You really think a punch is going to work on me when I'm holding a blade?" Gamin-Yoon growls back, I know exactly how good you are with a sword." Realization hits large man Hyung like a physical blow, his pupils shrinking as he sees the fire of recognition in Gamin-Yoon's eyes. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Gamin-Yoon reaches out and grabs large man Hyung's arm with a vice-like grip. Large man Hyung stares down at the hand locking him in place, his confusion evident as he mutters a stunned. He tries to wrench his arm free, but Gamin-Yoon's hold is unbreakable, anchoring them both in this deadly dance. With a surge of explosive power, Gamin-Yoon maneuvers his body, preparing to turn the antagonist's own momentum against him. A thunderous impact echoes through the construction site as Gamin-Yoon delivers a devastating kick that sends large man Hyung flying. Dust and debris explode into the air, obscuring the view as the heavy-set man crashes into the scaffolding. Large man Hyung sits among the wreckage, wiping blood from his lip. "I thought you were just a scrawny weakling, but once you got some meat on those bones, you're not half bad." His gaze hardens, the smugness replaced by a bitter resentment. "If you can fight like this, then why did you run away?" Gamin-Yoon pauses, the question hitting a nerve. "I ran away," he repeats, the memories beginning to surface. Large man Hyung nods grimly. "Yeah, on that day when we were all escaping from the lab together." The scene shifts to a dark, haunting memory of armed guards and children in patient gowns huddled together in fear. A younger version of large man Hyung reaches out in the chaos. "Kim Ji-oh, we're short on iron. Hand me that steel pipe over there." In the distance, a figure in a skull mask stands amidst the rubble, a silent witness to the trauma of their shared past. Large man Hyung's voice cuts through the flashback, dripping with accusation. "You took off on your own." The memory shows a lone child sprinting away from the facility, bullets whizzing past as he abandons his comrades. The shadow of that betrayal has followed them both for years, a dark stain that can never be washed away. Gamin-Yoon looks down, his face a mask of guilt and pain. He starts, the words catching in his throat. He finally finds his voice, his eyes flashing with a mix of sorrow and resolve. "Didn't have a choice. If I'd stayed, we all would have died." Large man Hyung places a hand on a rusted steel pillar, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "You coward." With a sudden burst of strength, he crushes the metal under his palm, the sound of shrieking iron filling the air. Cracks spiderweb across the surface of the beam, glowing with an ominous, supernatural energy. The fractures spread upward, racing through the structural skeleton of the building like a deadly infection. Large man Hyung looks up, his power manifesting in the environment around them. "I already know your regeneration ability inside and out." The very ground seems to respond to his will, the industrial landscape twisting into a weapon of his design. He leans in, his whisper carrying a terrifying promise. "When you're blown to pieces it takes a while for you to recover, right?" Gamin-Yoon can only wonder. "What are you?" High above, dozens of jagged metal blades materialize, hovering in the air like a guillotine. "Let's see you try running again here." The blades descend with a deafening roar. Gamin-Yoon throws his arms up to shield himself, the storm of steel closing in for the kill. The blades descend with a deafening roar. Gamin-Yoon throws his arms up to shield himself, the storm of steel closing in for the kill, yet his defiant cry echoes, "No." But the true strike was a feint, as Chaiwon's chilling voice declares, "The real hit is over here." Gamin-Yoon is sent flying, a blur of motion through the air, as Chaiwon lands with practiced precision, blade at the ready. The impact of the attack reverberates through the metallic structure, a deafening clang signaling the raw power unleashed. Debris explodes outwards as bystanders scramble, one clutching another in terror, exclaiming, "WH what the?" Two students watch in horror, the girl gasping, "Isn't that the way JIO went?" while the boy urges, "We should call 911. The girl, hesitant, suggests, "Shouldn't we go check it out before that?" Chilling thought crosses the girl's mind, the name echoing in the chaos, Kim Jio. Chaiwon observes Gamin-Yoon, who lies battered but recovering, noting his enhanced abilities. "Your regeneration is way faster than it used to be." With a predatory gaze, Chaiwan adds, "T'll be fine after taking a hit like that." Gamin Yoon pushes himself up, his eyes burning with resolve as he corrects the assumption. "Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. I never ran away." With unwavering conviction, Gamin Yoon reveals his true intentions. "The day we escaped from the lab, I stayed behind and fought to protect you all. I only came here today in case any of my friends got captured, so I could rescue them." Chaiwan's expression shifts, a hint of intrigue in his eyes as he questions, "Are you saying this has all been a misunderstanding?" Gamin Yoon stands tall, blades in hand, as distant voices comment on the commotion. "Sounds like there's someone inside. Isn't he a mutant?" Gamin Yoon simply observes, deep in thought. Gamin Yoon's gaze hardens, his thoughts turning to the implications of their public confrontation. People. A swift, decisive movement of a hand signals a shift in the altercation. Chaiwan turns to leave, acknowledging the spectacle. "Guess we made too much of a scene." He extends an invitation. "If you want to keep talking, come to my hideout." Looking back, a knowing smile plays on Chaiwan's lips as he promises, "A lot has happened since then. There's a lot to tell you." Gamin Yoon stands alone amidst the ruins, a look of profound confusion and concern etched on his face. As Chaiwan walks away, Gamin Yoon reflects on the drastic change in his former acquaintance. Chaiwan's personality seems totally different now. A flashback reveals a younger, more cheerful Chaiwan in a hospital, proudly offering food. "I made this myself. Try it, haha." The patient replies, I already ate till I was stuffed." The narrator observes, he used to be a much brighter, more cheerful kid. Gamin Yoon's thoughts linger on the past, wondering what on earth happened to Chaiwan. Suddenly, a hand moves with blinding speed, a blade flashing as it precisely chops something unseen. Gamin Yoon's face contorts in an expression of utter disbelief and shock. Ingredients for a burger: crisp lettuce, ripe tomatoes, red onions, and sizzling bacon float perfectly sliced in midair, a bewildering sight that elicits a stunned. Chaiwan, now clad in a chef's uniform, demonstrates impossible culinary skill, slicing onions with a speed that defies human limits. A crowd of onlookers, including Gamin Yoon, stares in astonishment, one exclaiming, "What are you doing right now?" Chaiwan continues his rapid-fire burger assembly, squeezing sauce with flair, leaving a bystander in awe. "Wow, this is insane." Two bystanders comment on the bizarre scene. "So this is his hideout, and he can make 3 of them at once." With a flourish, a perfectly constructed burger materializes, its ingredients seemingly defying gravity as they assemble. Strong hands deftly press the burger together, completing the masterpiece. A beaming Chaiwan presents the gleaming burger, inviting, "Please enjoy our new burger, lots and lots." Gamin Yoon, however, is left silently questioning, "What the hell did happen to you?" Another perfect burger takes shape, a testament to Chaiwan's inexplicable new skill. The final touch, firm hands pressing the layers into a delicious, cohesive whole. Chaiwan, with a wide, confident smile, proudly announces to the growing crowd, "Come try our new burgers." The crowd surges forward, eager for the new culinary delight, one woman exclaiming, "Oh my god, you look so good, kid." Chaiwan beams, "Thank you." Gamin Yoon's face is a picture of utter bewilderment, question marks swirling around him as he tries to process the surreal transformation. Gazes up at the building, the question hanging in the air, "This is Chaiwan's hideout?" Gamin Yoon stares up at the fast food restaurant, the mundane facade clashing with his grim expectations. What the hell is going on? He wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. Inside, a man with vibrant purple hair, sporting a red apron, practices an unsettling, wide grin in the mirror, revealing a chipped tooth. The purple-haired man, Chaiwan, slumps down, a tired sigh escaping him. He states, "This is where I work." Gamin Yoon, visibly surprised, questions Chaiwan, "Work? You have a job?" Chaiwan hesitates, then admits, Well, no, actually." Gamin Yoon shifts his focus, his gaze sharp. "Anyway," he presses, "who are they behind you?" Chaiwan introduces the 2 new faces. The woman greets, "Hello, I'm Gamin's friend." The man, with boisterous energy, announces, "And I'm the chance acquaintance, Cho Taigu." Chaiwan's expression hardens into a sneer. He retorts, "A friend? Must be nice. Unemployed, but you still made friends." Cho Taigu bristles at Chaiwan's comment, loudly defending, "Not at all. Gamin has had it really rough." Gamin Yoon steps in, attempting to ease the tension. Guys, relax. Chaiwan's a good guy. Don't be so tense," he reassures them. Cho Taigu then calls out, "Gamin, we'll be right here. If anything happens, just shout." Chaiwan, now more composed, prompts Gamin Yoon, "Alright, tell me again what you were saying." He then directly challenges him, "You claim you didn't run away that day?" Gamin Yoon's expression darkens as he recalls the past. "Back then, there was a bomb," he reveals, his voice somber. Gamin Yoon's grip tightens on his mug as he continues, "Right where we tried to escape." Recounts the chilling moment, the moment they surrounded us. The scene shifts to the grim aftermath, showing his comrades battered and trapped amidst rubble. Gamin Yoon's voice trembles as he remembers the sound. He heard it clearly, he states, the ticking of a time bomb. He explains the grim reality. They tested explosives on us so many times, as a complex time bomb is shown. A devastating explosion rips through the building, a cataclysmic force tearing it apart. The consequence of such a blast was absolute. If it went off, even the strongest might not have survived, he grimly states, showing bodies strewn across the rubble. In that moment of sheer terror, Gamin Yoon confesses, "So I just ran." He recalls the next terrifying beat, holding the bomb, and then Gammon Yoon continues his harrowing tale. I don't know if the blast threw me back, but I woke up in the middle of the deep woods. His voice filled with sorrow, Gammon Yoon explains, I went back right away, but no one was there anymore. He had held on to a desperate hope, believing, so I believe that you all managed to escape. Chaewon, processing the information, murmurs, a bomb. Chaewon's eyes narrow, demanding confirmation. You really carried the bomb away yourself? Gammon Yoon confirms with a simple, yeah. Chaewon covers his face, a cynical laugh escaping him. Ha! And you expect me to believe that? He scoffs. Gammon Yoon insists, his voice strained, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. He tries to convey the urgency of that moment. There were too many bombs, no time to explain. A single tear escapes Chaewon's eye as he utters, I believe you. Gammon Yoon is taken aback, a surprised HUH, escaping his lips at Chaewon's unexpected words. Gammon Yoon's eyes widen in shock, his face contorting in disbelief at Chaewon's sudden declaration. The scene abruptly shifts to a vibrant display of burger ingredients, lettuce, tomatoes, bacon, and onions, all floating in midair. Expert hands deftly slice onions, the rings seemingly suspended as they fall with precision. The figure in the red apron, Chaewon, moves with incredible speed, precisely chopping vegetables for the burgers, a flurry of action in the kitchen. The freshly assembled burger, a masterpiece of culinary speed, gleams under the kitchen lights, a testament to the chef's swift hands. Gammon Yoon stares in utter disbelief at the generous meal, questioning if it's truly all for him, while the man behind the counter explains it's a gift, acknowledging Gammon Yoon's recent hardships. Gammon Yoon devours the burger with gusto, exclaiming his gratitude for the delicious meal. Meanwhile, two eager girls approach the manager, asking for a picture. The manager, obliging, agrees to the photo, striking a playful pose with one of the girls while Gammon Yoon continues to enjoy his meal in the background. The solemn expression, the manager silently apologizes to Kim Jio while the girls' grateful exclamations of thank you, Apahi echo from off-panel. A single tear traces a path down the manager's cheek as he laments almost striking down Gammon Yoon without hearing him out. Gammon Yoon, seemingly unfazed, dismisses the impact, saying it didn't hurt much, then expresses confusion. Gammon Yoon's cheeks are comically stuffed with food as he looks on, declaring his jealousy. The manager smiles, offering Gammon Yoon more food if he's still hungry, a generous gesture. With a confident smirk, the manager points to his store manager badge, asserting his authority and generosity. Gammon Yoon, impressed, remarks on how normal the manager appears, finding him cool. The manager dismisses it as a piece of cake. The manager, from off-panel, suggests Gammon Yoon could also achieve normalcy and then casually offers him a job. Gammon Yoon reacts with an utterly shocked seriously? Manager, with a sly grin, promises to leverage his authority to pay Gammon Yoon 151 above minimum wage, eliciting surprised gasps from the other students nearby. Suddenly, a hand shoots up into the frame, interrupting the conversation with a sharp, emphatic wait. Gammon Yoon points an accusatory finger, revealing he recognized the manager from the broker meeting and demands to know why he was involved. As Gammon Yoon's furious accusations about being held in a lab and the manager's alleged complicity ring out, the manager's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Gammon Yoon, still suspicious, asserts that if the manager truly is a broker, then it must be an act, before expressing a moment of confusion. The manager touches his temple, a thoughtful expression on his face as the revelation of him pretending to be a broker flashes through his mind. The manager's gaze sharpens as he reveals his true purpose. In his spare time, he poses as a broker to lure out and apprehend those who kidnap mutants. His finger rests against his temple as he continues to explain his mission, hinting at a deeper, more intricate plan. Gammon Yoon's shot really is met with the manager's calm and confident affirmation, of course. Gammon Yoon points, confessing his fear that the manager had genuinely become a broker. Gammon Yoon summarizes the situation, realizing the manager works here while simultaneously operating undercover as a broker. The manager presses a finger to his lips, listening as Gammon Yoon observes his dedication. With a slight smirk, he thinks, I know, you idiot. Gammon Yoon, still munching, reveals his true reason for meeting, to check on their friends, and offers his help should the manager ever need it. The manager's eyes widen slightly in a moment of surprise at Gammon Yoon's earnest offer. A powerful, unseen voice emphatically declares, you bet. The scene shifts, showing only the legs of the two individuals under the table, hinting at the quiet intensity of their conversation. Gammon Yoon, with a determined expression, outlines a strategy. Cornering their enemies might reveal the location of their missing friends. He then decisively agrees, deal. The manager smiles, extending his fist in a gesture of camaraderie, acknowledging that Gammon Yoon, referred to as Kim Jio, would be a tremendous help. Two fists meet in a solid bump, a silent agreement sealed with a confident anytime. The impactful fist bump signifies a new alliance, a shared resolve against a common enemy. A firm fist bump signifies a new alliance, but the reality of the daily grind returns as the sun dips below the horizon. Quick affirmation echoes outside a local burger joint as neon signs flicker to life, marking the end of their brief respite. Walking down the quiet streets, he reflects on the encounter, grateful for the chance to reconnect with an old friend. His companion remains skeptical, eyeing him with a cold glare and warning that even old friends can be masters of deception. The weight of the situation sinks in as they discuss grim rumors, questioning if they have stepped away from danger or deeper into it. He offers a reassuring smile, his eyes softening as he refuses to believe his childhood friend could have become a monster. In his mind, he sees the face of an innocent boy, a memory he clings to despite the chaos surrounding them. The memory provides a brief anchor before the conversation shifts back to the logistical oddities of their reunion. Suspicion arises when they realize the friend didn't even have a phone, making the meeting feel more like a setup than a coincidence. He reveals a device, only for the group to realize it belongs to someone else, a detail that adds a layer of mystery to his friend's life. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by frantic footsteps as a desperate chase unfolds in the shadows of the city. Thugs bark orders, their voices filled with malice as they hunt their target through industrial back alleys. The target is a bloodied man, gasping for air as he stumbles through the concrete maze, his body pushed to its limit. He begs for an end to the pursuit, but his pursuers are relentless, closing in like predators cornering their prey. A strange, viscous liquid leaks from his hand, a sign of a power he can barely control and a curse that has made him a target. Oil-like substance spreads across the floor, trapping him in his own failing ability as the thugs finally catch up. He looks up in terror. To his captors, he isn't a man, he's a prize to be collected. A brutal strike connects, sending the man reeling. The impact is heavy, intended to break his spirit as much as his body. A man in a pinstripe suit looms over him, radiating dark authority as he mocks the victim's futile attempt to run. The victim screams in despair, confessing that his mutant heart is worthless, capable only of producing useless oil. The leader sneers, grabbing the man by his hair. To a hunter, even a pathetic loser is worth a fortune with the right biology. Gang members laugh, dismissing the man as trash. In their eyes, not all mutants are gods, some are just profitable livestock. The cruelty is palpable as they toy with their captive, reveling in their dominance over someone they deem subhuman. The leader lights a cigarette, his grin widening as he mentions the staggering bounty, $1 billion for a single head. The man's cries of agony fill the alley, a haunting sound ignored by the monsters standing over him. The celebration is cut short as a new shadow appears, a hooded figure radiating a murderous intent that chills the air. The thugs spin around, their arrogance replaced by confusion and a growing sense of dread. Before they can process his presence, the hooded man strikes, a flash of steel, a choked cry, and the first thug falls. He reveals a blood-stained blade and a predatory smile. This isn't a rescue, it's a slaughter. He counts his opponents with a cold, analytical gaze. To him, these 10 men are not threats, only obstacles to be cleared. Calm resolve, he decides to end this quickly. The air crackles with kinetic energy as he prepares to unleash hell. He moves as a blur, a whirlwind of lethal precision carving through the gang before they can even draw their weapons. One by one, the thugs are cut down, their screams silenced by the whistle of his blade through the night. Desperate, the leader pulls his gun, screaming for his men to open fire, but he is already too late. The hooded man closes the distance instantly, his hand clamping down on the gun's slide with terrifying strength. He whispers a chilling truth, everything is metal to him, and metal is his to command and destroy. The source of his power is revealed, a heart forged of blades, a mechanical nightmare pulsing with a lethal crimson glow. The trigger is pulled, but the expected roar of gunfire never comes, replaced by an ominous silence. A hollow click echoes through the air, a fatal misfire that signals the end of the line for the attacker. Confusion turns to pure terror as large man Hyung stares at his useless weapon, screaming in disbelief. Beneath the surface of the weapon, something far more dangerous than lead begins to stir with lethal intent. Sharp, metallic shards erupt from within the frame, defying the laws of biology and machinery alike. In a gruesome display of power, the blades tear through the steel and the flesh of large man Hyung simultaneously. Blood sprays across the pavement as the mechanical nightmare claims its victim, shredding everything it touches. Gamin-Yoon stands amidst the carnage, his body a living fortress of jagged steel and cold, calculated violence. Large man Hyung lets out a strangled cry, clutching his mangled hand as the reality of his defeat sinks in. Surveying the fallen thugs, Gamin-Yoon coldly suggests they find a place to collapse that isn't covered in rebar. The Yusung High student looks up with tear-filled eyes, offering a desperate, breathless word of thanks to his savior. He believes he's found a comrade, calling Gamin-Yoon a heart mutant just like himself. The student continues his grateful rambling, but Gamin-Yoon cuts him off with a sharp, icy command to shut up. Boy's relief instantly vanishes, replaced by a chilling sense of dread at the tone in Gamin-Yoon's voice. Pulling out his phone, Gamin-Yoon ignores the boy entirely to report his success to a mysterious contact. The mission is complete. Gamin-Yoon confirms he has recovered the stolen mutant and is ready for the next step. Realization hits the Yusung High student like a physical blow. He isn't being rescued, he's being collected. Stuttering in fear, the student asks what he means by the lab, but the answer is already clear. Gamin-Yoon finally reveals his true colors. He is the broker, and the student is nothing more than merchandise. In the shadows of a sterile facility, the name Lee Chaiwon is mentioned, a classic player in this dark game. This new specimen is on a completely different level compared to the useless lab rats currently littering the floor. Gamin-Yoon isn't done yet, he has one more critical piece of information to report to his employer. The big prize has been located. Gamin Yoon confirms that he has finally found Kim Jio. On the other end of the line, the mention of Kim Jio's name sparks a lethal, immediate reaction. Gamin Yoon reminds his boss of the promised reward, ensuring the deal for the capture is still on the table. The answer is a cold, predatory smile. The agreement is solid, and the hunt is nearing its conclusion. With the terms settled, Gamin Yoon promises to hand over the target tomorrow, sealing Kim Jio's fate. Standing over the broken bodies of his enemies, Gamin Yoon prepares to move the final pieces into place. The deal is done, and as the night deepens, the true nightmare for Kim Jio is only just beginning. The scene shifts to the abandoned factory as the weight of the coming conflict hangs heavy in the air, setting the stage for a new trial. While the shadows lengthen outside, the sharp, rhythmic sound of a knife hitting a cutting board echoes through a quiet kitchen. Large man, Hyung, prepares a meal with practiced ease, but his mind is far from the stove. He is fixated on his next target, Kim Jio. He calculates his next move, convinced that drawing his prey out into the open won't be a difficult task at all. A cold, calculating confidence burns in his eyes. He knows his target has absolutely no suspicion toward him yet. However, the memory of a previous clash lingers. Gamin Yoon proved to be far more powerful than anticipated, striking with lethal precision. Ordinary methods simply won't work against such strength. He needs a specific environment, a place filled with iron, to turn the tide. Finishes the dish, the steam from the fresh curry rising as he sets the pot down, momentarily masking his dark intentions. Excitement fills the room as a young girl in a wheelchair, Chae-yoon, cheers at the sight of her favorite meal. Large man, Hyung, smiles warmly at her, noting that he made sure to add extra potatoes just the way she likes them. He presents the steaming pot with care, a stark contrast to the violence he is planning for the night ahead. Chae-yoon digs in with a wide grin, declaring that she loves it and that it's truly the best meal ever. He kneels beside her, promising to cook whatever she wants anytime she asks, showing a rare, tender side. She asks him to join her for the meal, but his expression shifts as the reality of his mission returns. He explains that he can't stay today, as there is somewhere urgent he needs to go before the night is over. Disappointment clouds Chae-yoon's face as she realizes he's leaving her alone once again. He tells her to eat her fill and save the leftovers, promising that he will definitely come back to finish them later. Heavy click of the door locking echoes through the apartment, leaving Chae-yoon in a state of quiet loneliness. Outside, the night sky looms over the city's towering apartment complexes, where many other stories are unfolding in the dark. In another kitchen, Jio peels fruit, her thoughts drifting to the difficult day Gamin Yoon has endured. She sears meat in a pan, determined to prepare something that will help him recover from his extreme exhaustion. She decides that a combination of meat and fruit is the key to restoring his energy, hoping her theory is correct. Her focus intensifies as she commits to this culinary experiment, her eyes fixed on the task at hand. Final result is a bizarre sight: braised short ribs packed full of fresh tangerines and strawberries. Jio is proud, trusting a recipe she found on ChatGPT that claimed these ingredients would go perfectly together. She marvels at the technology, shocked that it even provided a specific recipe for oyster and strawberry braised ribs. Feeling a sudden surge of confidence, she wonders if she actually has a hidden talent for cooking and should pursue it further. Suddenly, a notification pings on her phone, a message from her sister, Uni, asking if she has eaten yet. She checks the chat, learning that Uni will likely be home very late tonight, perhaps even around dawn. Jio excitedly shares her creation, but the response is a sticker of a character violently vomiting rainbows. She huffs in annoyance, feeling that Uni simply doesn't understand her culinary vision, but decides to save some anyway. Turning to Gamin Yoon, who is sitting nearby, she informs him that her sister won't be home until early morning. Gamin Yoon sits on the floor, clutching Fries, the small dog plushie, while Jio asks him what he's doing. He explains that he was simply waiting just in case his friend contacted him, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. Jio notices the change in his demeanor and asks if he is really that happy about meeting his friend today. With a wide, genuine smile, Gamin Yoon admits that he really missed his friend, his joy evident. Jio remarks that despite not knowing him for long, it's the first time she's seen him look so relaxed. His mind drifts back to a boy named Chai-won, a precious friend who holds a special place in his heart. In the memory, bullies jeer at the frail boy in the hospital, but Gamin Yoon's resolve only hardens. He will protect his friends no matter the cost. Sweat beads down Jio's face as he stammers, the weight of isolation pressing in on him in the cold hospital room. A heavy silence fills the ward as he lowers his head, the sound of his own despair echoing in the quiet. Huddled in his hospital gown, Jio whispers to the empty air, convinced that he is truly all alone in his struggle. Suddenly, Lee Chai-won lunges forward, grabbing Jio's empty sleeve and demanding to know where his arm went, causing Jio to scream in terror. Jio pulls back frantically, explaining it's a sensitive wound from an experiment that hasn't healed yet, begging Lee Chai-won not to look. Lee Chai-won looks down with a smug, knowing grin, mocking Jio for feeling depressed over something he considers so trivial. Ignoring the pleas, Lee Chai-won reaches for the sleeve again, insisting on seeing the arm despite Jio's confusion. With a theatrical shout of Tada, Lee Chai-won reveals his surprise, leaving Jio completely stunned. A flash of visual impact sparks between them as the reality of the situation shifts into something unexpected. Gio stands tall, but instead of a missing limb, a sharp, gleaming blade is now attached to his arm, a makeshift upgrade. Gio stares at the weapon in disbelief, his fear turning into pure awe as he realizes how incredibly cool he looks. The moment is interrupted by a girl bursting in, accusing Lee Chaiwon of bullying Gio again. Lee Chaiwon defends himself, claiming he was just giving Gio a legendary sword arm upgrade, while Gio nods in frantic agreement. With stars in his eyes and a blush on his face, Gio declares the whole thing absolutely awesome. The girl can only scratch her head in confusion, unable to comprehend the strange logic of boys and their cool upgrades. Lee Chaiwon strikes a pose, acknowledging Gio as a little punk who finally understands the true meaning of style. Extends a fist toward Gio, who looks at it with a puzzled expression, not knowing what comes next. Lee Chaiwon explains that real friends bump fists to prove their trust, while the girl watches from the side, cringing at the display. The two connect, a simple fist bump sealing a bond that feels like the start of a real friendship. Back in the present, Gamin Yoon smiles at the memory, recalling how much he admired Lee Chaiwon and followed him everywhere. The girl, now older, can only stare in disbelief, wondering why on earth anyone would think a blade arm was a good idea. She remains speechless, her face a mask of mild horror at the realization of Gamin Yoon's childhood influences. Gamin Yoon hugs Fries tightly, feeling a sense of relief that his old friend is still the same happy person after all these years. Breaking the tension, the girl announces dinner is ready, while Gamin Yoon apologizes for not helping with the cooking. She proudly presents the main course, a steaming pot of fresh, sweet-braised ribs. Gamin Yoon's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he sees the bizarre concoction sitting on the stove. He beams with pride, calling it her special recipe, while Gamin Yoon can only stare in a mix of shock and wonder. The ribs are garnished with strawberries and honey, a combination Gamin Yoon has never seen in his entire life. Gamin Yoon takes a deep breath, preparing himself to taste this experimental culinary creation. With a polite "I'll eat well," he lifts a piece of meat and a strawberry to his mouth. He begins to chew, the strange flavors of fruit and savory meat mingling on his tongue. The girl leans in anxiously, her voice trembling slightly as she asks if the food is actually okay. Tears of joy stream down Gamin Yoon's face as he declares the meal to be unbelievably good. He digs back in with renewed vigor, even praising the amazing taste of the oysters hidden in the sauce. Gamin Yoon notices Fries watching him and wonders if he should share a bite with the little companion. Fries looks up with those big, puppy eyes, clearly interested in the sweet and savory aroma. Gamin Yoon quickly reconsiders, knowing that feeding Fries random human food could be dangerous. The girl crouches down to Fries, gently explaining that he has to hold back, promising to cook something special just for him later. As Gamin Yoon finishes the best meal of his life, she smiles warmly, promising to cook something just as delicious next time. Gamin Yoon happily stuffs his face, thanking Hyeji for the incredible meal she prepared for him. Suddenly, the sharp vibration of a phone on the table breaks the peaceful atmosphere, catching him off guard. He checks the screen to see a call from the broker. His heart sinks as he realizes it's Chaiwon trying to reach him. With a serious expression, Gamin Yoon answers the call, his tone immediately shifting from casual to alert. The voice on the other end is frantic. Gamin Yoon demands to know what happened as Hyeji watches him with growing concern. Details coming through the phone are grim, and Gamin Yoon can feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Chaiwon mentions the laboratory, the very place Gamin Yoon had been before, signaling that the past is catching up. Desperation fills the line as a plea for immediate help is made. Gamin Yoon doesn't hesitate, promising that he's already on his way. The location is an abandoned factory on Siadamdero. Before he can ask more, the call abruptly ends. Gamin Yoon springs into action, realizing Chaiwon is in grave danger and needs his help immediately. He quickly swallows the last of his food, his mind already racing toward the upcoming confrontation. He turns to Hyeji, praising the delicious meal but apologizing that he has to leave so suddenly without finishing. As Gamin Yoon bolts for the door, Hyeji refuses to stay behind, shouting that she's coming with him. They arrive at the desolate, industrial wasteland of the abandoned factory, a place shrouded in shadows and silence. Gamin Yoon cautiously enters the building, questioning if this truly is the right location. The eerie quiet puts him on edge. He confirms to himself that this is definitely the place Chaiwon described. He stops in his tracks, his sharp eyes scanning the environment as a sense of unease washes over him. He reaches out to touch a nearby shipping container, noting the cold, rusted texture of the metal. As he walks further, he realizes that the entire structure, including the floor beneath his feet, is made of iron. Pipes, plates, bolts, everything is metallic. Gamin Yoon begins to piece together the tactical disadvantage of this environment. He knows that in a space like this, Chaiwon should have the ultimate advantage, which makes the situation even more confusing. If Chaiwon was taken down here, it means the enemy is far more dangerous than he anticipated. It simply makes no sense. Gamin Yoon steels his resolve, telling himself to stay alert. He cannot afford to get caught in whatever trap has been set. He imagines Chaiwon captured somewhere in this dark facility, trembling in fear and waiting for a rescue. Suddenly, a low hum resonates through the metal floor, vibrating up through his boots. Before he can react, a sharp metallic sound rings out as something begins to pierce through the iron plating. A blade erupts from the ground, its steel surface gleaming with lethal intent. In an instant, a forest of swords bursts upward from the floor, turning the ground into a deadly minefield. Gaming lets out a pained cry as two blades find their mark, impaling him through the chest and shoulder. The shock and agony are visible on his face as he realizes he walked straight into a lethal ambush. More blades erupt around him, forcing him backward as blood splatters against the cold iron floor. Suspended in midair by the very swords that pierced him, Gaming struggles to understand the nature of this attack. The blades retract as quickly as they appeared, leaving Gaming to collapse onto the blood-stained metal. From the shadows above, a hooded figure appears, mocking Gaming with a cold "thanks for coming." Gaming looks up, blood trickling from his mouth as he realizes the person he came to save is the one who betrayed him. Kim Jio stares down with murderous eyes, confirming that everything Gaming is seeing is the brutal reality. The realization hits Gaming like a physical blow. This wasn't a rescue mission, it was an execution. With a final, chilling declaration, Kim Jio lunges forward, telling Gaming that he was nothing more than a fool. The young man's gaze narrows, his pupils constricting as the gravity of the threat sinks in. The air around him grows heavy and tense. Blood drips steadily from a jagged blade as he grips the steel with desperate intensity, his muscles straining under the pressure. The hooded man closes the distance with terrifying speed. The youth barely has time to react, forced into a defensive stance against the relentless onslaught. Steel clashes against steel in a blur of motion. The sound of ringing metal echoes through the warehouse as the two combatants exchange a series of lethal strikes. A heavy boot connects with the young man's chest, the impact carrying enough force to shatter his defense with a dull, sickening thud. Youth gasps, a spray of crimson erupting from his mouth as the air is forced from his lungs, leaving him reeling and vulnerable. The force of the kick sends him spiraling backward into a stack of wooden crates. Splinters fly as the scaffolding groans under the violent impact. Amidst the settling dust and debris, the hooded man stands tall, his posture relaxed as if the brutal exchange was effortless. His eyes remain cold and detached, showing no remorse. He looks down at his fallen opponent with a chilling sense of superiority. The hooded man stands over the youth, his expression calm and steady despite the preceding violence. He looks down at the fallen young man, his gaze suggesting a cold, calculating familiarity. The youth groans in pain, struggling to push himself up from the wreckage. His body is battered, but his spirit remains unbroken. Hooded man continues his approach, his footsteps echoing rhythmically on the metal floor. Standing over the youth, the man's demeanor shifts, revealing a professional and menacing nature that goes beyond a simple thug. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he maintains his dominant position over the fallen opponent. His expression hardens, any trace of mock friendliness vanishing instantly as the true nature of his mission becomes clear. The young man stares up in shock, blood trickling down his chin as a look of terrifying realization crosses his face. The hooded man looms over him, his posture indicating that his objective has transitioned from combat to capture. A hand reaches out to touch a strange, vein-like growth on the wall. The atmosphere shifts as a hidden power begins to stir. The air grows cold as he senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere, just as a sharp whistle cuts through the silence. A blade streaks past his head, missing by a hair's breadth as it slams into the industrial scaffolding with a deafening clang. From the shadows above, a hooded figure descends like a bird of prey, his weapon poised to deliver a lethal strike. He is forced back by the sheer pressure of the assault, realizing this level of speed is far beyond anything he's faced before. The intensity in his opponent's eyes is chilling. This isn't a test of skill, it's an execution. He can feel the murderous intent radiating off the man. This hooded attacker is genuinely trying to kill him right here, right now. Desperate to create distance, he snatches a heavy metal plate from the floor, roaring the man's name in frustration. Braces for the next impact, his mind racing. Is the goal truly to capture him, or is there something even darker at play? Snap out of it, he screams, trying to reach whatever sense of reason might remain in his former associate. He demands an explanation for this madness, but the hooded figure remains silent, his focus entirely on the kill. The attacker closes the gap instantly, his voice a cold whisper as he tells him to simply surrender. His eyes widen in shock as his makeshift shield is shredded like paper by a concentrated burst of power. Gritting his teeth, he can't believe the level of betrayal. He calls out to the man again, his voice thick with rage. He slides across the metallic floor, struggling to regain his balance. "Are you insane?" he shouts into the void of the warehouse. Reminds his attacker that this place is a criminal organization, a hell they were supposed to dismantle together. "Wake up," he roars, pulling himself up using the rusted pipes as the battle reaches a fever pitch. Realizing words are falling on deaf ears, he launches himself into a high-risk aerial counterattack. But the hooded figure's eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, tracking his every movement with mechanical precision. The attacker maneuvers mid-air, parrying the strike with a grace that defies gravity, sending sparks flying through the dark. He clicks his tongue in frustration. Every opening he finds is closed before he can even exploit it. He accepts the grim reality. Talking won't work. This is a fight for survival, and mercy will only get him killed. Hooded man lands with such force that the reinforced steel floor buckles and tears beneath his feet. In a blur of motion, a blade is pressed against his throat. The man coldly notes that this place is overflowing with iron. The trap is sealed. With a murderous calm, the attacker declares that he will never escape this place. Damn it, he thinks, realizing his opponent came completely prepared for every possible scenario. The true intent becomes clear, they really mean to hand him over to the laboratory for their twisted experiments. He screams in defiance, asking if his opponent truly doesn't care if he's sent back to that living hell. The hooded warrior ignores the plea, raising his weapon for a final, crushing blow from above. Fine, if that's how you feel. His resolve snaps, and his own aura begins to flare with a dangerous edge. The two engage in a frantic exchange of strikes, their movements creating a whirlwind of violence in the center of the warehouse. A heavy kick connects, and he coughs up blood as the sheer force of the impact rattles his entire frame. The hooded man suddenly freezes, his eyes widening as he senses a sudden, overwhelming surge of power from his target. The momentum shifts in an instant as the attacker is blasted backward by a shockwave of raw, unbridled energy. Stunned and reeling, the man can only whisper a single word as he stares at the transformed boy before him. Regeneration. That single word hangs in the air as the realization dawns. The damage being dealt to the boy isn't just being ignored, it's not even registering. A cold, knowing smirk spreads across the face of the observer. This isn't luck, it's a terrifying resistance built through years of systematic suffering. The truth is far more macabre. The boy's recovery ability has evolved into something entirely inhuman, a byproduct of a hellish existence. Even when the flesh is parted by a blade, the wounds seal instantly. In that microscopic window of healing, he doesn't just survive, he looks for the counterattack. Deciding to test the limits of this immortality, the attacker lunges forward, his blade a blur of lethal intent as he strikes. The attacker grits his teeth, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He intends to cut so fast that the boy won't even have a second to think about a counter. The air screams as the blade weaves a web of steel. If the target is busy regenerating, then by logic he shouldn't be able to strike back. The attacker's eyes burn with a cold, murderous focus. He is a surgeon of slaughter, seeking the breaking point of a boy who refuses to stay down. The boy takes the brunt of the assault, blood spraying from his mouth as his eyes go white with a primal, uncontrollable rage. But to understand this monster, we must look back at the chains that forged him. The boy wonders what new nightmare the researchers have prepared today. The metallic clank of restraints echoing in the sterile room is the only soundtrack to his misery as the heavy cuffs lock into place. Final lock engages. There is no escape from the clinical cruelty of this facility, only the cold embrace of the next experiment. High above in the observation deck, the scientists call it out. The regeneration response experiment is officially underway. The door slides open, but it's not a doctor who enters. The boy's heart sinks as he recognizes the person standing before him. The shock is visible even through the skull-like mask. Why is he here? What have they done to him? The voice of the facility director crackles over the intercom. The objective is simple: stimulate the test subject using a lethal ability. The order is issued with chilling indifference. One test subject is to attack the other using everything he has. The boy's friend recoils in horror, the very thought of harming him making his skin crawl. He asks if they've completely lost their minds. Defiance flares in his eyes. He wasn't brought here to be a butcher for their sick aims, and he declares that he's leaving immediately. The facility has ways of ensuring compliance. A massive surge of electricity rips through the collar, dropping him to his knees in agony. Watching his friend suffer, the boy shouts for him to just do it. He claims he's fine, begging his friend to stop wasting time and end the torture. The friend gasps for air, his body convulsing under the shock. The idea of cutting his own friend is a nightmare he can't wake up from. The boy's voice is steady, a lie told for the sake of his friend's soul. He insists that it doesn't hurt him anyway, that his body is built for this. The friend's resolve is crumbling under the weight of the pain. He whispers that he'd rather just die than become the monster they want him to be. A voice from the shadows mocks him, calling him a weakling. The experiment requires a predator, not a coward hiding behind a moral code. The voltage increases. The command is repeated with more force. Stop acting tough and just do exactly what they say. Something inside the attacker snaps. The shock, the guilt, and the pressure converge into a single moment of pure, unadulterated confusion. The boy leans into the role of the antagonist, goading his friend. He tells him that all he can do is strike with a blade anyway, hardly a threat. Compares the gift to the others who can freeze or burn people alive. To the boy, this blade ability is nothing but weak. The word weak echoes in the attacker's mind, a spark hitting a powder keg of resentment and agony. The boy doesn't stop, pushing the blade closer to his own throat. He demands that his friend finish it, promising that he'll just regenerate anyway. The air begins to crackle with a lethal energy. The attacker repeats the insult back, his voice low and dangerous. A split second of eye contact passes between them, one filled with a desperate plea for release, the other with a burgeoning, violent madness. With a sound like a thunderclap, the attacker strikes. The blade bites deep, and a fountain of crimson erupts as the experiment finally gets the response it wanted. As the blood sprays across the room, a final, flickering thought crosses the boy's mind. He wonders if, in his desperation to save his friend from the shock, he pushed him a little too far. As blood sprays, the friend, now a skeletal figure, defiantly screams that the pain is nothing. Gammon Yoon, pushing the limits, fiercely challenges him, demanding to know if he still feels nothing. Yun stands over his friend, who collapses to the ground amidst a fresh spray of blood, the impact echoing through the sterile room. The friend lies motionless on the cold floor, his body soaked in crimson, a stark testament to the brutal experiment. An overhead view reveals the full extent of the carnage as a system notification flashes. 225th Regeneration Response Experiment complete. Yun gasps for breath, his body covered in blood, the katana still clutched in his hand as exhaustion and grim determination wore on his face. The friend's skeletal face contorts in agony, his previous defiance shattered as he screams about the unbearable pain, struggling for breath. A moment of confusion crosses the friend's face as he realizes the pain has receded, musing that it's less severe than he initially thought. Yun's stern voice cuts through, ordering him not to move. Yun, still holding the katana, instructs his friend to feign ignorance. He explains that since the friend is covered in his own blood, the researchers won't detect the deception. The friend reacts with a silent, confused shock. The friend, his skeletal face etched with horror, demands to know what Yun has done, pointing to the wounds. Yun starts to interject, but his sentence is cut short. Yun, with a sharp gaze, silences his friend, warning him not to attract attention and risk them both being caught. The friend, still bewildered, protests Yun's actions, reminding him that he can regenerate regardless. Yun retorts sharply, calling his friend an idiot and stating his full awareness of the friend's painfully slow recovery rate. Yun continues, revealing that the laboratory intentionally starves his friend of blood, hindering his regeneration due to their perception of him as dangerous. The friend internally dismisses this as nonsense. Yun warns his friend not to attempt any more acts of self-sacrifice, his tone serious. Yun concludes, stating that such dramatic self-sacrifice is simply embarrassing between friends. Yun's expression hardens, a stark intensity in his eyes as he prepares for what's to come. A new adversary glares with furious intensity, blood dripping from his mouth, clearly enraged. Yun unleashes a devastating punch, connecting squarely with his adversary and sending a spray of blood across the scene. Yun's fist, a blur of motion, delivers another powerful strike, his face a mask of grim determination. Yun continues his relentless assault, swinging his blade at the agile adversary who narrowly evades the lethal strike. Mid-attack, Yun suddenly halts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as his adversary internally notes the unexpected pause. The adversary's eyes widen in dawning realization, a worried question forming in his mind. The adversary's internal monologue reveals his shock. Even after sustaining such severe cuts, Yun's resolve remains unshaken. Yun's gaze sharpens, his eyes burning with an unwavering intensity. Yun grinds his teeth, a profound realization beginning to surface in his thoughts. Yun unleashes another brutal sword strike, the adversary crying out as blood erupts from the fresh wound. Yun internally seethes, acknowledging the blow to his pride from the ongoing struggle. The adversary collapses, his hand hitting the ground as a pained grunt escapes his lips. The adversary scrambles away from Yun, frantically declaring that he refuses to fight and demands to be left alone. Yun stares down his adversary, remarking with irritation that despite the severe cuts inflicted, he still has the audacity to joke. Yun continues his pursuit, telling the fleeing adversary to simply give up and surrender because he intends to hand him over to the laboratory regardless. Yun, raising his sword, menacingly calls out two names, Song Hyaji, Zhou Taigu. The adversary's face contorts in pure terror, his eyes wide with fear at the mention of those names. Yun reveals the names belong to the adversary's friends, then menacingly asks if he should capture them first instead. Yun's hand drips blood onto the cold floor, forming a small, ominous pool as the tension reaches its peak. He stands his ground, locked in a brutal struggle. The man sneers, mocking him for finally taking the fight seriously and for caring about his friends. He threatens that if he tries to run, his friends will be the ones to pay the price. The man continues his taunts, claiming innocent people will be forced to face the danger meant for him. He snaps and launches a lightning-fast strike, burying his fist into the man's face. The impact is heavy, leaving the man gasping for air as he reels from the blow. He doesn't pull back, pressing the attack with a cold and protective fury. He declares that his friends are off limits, his voice filled with rage. He warns that this is the end for targeting those close to him. His resolve shifts, and a new surge of determination stirs within him. With a fierce expression, he promises to completely crush his opponent. The man desperately bites down on his arm, trying to stop the relentless assault. Despite the pain, his gaze remains unwavering and his resolve hardened. The man realizes in horror that his opponent is completely unfazed and continues to press the advantage. He focuses his strength, preparing his body for a decisive strike. He steels himself, accelerating his momentum for the final execution. He clenches his hand, turning it into a weapon of overwhelming force. A sudden burst of energy ripples through the air as he prepares to strike. He flexes his hand, ready to deliver a blow that cannot be blocked. The man freezes in pure terror, realizing he is completely outmatched. He unleashes a devastating kick that echoes through the warehouse. The impact sends the man skidding across the floor, unable to absorb the force. He collapses, coughing and gasping for air from the massive hit. The man realizes with a jolt of pain that his defenses have been completely bypassed. Panic sets in as he sees the final blow descending, knowing he cannot escape. A final, crushing strike marks the absolute end of the battle. The impact of that strike lingers, etched into the twisted grimace of a man who realized too late he was outclassed. He gasps for air, blood spraying from his lips as his body is propelled backward by a force he can't hope to match. He crashes through the industrial wreckage, his mind racing to keep up with the youth's blinding speed. Before he can even recover, a shadow looms over him, a silent predator closing in for the kill. A brutal follow-up connects with the weight of a freight train. The man is sent skidding across the metal floor, his defenses completely shattered by the sheer velocity of the assault. He forces himself up, teeth bared in frustration as he wonders where this impossible strength is coming from. A terrifying thought crosses his mind: has his opponent truly evolved this much just by absorbing his blood? Desperate to regain control, he slams his hand down, triggering a forest of steel blades to erupt from the ground. But the youth is already moving, weaving through the lethal spikes with an agility that defies logic. Every strike is a near miss, the metal whistling past him as he closes the distance once more. The man watches in horror, realizing his opponent isn't just reacting, he's predicting exactly where the blades will appear. He screams in denial, but the cold reality of his opponent's superior perception is impossible to ignore. It's as if time has slowed down for the youth, allowing him to see every trajectory with crystalline clarity. The youth's gaze is locked on his target, his focus narrowing down to a single, lethal point. The man's mind reels. He was told that heart was just for survival, but this is something else entirely. This isn't just simple regeneration, it's a total combat overhaul that puts the youth on a different plane of existence. Every muscle, every reflex, and every instinct has been heightened to its absolute limit. Panic sets in. He knows that at this rate, his defeat isn't just likely, it's inevitable. Driven to the edge, he prepares a final, forbidden technique, desperate to turn the tide. He begins absorbing every iron particle in the vicinity, pushing his body past the point of no return. Energy surges through his veins, glowing with a malevolent light as the metal fuses with his very being. Deep within, his heart reacts violently, pulsing with a destructive rhythm that threatens to tear him apart. Dozens of blades erupt from his skin, turning him into a living weapon of jagged steel. He roars in fury, declaring that no amount of regeneration will save his enemy from this onslaught. The bladed monster lunges, a whirlwind of cutting edges designed to shred anything in its path. The youth doesn't flinch. He steps directly into the storm, his expression cold and unyielding. He meets the gaze of the monster, dismissively asking if this is the best it can do. Even as the blades graze his skin, the youth's resolve remains unshaken. The metal means nothing to him. With a thunderous strike, he shatters the monster's momentum, delivering a blow that echoes through the warehouse. The man collapses, blood erupting from his mouth as his ultimate form is broken by a single, superior force. Standing over his fallen foe, he calmly states that physical pain is a luxury he can no longer feel. His internal core glows with a steady, haunting light. He can endure any wound, any blade, any agony. Even the strongest resolve can't dull the impact of a strike fueled by pure betrayal. Gamin Yoon pours every ounce of his frustration into a relentless assault, his fists moving faster than the eye can follow. From the sidelines, large man Hyun watches the chaos unfold with a cold, calculating gaze, his smug expression never wavering as the battle reaches its peak. A sickening crunch echoes through the warehouse as Gamin Yoon connects with a devastating blow, shattering his opponent's defenses and sending a shockwave through the air. The momentum is unstoppable. Gamin Yoon follows through with a crushing downward strike, driving his target into the hard metal flooring. The impact ripples outward, the sheer force of the collision vibrating through the surrounding structures as dust and debris are kicked into the air. Everything slows down for a moment. The dust begins to settle, revealing the crater left behind by Gamin Yoon's overwhelming physical power. Standing over his fallen adversary, Gamin Yoon looks down, his breath heavy but his eyes filled with a deep, aching sadness that no victory could ever heal. The voice heavy with disappointment, Gamin Yoon tells him that this hurts more than any blade ever could. He stares at the man he once trusted, realizing that a friend he's known for 10 years was the one trying to send him back to that hellish laboratory. The silence in the warehouse is deafening as Gamin Yoon demands to know why. Why would he do something so unforgivable? His shadow looms over the broken man. Gamin Yoon admits he still doesn't understand. He asks what the laboratory could have possibly promised to make him flip. Gamin Yoon clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white, blood dripping from his hand. He knows that his friend understood the horrors of that place better than anyone. The traitor coughs up blood, his face a mask of exhaustion and defeat, yet he offers no immediate excuse for his actions. He looks up at Gamin Yoon and asks what difference it makes to say anything now. The damage is already done. With a cold, detached tone, he confesses that he follows the laboratory now. His plan was always to sell Gamin Yoon back to them. Gamin Yoon's expression hardens. The realization that their bond is permanently severed hits him like a physical blow. They can't go back to being friends anymore. A surge of pure, unadulterated rage boils over. Gamin Yoon grits his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing in the quiet space. He snaps. Gamin Yun lunges forward, grabbing the traitor and delivering a brutal punch that sends blood spraying across the floor. Gamin Yun roars in frustration, asking what the hell he's talking about. He refuses to accept such a pathetic betrayal. Another strike lands, even harder than the last. Gamin Yun shouts that he shouldn't be the one to decide the fate of their friendship like that. The assault is relentless. Each punch is a demand for an answer, a desperate attempt to find some logic in this madness. Gamin Yun grabs him by the collar, pulling him close. He demands to know what he got in return for selling him out. He needs to understand the price of his soul. His voice cracks with emotion. Even if it's just a lie, even if it's a pathetic excuse, Gamin Yun begs him to say something, anything to make this make sense. He stares into the man's eyes, searching for a glimmer of the person he used to know. He asks if he ever, for even a second, truly considered him a friend. The traitor's eyes flicker with a momentary shadow of regret as the word friend hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of a decade of shared history. Gamin Yun's vision blurs as the memories flood back. The word echoes in his mind, a painful reminder of everything they've lost. Flashbacks of their time in the facility flicker by running through the sterile halls, trying to find moments of joy in a place designed to break them. They were just kids then, fighting against the system together, protecting each other from the horrors of the laboratory experiments. They had a bond forged in fire. They shared laughter and small victories, promising to survive and escape that nightmare side by side. The memory of those fun times feels like a cruel joke now. They were once a family, bound by trauma and a shared hope for a better future. Back in the present, the traitor finally speaks, his voice hollow. He offers a simple apology, stating he has nothing left to say to justify his betrayal. Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots hitting the pavement cuts through the emotional tension. A group of armed men in tactical gear rushes into the area. Gamin Yun whips his head around, his eyes wide with shock. He wasn't expecting an outside intervention, especially not one this heavily armed. Soldiers move with professional precision, their rifles raised and aimed directly at the center of the conflict. They swarm the warehouse, their movements coordinated and lethal. This isn't just a local security team, these are highly trained operatives. Gamin Yun raises his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding tactical lights, his mind racing to identify who these people are and who they work for. He realizes with a sinking feeling that he's completely surrounded. The red laser sights dance across his chest, marking him as a target. Dozens of guns are pointed at him, clicking into place. Gamin Yun stands at the center of the storm, realizing that the fight for his life has only just begun. A soldier's voice crackles over the comms, reporting that a heart mutant has been detected and demanding immediate backup inside the factory. Gamin Yun's eyes widen in disbelief as the weight of the situation hits him. He can't believe they've found him so quickly. The facility goes into high alert. An announcement blares that test subject 0001 has escaped due to a containment failure, ordering all units to suppress the target immediately. A haunting vision of the past flashes before his eyes, the child with the resurrection heart being gunned down without mercy. Dozens of soldiers circle the target, maintaining a constant stream of fire as they prepare to secure the body. The memory blurs into a streak of white light, the sound of gunfire echoing through Gamin Yun's mind. Gamin Yun winces in pain, clutching his head as the trauma of the past threatens to overwhelm his focus. Looking up at the industrial ceiling, he realizes there is no time for hesitation. He needs to run, and he needs to do it now. The large man slung over his shoulder, Gamin Yun charges through the factory, dodging the soldiers' sights with desperate speed. His hand grips a metal railing, his knuckles white as he prepares to vault over an obstacle while carrying the heavy weight. Muscles straining, he pulls himself upward, the sheer physical effort of the escape pushing his body to its absolute limit. He swings his body with calculated force, using the momentum to clear the path as the soldiers scramble to adjust their aim. Gamin Yun leaps through the air, the wind whistling past him as he carries his companion toward the only exit left. The soldiers reposition themselves, their movements synchronized as they try to cut off his escape route. Boots thunder against the metal floor as more reinforcements pour in, their red visors glowing in the dim factory light. Gamin Yun slides across the floor, sparks flying as he maneuvers beneath a closing shutter, barely keeping ahead of the pursuit. His gaze remains sharp, his ocular aura flickering as he analyzes the movements of every soldier in the room. But the numbers are too great. He finds himself cornered, with rifle barrels pointed at him from every conceivable angle. A voice booms over the speakers, announcing that the mutants' escape route has been completely secured. There is nowhere left to go. The assault team tightens the perimeter, confirming that they have the targets surrounded from both the front and the back. Gamin Yun gasps for air, sweat dripping down his face. His stamina is flagging, and the weight of the man he is carrying is becoming unbearable. From above, the scene looks hopeless. He is a single point of resistance in a sea of armed operatives. Im Jinwook, the police special assault team leader, steps forward. He orders his men to stay alert, identifying both targets as heart mutants. Gamin Yun's heart sinks as he hears the order to fire if they resist. He knows that if he's captured, he'll be dragged back to that hellish laboratory. The cold, sterile walls of the laboratory loom in his mind, a place of endless pain and experimentation that he can never return to. Im Jinwook raises his radio, ready to give the final command once the firing preparations are complete. Suddenly, a slender hand reaches out and grips the radio, stopping the order in its tracks. A mysterious woman accompanied by a tall man in a suit appears, her presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone in the room. With a cold, steady voice, she announces that she is taking control of the scene effective immediately. The newcomer is revealed as Song Hyeon, the leader of the Mutant Special Police Task Force. Jinwook's face pales with shock. He recognizes the authorities standing before him and realizes his command has just been overruled. The soldiers whisper in confusion, stunned to see the legendary leader of the Mutant Special Task Force on the front lines. Reluctantly, Jinwook barks out the order to cease fire and lower all weapons, leaving Gamin-yoon standing in a sudden, tense silence. The sound of high heels clicking against the metal floor echoes through the factory as Song Hyeon walks toward the exhausted young man. She stops in front of him, calling him Gio with a look of recognition that leaves Gamin-yoon completely baffled. Leaning in close, she tells him not to be afraid. She claims she's here to help and that she knows everything about his situation from her sister. Gamin-yoon stares at her, his mind racing. She reveals she is Hyeji's older sister, a connection he never expected to find here. A small, knowing smile plays on her lips as she formally introduces herself as Song Hyeon, the woman who might be his only hope for survival. As the tension in the factory reaches a breaking point, Gamin-yoon realizes that the game has changed entirely. The hunter has become a protector, but at what cost? Heavy silence of the factory is broken as a woman steps forward, introducing herself with chilling composure as Song Hyeon. The name hits like a physical blow. She is Hyeji's older sister, a figure Gamin-yoon never expected to encounter in the heart of a war zone. Gamin-yoon's breath hitches and his eyes widen as he struggles to process the sudden arrival of someone so closely tied to his personal life. Leaning in, Song Hyeon whispers a reassuring command, telling Gamin-yoon to stay calm while she takes control of the chaos. She turns toward the tactical unit, her commanding presence demanding immediate respect as she confirms they are responding to the mutant incident. With the authority of a seasoned leader, she orders the soldiers to secure the area and summon medical aid for the fallen. But the order is cut short by a thunderous shout. A new player enters the fray, refusing to let the scene be swept under the rug. Jinwook, captain of the police special assault team, confronts her, accusing the mutant task force of disregarding standard field protocols. Song Hyeon doesn't flinch, reminding the captain that her team secured the site first and questioning his understanding of the law. Her assistant steps forward, cold and professional, stating that exceptions are made when high-priority mutants are involved. He produces the legal documentation, a warrant specifically targeting the individual known as Lee Chai-won. Thrusting the clipboard forward, the assistant demands the police stand down, using the full weight of the law to push them back. Jinwook lets out a mocking laugh, claiming there's been a massive misunderstanding regarding the true target. He points a gloved finger past the agents, shifting the focus to the young man in the black t-shirt standing amidst the wreckage. Gamin-yoon stands frozen as the weight of the captain's gaze turns the entire room into a cage. The captain declares Gamin-yoon an unregistered mutant, a label that carries the heaviest of consequences in this world. Jinwook stands his ground, asserting that since Gamin-yoon is unregistered, he is legally a civilian under police jurisdiction. Tensions explode as a soldier screams for everyone to hold their fire, yet the mechanical click of rifles fills the air. A dozen barrels level toward the center, the red glow of tactical sights locking firmly onto their target. Gamin-yoon finds himself at the center of a firing squad, staring down the lethal muzzles of the assault team. Panic flares in Gamin's mind. He survived the factory, but he wonders how he can survive a direct confrontation with the law. Suddenly, Song Hyeon raises her hand. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the atmosphere shifts from tense to impossible. Red energy lines suddenly web across the soldiers' weapons, glowing with a volatile and destructive light. In an instant, every rifle held by the assault team begins to vibrate and fracture under the pressure of her power. Sound of shattering metal echoes through the warehouse as the advanced weaponry is reduced to scrap. The soldiers watch in horror as their primary means of defense literally disintegrates in their hands. Confusion turns to terror as they realize their firepower was neutralized before they could even pull a trigger. The realization hits the squad like a freight train. This is the true power of team leader Song Hyeon's mutant ability. Left holding nothing but broken frames, the elite unit is rendered completely powerless in a matter of seconds. Song Hyeon stares down the captain, her voice dripping with icy disdain as she tells him he has failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Jinwook roars in fury, unable to believe she would use her powers against her own allies in the field. Ignoring his outburst, she snaps her fingers a second time, activating a secondary effect of her devastating skill. The captain is suddenly seized by an invisible force, his face contorting in agony as her power takes hold of him directly. He is forced into a state of total vulnerability, his authority stripped away by the sheer dominance of her mutant gift. Looking down at the struggling captain, she reveals that this entire operation is tied to the mysterious and dangerous Hermes lab. The mention of the lab sends a wave of pure dread through Jinwook, his anger instantly replaced by cold, paralyzing fear. With a simple command, she tells him to look around and witness the true scale of the conflict they have stumbled into. A wide shot reveals the devastating aftermath. The gouges in the floor and the broken bodies are the only testament to the battle that just occurred. As the reality of the situation sinks in, the captain realizes that the students he tried to arrest are far more dangerous than he ever imagined. These aren't just delinquents, they are high-risk mutants that the notorious Hermes lab was researching. Captain pales as he realizes the danger. If you get tangled up with these subjects, your life is on the line, he warns, demanding that control be handed over immediately. Heavily armed tactical units move in, pinning the bloodied student to the cold metal floor. Gamin Yoon watches in shock, his voice trembling as he asks where they are taking Chaiwon. A man in a suit stands over him, coldly stating that the investigation will only proceed after a formal arrest. Gamin Yoon is stunned. A wanted criminal? He wonders if Chaiwon could have truly done something so terrible. The suited man turns his attention to Gamin Yoon, informing him that his testimony is also required. Gamin Yoon is told he will have a private interview with the team leader and is urged to cooperate. He looks up at the imposing figure of the team leader, a sense of dread washing over him at the thought of the interview. Tactical officers stand guard in the background, their presence a constant reminder of the high stakes involved. Team leader maintains a cold, professional demeanor, her eyes sharp and calculating. She sits across from Gamin Yoon, a thin, predatory smile playing on her lips. Gamin Yoon feels the weight of her gaze. She is incredibly intimidating, and he can't figure out why she is looking at him that way. She tells him there's no need to be nervous, but her voice carries an undeniable authority as she begins the questioning. She gets straight to the point, looking down at the file spread before her. The primary objective is hunting down Hermes' lab, the source of all this chaos. She reveals she knows his history, that he was once a prisoner in that lab and escaped 3 years ago. She slides a document across the table, noting that it seems he's still unaware of the full truth. Records are grim, detailing subjects who never truly found freedom. She drops a bombshell. All of his friends who supposedly escaped were actually recaptured by the lab. The escape was a setup. The lab let them go just to hunt them down again, instilling absolute despair to prove they could never run away. Once recaptured, they weren't just locked up. The lab used their weaknesses to force submission or lured them into committing crimes. Gamin Yoon breaks into a cold sweat. He asks if Chaiwon was subjected to that same horrific fate. The team leader admits their knowledge is limited to the records they've managed to recover. An officer enters, announcing the arrival of a witness. The team leader confirms she came of her own free will. Gamin Yoon looks back as the door opens, curious about who could possibly provide more information. A young girl in a wheelchair enters the room. She introduces herself as Lee Chae-yoon, Chaiwon's younger sister. The officer bows and leaves the room, leaving the witness with the investigators. The team leader kneels to her level, gently explaining that they need to know the side of her brother that she saw. Lee Chae-yoon looks down, her face filled with a deep, haunting sadness. Her voice is barely a whisper as she blames herself for everything that happened. She clenches her fists, stating that her brother wasn't always this way and that everything changed because of her. Tears stream down her face. She's terrified that speaking out will cause her to lose her brother all over again. The team leader watches her closely, waiting for the girl to find the strength to continue. Chae-yoon wipes her eyes, deciding she can't let him carry the burden of their past alone anymore. She takes a deep breath and begins her story, starting from the day her brother finally returned 3 years ago. The moment he broke free from that hellish laboratory, he didn't look back, racing home with the desperate hope of seeing his family again. But the home he returned to was a hollow shell of the life he remembered, cold and suffocating. Silence was deafening. His parents were already gone, leaving only shadows where love used to be. His sister was the only one left, confined to a wheelchair and struggling against a mountain of medical complications. Stunned and heartbroken, he could only stare at her, demanding to know what kind of nightmare had unfolded while he was gone. Weight of the situation settles in, visible in the tension of his frame as he realizes the magnitude of their loss. He pulls her into a fierce embrace, choked with tears as he promises that he will never let her be alone again, no matter the cost. To keep that promise, the man worked himself to the bone, taking on the most grueling construction jobs day and night. Honest labor was never enough. No matter how hard he pushed himself, the money always seemed to slip through his fingers. Every cent he earned was swallowed by his sister's mounting medical bills. He was sacrificing his youth and his health, but the debt only grew. Then, the peace he tried to build was shattered. The authorities didn't just knock, they tore his world apart once more. They pinned him down like a common criminal, a rifle pressed against his head as he roared for them to let go. His sister reached out in desperation, her voice cracking as she screamed for the only family she had left. His eyes burned with a murderous light. He didn't care about himself, he only cared about the hands they were laying on his sister. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, the kind of fury that only comes from a man who has nothing left to lose. But amidst the chaos, a man in a suit appeared, greeting him with a chilling familiarity that signaled a change in fate. They weren't there to lock him up, they were there to offer a way out, a chance to trade his freedom for his service. The deal was simple, help them with their dark work and his sister would be taken care of. He looked at her and made his choice. The lab began to fund everything, the house, the school, and the medical bills that were once impossible to pay. But the cost of her survival was her brother's soul. He was forced into a life of crime, sworn to absolute secrecy. Now, the guilt is a crushing weight. The sister can barely breathe knowing that every breath she takes was bought with her brother's sins. She breaks down in the interrogation room, her voice a fragile whisper as she begs for forgiveness for a crime she didn't commit. It was all for the medicine, all for her. The realization is a bitter pill that she has to swallow in front of the young man. The story ends there, a tragic cycle of sacrifice and suffering that left two siblings broken in different ways. The woman in the suit sets the record straight. Without this intervention, the sister would have been reclaimed by the very lab that ruined her brother. She looks her in the eye, explaining that while the motives were pure, the actions have consequences. The brother will still be punished. His involvement in the lab's crimes is extensive, and the law cannot simply look the other way because of his circumstances. There is one final offer on the table, a chance for a last conversation before the iron gates close for good. The phone on the wall stands as a bridge between a free man and a prisoner, a final line of communication. The young man watches, his face a mask of stoic contemplation as he prepares to face the man on the other end. Takes a breath, the silence in the room heavy with the weight of the secrets he just learned. The keypad beeps as the connection is made, the digital tone sounding like a countdown to a confrontation. The young man lifts the receiver. He doesn't speak yet, waiting for the other man to acknowledge his presence. He stands there, bloodied and weary, but his gaze is sharp as he listens to the static on the line. A man's voice comes through the receiver, low and knowing. He knows exactly who is holding the phone. The young man confirms it. He heard the whole story. The lab, the sister, and the betrayal, everything is finally out in the open. Recounts the details, his voice steady as he confronts the man who tried to sell him out to protect his own blood. The final question hangs in the air, cold and demanding. Why didn't he just say something instead of choosing this path? The young man stands in the dim light of the phone booth, the receiver pressed to his ear as blood from his recent struggle stains his clothes. His voice is a low growl, demanding the person on the other end finally find the courage to say something. He snaps, calling the man a traitor for the ultimate betrayal of their bond. His hand trembles with fury as he screams for the man to at least make an excuse for his actions. He leans into the booth, accusing the man of trying to sell out a friend just to drag him back to that living hell. He doesn't hold back, labeling the man as a real piece of trash for what he's done. The cold finality, he tells the man to spend the rest of his miserable life rotting in the filth of his own regret. The man on the other end stares down, the harsh words hitting home as he prepares to accept his fate. He whispers a hollow response, his voice devoid of any remaining spark of defiance. He slowly reaches out to end the call, the finality of the click echoing in the small room. He sits slumped over, a broken shell of a man who realized too late what he was throwing away. His only concern now is the police's promise to protect his sister, the one person he tried to save through his sins. The young man listens, his expression unreadable as the man's desperate plea for his family reaches him. He acknowledges that while the man is indeed trash, his sister is an innocent soul who shouldn't suffer. Judgment is passed, the man must face the full weight of the law and pay for his crimes. In a surprising turn, the young man mentions the burger the man made him. It was delicious, a final human memory. Line remains active for a heartbeat longer, a fragile bridge between two lives that have diverged forever. Suddenly, a haunting vision of a skeletal figure in a lab gown flashes before his eyes, a remnant of his past. He sees the frail, hollowed-out version of himself, a boy who was once nothing more than a test subject. The man bows his head in a final gesture of gratitude, whispering a thank you to the boy he wronged. The young man hangs up the phone, his frame exhausted but his resolve unshaken. A woman in a sharp suit watches him from the shadows, noting that he's more generous than she thought. He reflects on his past, admitting he truly believed his other friends had escaped the lab too. He hoped they were living happier lives than the torture they endured in that dark facility. Looking at the woman, he declares his singular desire to save them and asks for her help. A faint, calculating smile plays on her lips as she prepares to respond to his request. She admits they would welcome his help but warns that the path ahead is fraught with impossible odds. He retorts that it doesn't matter, his voice steady and devoid of the fear that once defined him. He flexes his arm, the muscles rippling with a power that declares he is no longer that weak skeleton. His resolve is set in stone, he is going to save every single one of his friends. Camera zooms into his eyes, which burn with a cold, predatory light that signals the birth of a monster. He vows to return to that laboratory and tear it to pieces until not a single brick remains. The scene shifts to the cold, indifferent skyline of the city, where the tall apartment blocks hide dark secrets. He bursts into the room, calling out with a sharp, urgent intensity. The woman turns, her eyes wide with surprise as she realizes the hunt has truly begun. The domestic scene is a far cry from the hunt. Haiji struggles against her sister's suffocating affection, begging her to stop while the older woman coos over how adorable she is. Watching from the doorway, Gamin Yoon can hardly believe his eyes. He realizes that at home, Haiji's sister is a completely different person than the warrior he expected. He had her pegged as the scary, cold-blooded type, but the contrast between her intimidating aura and this bubbly domestic side is almost overwhelming. Breaking away from the hug, the sister turns her attention to Gamin Yoon, asking if he's alright after hearing about the serious trouble his friend got into. Gamin Yoon scratches his head awkwardly, his mind flashing back to the conflict as he tries to find the right words to describe the situation. He offers a humble smile, assuring her that everything is fine now because she was the one who stepped in and took care of the mess. A soft, relieved smile crosses her face, glad to hear that the danger has passed and that her intervention actually made a difference. The tension evaporates as Gamin Yoon brightens up, excitedly asking if she wants some of the galbi jim she wasn't able to finish earlier. Haiji's sister pauses, her brow furrowing as she recalls a bizarre text message about the recipe, while Haiji chirps in about making sure everyone is fed. Haiji proudly presents a massive pot of sweet and sour galbi jim, though the sight of strawberries and oranges floating in the stew is anything but appetizing. The sister stares in absolute horror at a piece of orange held between her chopsticks, wondering why on earth there are oysters and fruit in a traditional meat dish. Her temper flares for a second as she demands to know which idiot taught her this recipe before quickly catching her tongue and asking more politely. Haiji beams with pride, holding up her phone to show off a detailed recipe from an AI service called GBT, convinced it's the ultimate cooking guide. Cold sweat breaks out on the sister's face as she stares at the soggy fruit, the reality of the culinary disaster finally sinking in. She explains that common sense dictates fruit in galbi jim just turns into a soggy, soy sauce-soaked mess, declaring the dish completely inedible. Warning her sister that eating this will lead to a guaranteed stomachache, she tries to save them both from the impending food poisoning. Haiji looks crestfallen, explaining that the AI told her vitamin C was essential for fatigue and she just wanted her sister to feel energized again. The sister freezes, the weight of Haiji's innocent affection clashing with the disgusting reality of the food in front of her. Stealing her resolve, she admits that while some people might lack the taste buds to appreciate it, she can't truly judge the food until she tries it. With a look of grim determination, she begins to shovel the bizarre concoction into her mouth despite Haiji's sudden concern that she's forcing herself. Her face contorts as she chews, but she forces out a strained compliment, claiming that the dish is actually delicious through gritted teeth. She gives a shaky thumbs up, her body language screaming for help even as she tries to maintain the lie for her sister's sake. Haiji's eyes light up with joy, and the sister doubles down, arguing that since oysters, strawberries, and meat are all good individually, they must be good together. She maintains the facade with a pained smile, insisting it's just a perfect mix of everything tasty, despite the beads of sweat on her forehead. Haiji is absolutely thrilled, her fists clenched in excitement as she celebrates her successful experiment in the kitchen. To her surprise, Gamin Yoon joins in with a massive thumbs up, his cheeks stuffed as he enthusiastically agrees that the food is incredible. He begins devouring the meal at a frightening pace, claiming he could eat this every single day and asking for more with genuine sincerity. The sister watches him in disbelief, wondering if Gamin Yoon's regeneration ability is so powerful that it even fixed his taste buds or perhaps destroyed them. The meal ends with a chorus of thanks as they stare down at the empty bowls, the culinary nightmare finally over. With the food gone, the atmosphere shifts instantly as the sister sits back, stating that they need to clear one important thing up before moving forward. Haiji and Gamin Yoon look at her curiously, wondering what could be so serious after such a chaotic dinner. She points her chopsticks directly at Gamin Yoon, her eyes turning sharp as she brings up the most pressing issue, his current living situation. She acknowledges that while she invited him in during an emergency, having a healthy young man stay in a house with two women is a serious problem that needs to be addressed. Haiji is visibly distressed, her eyes wide with worry as she realizes Gamin Yoon is being hunted by the researchers and has nowhere safe to hide. Clutching fries tightly, Gamin Yoon admits he has been considering going to the HQ, but the uncertainty of the situation weighs heavily on him. A short-haired woman breaks the heavy silence, reaching for her phone with a sharp, decisive movement. She makes an urgent call, demanding an official residence for Gamin Yoon while he and Haiji watch anxiously from the kitchen table. Gamin Yoon and Haiji wait in tense anticipation, their eyes fixed on her as the conversation on the other end continues. She snaps her phone shut with a satisfied click, noting that while there is no immediate vacancy, a spot will open up soon. Since the arrangement is only temporary, she grants Gamin Yoon permission to stay, leaving him in a state of pure, ecstatic relief. Haiji is thrilled that both Gamin Yoon and his companion Fries have found a safe haven for the time being. Even Fries joins in the celebration, letting out an enthusiastic bark as the tension in the room finally begins to dissipate. However, the mood shifts instantly as she grabs a pen and starts scribbling a list, telling Gamin Yoon that she isn't finished yet. Gamin Yoon's joy evaporates, replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes that staying there comes with a heavy set of conditions. She slams her hand onto the paper with authority, making it clear that these rules are absolute and non-negotiable. The most critical rule is established: Gamin Yoon is never, under any circumstances, to enter Haiji's private room. She warns him that breaking the rules will lead to consequences beyond his imagination, prompting Gamin Yoon to frantically agree to every single one. Her gaze turns sharp and predatory as she emphasizes that catching him in Haiji's room would be a fatal mistake. Gamin Yoon trembles under the weight of her murderous intent, clutching the list of rules as if his life depends on it. Haiji looks over Gammon Yoon's shoulder, stunned by the sheer number of restrictions her friend has imposed on their new guest. Abruptly ending the talk about living arrangements, the woman orders Gammon Yoon to follow her outside immediately. The time for domesticity is over. She needs to verify the true extent of Gammon Yoon's mutation before they take their next step. They arrive at a desolate construction site in the early morning, a spot secluded enough to avoid any unwanted attention. He reminds him of his promise to help them crush the lab, but to do that, she needs total transparency regarding his powers. Standing with her arms crossed, she demands to know exactly what he is capable of in a high-stakes combat scenario. Gammon Yoon explains his primary ability, the power to regenerate his body from almost any injury he sustains. He reveals the core mechanic: his healing factor is fueled by blood consumption, and its efficiency drops sharply when his reserves run low. She eyes him suspiciously, suspecting that a simple healing factor doesn't fully account for the destruction he's caused. She recalls the scene of his earlier fight, where the aftermath showed signs of a power far beyond mere regeneration. The structural damage and the state of the defeated enemies pointed toward a level of superhuman strength that is truly terrifying. Gammon Yoon clenches his fist, admitting that his unique heart likely grants him physical stats that far exceed a normal human's limits. He isn't satisfied with the vague description, noting that his performance in the field was significantly more than just better. She analyzes the situation, realizing that blood serves as both his medicine and his primary power source, creating a dangerous feedback loop. To put his claims to the test, she tosses a specialized device onto the ground, signaling that the real evaluation begins now. Gammon Yoon's eyes narrow in recognition, identifying the specialized device as a grip tester he had encountered in a lab previously. He focuses intently on the device, mentally preparing to channel his raw strength into his grip. As he clenches his hand, the veins in his arm visibly swell, a surge of power coursing through him. His knuckles turn white, and the device groans under the immense, concentrated pressure of his grip. Gammon Yoon's face twists in a fierce grimace, every muscle straining with the colossal effort. With a violent crack, the grip tester explodes into fragments, unable to withstand Gammon Yoon's overwhelming power. Gasp of utter astonishment echoes through the air. Her eyes widen in disbelief, questioning how Gammon Yoon could have shattered a dynamometer designed to measure up to 500 kilograms. Gammon Yoon, flustered, quickly apologizes for the unexpected destruction of the device. He gestures frantically, clearly embarrassed by the sheer force he unintentionally unleashed. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on her lips, a hint of intrigue in her expression. Gammon Yoon watches her, a bead of sweat on his brow, completely baffled by her calm reaction. Without warning, a volley of sharp rocks materializes and hurtles directly towards Gammon Yoon. Gammon Yoon reacts instantly, his body a blur of motion as he executes a rapid, precise dodge to evade the incoming projectiles. Despite his incredible agility, one of the stones grazes Gammon Yoon, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. A thoughtful "ho" escapes her lips, observing his performance with keen interest. She reveals her control over the projectiles, remarking that Gammon Yoon's ability to dodge even a few was already impressive given their random trajectories. Gammon Yoon, still amazed, describes the stones as moving with a life of their own, then directly asks if her mutation grants her a superpower. She pauses, her expression unreadable, contemplating his direct question. She clarifies that abilities derived from heart mutations are purely scientific, leading Gammon Yoon to concede that true superpowers are impossible. She then states that her specific mutation is a national secret which she is unable to disclose. She shifts her focus, sternly reminding Gammon Yoon that he, too, must keep his own abilities concealed. She advises him to remain discreet about being a mutant, emphasizing the critical importance of staying hidden. With a knowing glance, she suggests that Gammon Yoon likely understands the gravity of this secrecy even better than she does. Gammon Yoon's expression darkens with a grim realization, acknowledging the undeniable truth of her words. A montage of his past, unrestrained power usage flashes through his mind, confirming his reckless abandon since regaining his humanity. The stark realization settles within him: he must exercise far greater caution with his powers moving forward. A cheerful voice cuts through the tension, announcing the arrival of a new character. A vibrant young woman appears, urging them to leave and excitedly presenting a bag filled with drinks she purchased. Gammon Yoon's face instantly brightens, a relieved and enthusiastic exclamation escaping him. The female observer asks her sis where she's off to, who replies she has a work call and asks them to save some drinks, to which Gammon Yoon readily agrees. Gammon Yoon eagerly takes a sip of the Coca-Cola as the female friend asks for his opinion, subtly boasting that the previous drink was merely a cheap knockoff. Gammon Yoon's eyes light up with pure delight, his face beaming as he savors the taste, clearly captivated by the Coca-Cola. The moment Gammon Yoon takes a drink, he feels as if his mind is being electrified. It's sweet and tingling on his tongue, with a slight sting as it goes down, but it tastes incredible. It feels like a switch has been flipped inside his head, a sensation he can't quite describe, while Hyen laughs, happy to see him enjoying it. Yet, amidst the sweetness, a strange familiarity washes over him. He realizes he's encountered this exact flavor once before. His mind flashes back to a man in an apron serving a perfectly prepared burger. The memory is sudden and vivid. Realization hits him hard. It's the same taste as the burger Chaiwan made for him. Noticing the sudden change in his expression, Hyen leans forward with concern and asks him what's wrong. Gamin Yoon looks away, his voice low and heavy as he tells her it's nothing. Hyen watches him closely, sensing the unspoken pain hidden behind his dismissive answer. He admits that he just thought of his friend for a moment and his other friends too. Sitting together in the quiet night, he reminisces about how close they all used to be. Hyen smiles softly, noting how much he cherishes them and how comfortable he seemed back at the burger shop. To Gamin Yoon, they were family. Thinking back on his life at the lab is still a haunting experience. He recalls the horrific experiments, the figures in gas masks, and the clinical cruelty of that place. The memories of the subjects suffering under the lab's experiments are etched into his mind. He remembers the dark energy and the screams of those who couldn't survive the procedures. But the moments he spent with his friends there made him forget the pain, even if just for a moment. They were the ones who kept him breathing in that absolute hellhole. He wanted them all to escape together and be happy, but the guilt of being the only one who made it outweighs heavily on him. His fist trembles with growing resolve. He is determined to save them all. Even if he has to fight the lab and tear the entire place down, he won't stop. Hyen looks at him, seeing the fierce determination and the burden he carries in his eyes. Softening his expression, Gamin Yoon tells her to let him know if there is ever anything he can do for her. Hyen gives him a bright, encouraging smile, telling him he can ask her for help anytime as well. Gamin Yoon is momentarily taken aback by her warmth and sincerity. A small, genuine smile finally appears on his face as he offers a simple thanks. A few days later, the setting shifts to a local high school campus. Inside the classroom, students are buzzing with rumors about a new transfer student arriving today. The girls are already impressed by his appearance, calling him incredible even before he enters the room. Teacher calls for quiet, officially introducing the transfer student to the class. Deep within, a heart pulses with a mysterious energy, a sign of the power Gamin Yoon holds. Gamin Yoon stands at the front, still trying to process how he ended up in this situation with Hyen. Nervously, he introduces himself to his new classmates, and his new life at school begins. Sitting in the classroom, the transfer student can hardly believe it. He's actually here, surrounded by the mundane buzz of a typical high school. But the pressure is mounting. His stomach churns with a cocktail of anxiety and dread, making him feel like he might lose his lunch right then and there. The girls nearby are already whispering, their eyes locked on the new face in the room as they comment on how cute he looks. The boys aren't far behind, firing off questions about where he transferred from and if he has any athletic skills. It feels like a spotlight is burning into his back. Every single pair of eyes in the room is fixed on him, waiting for a slip-up. His mind flashes back to a few days ago when a friend handed him a heavy brown bag, declaring it was time for his first mission. She had been planning this for a while, setting the stage for his deep cover operation. The student reaches into the bag, confused as to what kind of equipment he's being issued for this task. To his shock, it's not a weapon or a gadget, it's a school uniform. The realization hits him like a freight train. His friend confirms his fears. Starting tomorrow, he'll be attending the same school as her. That is his official mission. And so, the legendary fighter begins his most dangerous assignment yet, surviving high school. The school bell rings, a sharp signal that the chaos of the day is only just beginning. Immediately, the transfer student is swarmed. The other students are relentless, demanding his social media handles and marveling at his physical build. They bombard him with personal questions, from his height to his personality type, leaving him completely overwhelmed. His friend's warning echoes in his head. She had told him that he doesn't act like a normal person and needs to learn how to fit in. To help with his task, he must become a master of disguise, disguised as an average, boring student. The stakes are high. If he fails to blend in, he risks being exposed, which would compromise everything. As the crowd grows thicker and the questions get more intrusive, he feels his composure slipping. Sweat beads on his forehead. He's convinced his cover is already blown before the first period is even over. Suddenly, a heavy hand slams onto the desk with a thunderous crack, silencing the entire room. A tall, red-haired student steps in, shouting at the crowd to back off because they're freaking the new guy out. The red-haired student takes over the interrogation, effortlessly providing answers and claiming the transfer student is a sports prodigy from the next town over. The contrast between the two is jarring. It's like they belong to two completely different types of stories. The student doubles down on the lie, telling everyone that he and the newcomer are basically childhood friends. He shoos the other students away, promising they can catch up later, effectively giving the transfer student some much-needed breathing room. Relieved, the transfer student offers a sincere smile and thanks him for the timely intervention. But the other student's expression turns deadly serious. He leans in, reminding the newcomer that he needs to act like a normal student to survive here. The transfer student is impressed. He feels like he's found a reliable ally who knows the ins and outs of this school. The student strikes a confident pose, telling the newcomer to just ask him if there's anything he doesn't know. However, the confidence is short-lived. When the teacher asks a question, the student's brain seemingly short-circuits. The teacher is exasperated, noting that exams are right around the corner and the student hasn't memorized a single thing. The teacher poses a new question about a historical plague. The student tries to play it cool, acting like the question is beneath him. With a triumphant shout, the student bellows out a ridiculous answer. The room goes dead silent for a heartbeat. The teacher doesn't find it funny, delivering a swift smack to the student's head while the rest of the class erupts in laughter. The transfer student chuckles along, realizing that his reliable ally might not be the most academically gifted. The teacher turns his attention to the new student, challenging him to provide the correct answer. The other student panics internally, thinking that since the newcomer is strong, he must be just as academically challenged. Without missing a beat, the transfer student raises his hand and calmly provides the correct scientific name for the plague. Class is stunned. It turns out the transfer student isn't just a physical powerhouse, he's actually got the brains to match. The teacher, still reeling from Gammon Yoon's sudden display of intellect, presses him further, asking about the Indian social hierarchy. Without a moment's hesitation, Gammon Yoon confidently declares the answer: it is the caste system. The questions come in a rapid-fire barrage, each met with Gammon Yoon's immediate, perfect response. From the holy site of the Crusades to the emperor who divided Rome and the rallying cry of the French Revolution, he answers them all, culminating with the incident that sparked World War I, the Sarajevo incident. Teacher adjusts his glasses, his expression one of utter disbelief. Unbelievable, he mutters, completely dumbfounded. He praises Gammon Yoon, stating he's never seen a student answer so instantly in all his years of teaching, and commands the class to give him a round of applause. Gammon Yoon smirks, a faint blush on his cheeks, as the other students whisper in awe, wondering if he was a genius and top of his class at his previous school. A student named Taegu, with wide, shocked eyes, screams in disbelief, realizing Gammon Yoon is no dummy. Taegu confronts Gammon Yoon, demanding to know how he possesses such vast knowledge, to which Gammon Yoon simply responds with a confused "huh?" Taegu further questions the Sarajevo incident, expressing his ignorance, while Gammon Yoon calmly repeats the name, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. With a casual smile, Gammon Yoon admits, "I don't know either," leaving Taegu utterly bewildered. Taegu's face contorts in pure confusion, question marks swirling around his head as he tries to process Gammon Yoon's shocking revelation. Taegu, utterly perplexed, asks Gammon Yoon how he managed to answer everything correctly if he didn't even know the information, to which Gammon Yoon hesitantly begins to explain. Gammon Yoon reveals that the lab allowed him to borrow the textbooks used for classes, showing a stark image of his past self, a skeletal figure, diligently studying in a padded room. Explains that he simply read them over and over again, finding happiness in the thought of making friends while studying. Taegu listens intently, a thoughtful silence falling between them as he processes the heartbreaking truth. His expression shifts to one of deep concern as he asks Gammon Yoon if he truly memorized textbooks just because he had nothing else to do. Overwhelmed with emotion, Taegu yells, cursing and questioning what kind of life Gammon Yoon has been living, lamenting that he memorized them out of boredom without even understanding their meaning. Taegu then composes himself, a confident smirk replacing his distress, and announces that the next period is PE, promising to show Gammon Yoon something far more enjoyable than reading textbooks. The scene shifts to the bustling gym, an overhead shot revealing students scattered across the court, ready for their physical education class. The PE teacher, holding a dodgeball, announces that today's class is dodgeball and instructs the joint class to split into 2 teams. Students quickly form teams, some grumbling about their teammates, while others boast confidently, ready to crush the opposing class. Gammon Yoon, looking utterly lost, asks Taegu what dodgeball is, prompting Taegu to realize Gammon Yoon's complete unfamiliarity with the game. Taegu explains the simple rules: throw the ball from your zone and dodge the balls coming at you. Gammon Yoon expresses doubt about his ability to play, but Taegu confidently reassures him, urging him to just trust him this time. Just moments later, Taegu takes a direct hit to the face, screaming in pain as the referee declares him out of the game. The other students erupt in laughter at Taegu's swift elimination, while Gammon Yoon, concerned, asks if Taegu is okay. Taegu defiantly claims it was just a tickle, but Gammon Yoon points out the blood streaming from his nose. With a serious expression, Taegu tells Gammon Yoon that this is no time to worry about him, leaving Gammon Yoon with a puzzled "huh?" Taegu reveals the dire situation: Gammon Yoon is the only player left on their team. Taegu, sporting a scratch on his face, apologizes that dodgeball isn't his specialty, but reminds Gammon Yoon that it's not hard, just dodge and throw. Gammon Yoon looks confused, wondering how that advice is any different from what he heard before. Taegu quickly offers a crucial hint: if Gammon Yoon is worried about revealing his powers, he should try moving with only half his physical strength before the teacher shouts for Taegu to get off the court. As Taegu's echo reminds him to use just half his power, Gammon Yoon agrees to try, while Taegu quickly responds to the teacher's repeated command to leave the court. Taegu, with a sheepish "my bad, huh," walks off the court, leaving Gammon Yoon to ponder the instruction: use only half. Gammon Yoon stands confused, a giant gorilla-like figure of his full strength looming behind him, as he questions how he's supposed to use only half his power. An opposing Yusun High student hurls a dodgeball with immense force, shouting at Gammon Yoon not to space out. The student yells that Gammon Yoon is out too, as the dodgeball streaks through the air, heading straight for him. Gammon Yoon's eyes widen in alarm, sweat beading on his face as he realizes the ball is coming right at him, frantically wondering what to do. In a flash, Gammon Yoon instinctually dodges, the dodgeball narrowly missing his face as he moves with unexpected agility. As another ball flies towards him, Gammon Yoon continues to dodge, his mind racing, trying to understand how to consciously use only half his body's power, questioning if this instinctive movement is the key. The gym erupts into pure chaos as Gammon Yoon moves like a blur. The students watch in disbelief as he dodges every ball thrown his way with professional precision. Even the spectators are stunned. The sheer intensity in Gammon Yoon's gaze proves this isn't just luck, the transfer student is operating on an entirely different level. It's unnatural. Without even moving his feet, Gammon Yoon sways his upper body through the air, turning a simple game of dodgeball into a masterclass in evasion. He's making a mockery of Class 2. After images trail behind him as he dances between projectiles, leaving everyone watching in awe of his skills. Suddenly, the large man, Hyung, screams for the game to stop, crossing his arms in a frantic X. Sweating bullets, he yells that he never told Gammon Yoon to literally split his body's power like that. Gammon Yoon freezes, a cold sweat breaking out. He realizes he might have misunderstood the instructions, wondering if the split was supposed to be left and right instead of upper and lower. That momentary lapse in concentration proves fatal. A volleyball slams directly into Gammon Yoon's face with a resounding crack, ending his perfect streak. He hits the floor hard and lies spread eagle as the gym goes quiet. The students rush over, worried the last throw was too much for the new kid to handle. Gammon Yoon slowly sits up, clutching his face. Blood drips from his nose as the others ask if he's genuinely okay after taking such a heavy hit. Instead of feeling pain, he bursts into a bright, carefree laugh. Seeing his reaction, the tension evaporates, and his classmates realize he's tougher than he looks. From the bleachers, the girls are already swooning. They can't help but notice how handsome and athletic Gammon Yoon is, calling him amazing. Hyeji watches him with a subtle, knowing smile. She agrees with her friend, thinking to herself that Gammon Yoon is actually adjusting to school life quite well. As the sun begins to set, the school day comes to an end. Conversations about upcoming tests and trips to the PC cafe fill the evening air. Walking home, the large man, Hyung, checks in on Gammon Yoon, asking how his very first day of school felt now that the dust has settled. He leans back casually, noting that it won't be easy for Gammon Yoon to keep his secrets hidden in a place like this. With a confident thumbs up, the large man, Hyung, offers his support, claiming to be the only person Gammon Yoon can truly trust in this school. Gammon Yoon looks up at the sky, admitting that school life is a world apart from the cold, sterile lab where he grew up. In his mind, he marvels at the freedom. Here, no one is pulling his strings or controlling his every move. He watches his peers interact, fascinated by the simple fact that everyone here can speak their minds without fear. Even the snack bar is a revelation. The idea that you can buy whatever you want as long as you have money is a luxury he's still getting used to. Gammon Yoon admits that while he's enjoying himself, the whole experience still feels a bit awkward and surreal. Looking at his new friends, his expression softens. He tells them how much fun he had, confessing he never would have experienced any of this without them. With a sincere heart, he looks at the large man, Hyung, and Hyeji, offering a simple, genuine thank you for welcoming him. The large man, Hyung, acts tough to hide his embarrassment, telling Gammon Yoon not to get all sappy because he still has plenty to learn. The warm sunset fades, replaced by the grim silhouette of a massive, isolated facility, a place where shadows hold more weight than words. Inside the dark corridors, a group of men in suits walk with purpose. One asks if there's been any word from the lab, his voice low and calculating. His subordinate reports that their superiors haven't noticed they've been skimming the goods yet, keeping their illicit activities under wraps. The leader is pleased. They only need to play nice for a few more days to finish the job, as long as no one suspects a thing. The sentence is cut short as he spots a shadow looming in the distance. His eyes narrow in suspicion as he demands to know who is sitting in their restricted area. They find a disheveled man sitting on the floor, casually slurping a bowl of hot ramen. He nonchalantly tells the suits they're early. Disgusted, the leader assumes he's just a vagrant and orders his men to throw the intruder out immediately. As they grab him, the man panics, not for his safety, but for his soup. He cries out in protest, devastated that he didn't get to finish the broth. The suit loses his patience, calling the man a crazy bastard. He threatens to crack the intruder's head open if he doesn't shut up about the soup. The man stops and stares, a corn dog still in his mouth. He leans in close, scrutinizing the suit's face as if looking for something specific. He grumbles about how hard it is to see, reaching out to fiddle with the dark sunglasses perched on his nose. With a laugh, he realizes he still had his shades on. As he flips them up, the atmosphere turns deadly. A sudden, violent impact shatters the silence. The corn dog and sunglasses fly through the air as a devastating blow lands with bone-breaking force. The man in the suit growls a final warning for the intruder to get lost while he's still being nice before he decides to kill him. The man freezes in terror, his voice trembling as he points toward the horrifying sight of his subordinate's hand. Agony erupts as the man's face begins to fracture like dry earth. His screams echo through the corridor as he is coldly told to stop being a baby. The tension in the room is suffocating as the reality of his overwhelming power sinks in. He looms over them, demanding to know the exact amount of cash they were carrying back from the lab. Deep within, a rhythmic, stony thrum pulses, serving as the source of his unnatural strength and durability. With a hand still encased in jagged stone, he declares this a final settlement, taking the cash as payment for their interference. Life shifts from the shadows of combat to the bright green of the school soccer field where the stakes are supposedly lower. It's been a week since he started attending school, and the chaos of the game is a welcome distraction from his usual life. His first mission was simple: act like a normal person and adapt to the mundane rhythms of an ordinary student. First, the paranoia was constant. He worried every movement or glance would betray his true identity to his classmates. Every sudden sound or unexpected question made his heart race, fearing he was acting too strangely for this peaceful environment. But as the soccer ball flies through the air, he finds himself reacting with the same instincts he used to survive the streets. The fear of standing out kept him from truly enjoying the games at first, his mind always half-focused on concealment. However, studying and eating alongside kids his own age slowly began to change his perspective on what it means to live. He realizes with a genuine smile that school is far more enjoyable than he ever could have imagined. The soccer ball streaks across the field as his teammates shout for him to take the shot, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He watches the ball descend, still in disbelief that he's allowed to just run and play like a normal teenager again. He prepares to trap the ball with his chest, focusing entirely on the physics of the game rather than the mechanics of combat. He executes a swift slide, keeping the ball under control as he maneuvers past his opponents with practiced ease. In his attempt to look perfectly normal, he overcomplicates the move and finds himself tumbling onto the grass. The field erupts in laughter as his classmates mock his clumsy display, labeling him the class clown. He laughs along with them, blushing as he realizes that to everyone else, he finally looks like a normal person. As the sun begins to set over the school, the group heads home, leaving the peaceful campus behind for the day. The aroma of a street-side chicken skewer hits him like a physical force, his eyes glistening at the sight of the food. His friends tease him for staring at the food with such intense admiration, wondering just how long he plans to keep looking at it. When his friend threatens to eat it himself, he panics, insisting he's going to savor it with some fried snacks later. Stern warning about seasoned food being bad for dogs leaves him in a state of genuine, wide-eyed shock. Suddenly, a strange, low sound from a nearby alleyway catches their attention, sounding like a human voice in distress. Lying face down on the pavement is a man in sunglasses, groaning about his extreme hunger after overusing his powers. The man recalls the night-long battle against overwhelming numbers that left him without even the strength to walk. Desperate for any source of energy, his eyes fall upon a nearby patch of flowers, his mind racing for a solution. The flower bed looks like a sanctuary to the starving man, a potential source of the earth-based energy he needs. He reaches out, intending to use his power to absorb energy directly from the dirt to replenish his spent reserves. The boy suddenly intervenes, grabbing the man's arm and shouting that eating dirt is a terrible idea. The man in sunglasses frantically denies that he was trying to eat the soil, embarrassed by the misunderstanding. The boy lectures him with the voice of experience, claiming that eating dirt only leads to a massive stomachache. Instead, he points toward the dandelions and clovers, suggesting they are a much more edible alternative for a hungry person. His friends watch from a distance, completely bewildered as the boy gives survival advice that is just as strange as the man on the ground. The man in sunglasses tries to defend his dignity, insisting he isn't homeless and that this is all just a big misunderstanding. The man in sunglasses tries to defend his dignity, insisting he isn't homeless and that this is all just a big misunderstanding. He thinks to himself, they already think I'm homeless. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a sharp intake of breath as he catches a scent. He sniffs the air intensely, realizing, wait, this smell is... The desperate plea, the mysterious man points at Gammon Yoon's skewer, demanding, "Tea that. Can you give that to me?" Gammon Yoon, utterly bewildered, cries out, "Excuse me?" Gammon Yoon clutches his precious skewer, a wave of internal protest washing over him. "I haven't even taken a single bite yet." However, a flicker of empathy crosses Gammon Yoon's face. He thinks of his own past struggles, realizing, this homeless mister. It feels like I'm looking at my past self. Yeah, me too. Just like Hai-ji did for me, I have to give to someone else. Reluctantly, Gammon Yoon crouches down, extending the skewer to the starving man. He manages to offer, then just take one bite. The mysterious man, with a ravenous intensity, takes a massive, grotesque bite, devouring a significant portion of the skewer in one gulp. The sound of his eating echoes. Sounds of intense chewing and smacking fill the air. Nom 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 chomp smack. Gammon Yoon watches in horror as his skewer rapidly diminishes, letting out a pained AARGH. After devouring the entire skewer, the mysterious man lets out a satisfied, booming burp burp. He collapses onto the pavement, spreading his arms wide in utter bliss. "Oh man, I feel like I can live now," he exclaims, completely revitalized. The mysterious man showers Gammon Yoon and his female companion with praise. "Thank you so much. The chicken, green onions, and seasoning blended together so well. It was a truly fantastic taste. It was the best chicken skewer." Meanwhile, Gammon Yoon laments, "My chicken skewer. I couldn't even get a single bite." Sitting up, the mysterious man declares, "I'll definitely pay you back for this," as he begins rummaging through a large bag at his feet. A close-up reveals the contents of his bag, stacks upon stacks of high-denomination bills hinting at immense wealth. Gamin Yoon, the female student, and the male student all stare in utter shock at the unexpected display of riches, their faces contorted in disbelief. Mysterious man pulls out a thick wad of cash, offering it to them with a casual air. Here, this should be enough of a reward, right? The three students are dumbfounded, their previous assumptions shattered. A collective thought echoes, he wasn't a beggar. The revelation hits them hard. The mysterious man insists, here, take it. It's a token of gratitude. Gamin Yoon hesitates, isn't this too much? Is it really okay to take this? But the male student urges, SHH, just take it for now. We can buy 30 chicken skewers with this. Just as Gamin Yoon reaches for the money, a blur of motion snatches it away. The students look on in confusion, uttering. Two figures on a motorcycle speed past, one clutching the stolen bag of money. Bills flutter in their wake as they make their escape, leaving the group stunned. The male student, now on the ground, screams in despair, and oh, my textbook money, please catch those guys, as the motorcycle speeds further away. The female student pulls out her phone, ready to report the crime. Pickpockets, I'll report them to the police right away. But then she pauses, looking around in confusion, HUH. She glances around, bewildered. Gamin Yoon and the mysterious man have vanished without a trace. Where did everyone go? Gamin Yoon and the mysterious man are already in hot pursuit, a trail of money fluttering behind the fleeing motorcycle. The mysterious man shouts, aren't you going to bring back my bag? Gamin Yoon, resolute, simply states, let's go. The two thieves on the motorcycle glance back, one remarking, we've got 3 guys on us. The other scoffs, stupid punks lol. Hey you morons, do you think you can catch up to a motorcycle? As Gamin Yoon and the male student continue their chase, Gamin Yoon tells his friend Taegu, I'll chase them alone. His friend responds with a puzzled, HUH? The male student realizes Gamin Yoon's intent, thinking, it's hard for Gamin Yoon to use his powers if there are people watching. The less athletic mysterious man stumbles, crying out, I'm falling. Please catch me. He grabs onto the male student, who exclaims. The male student glares at the mysterious man clinging to his leg, demanding, what the hell are you doing, you punk? The mysterious man apologizes sheepishly, sorry, I almost fell, he. Confident, the male student assures the mysterious man, but don't worry, Gamin Yoon will definitely get the bag back. Meanwhile, Gamin Yoon, now alone, thinks, good, since there are no eyes watching. A visceral image of a glowing, pulsating heart, surrounded by dark tendrils, appears. This signifies Gamin Yoon activating his hidden power, the rhythmic thump-thump echoing. Gamin Yoon surges forward, a powerful dash propelling him with incredible speed. He becomes a blur, leaving everything behind. His speed is phenomenal, a streak across the urban landscape. He overtakes a regular runner effortlessly, a testament to his activated abilities. One of the thieves glances back, his eyes widening in disbelief as Gamin Yoon, a mere blur, closes the distance on their speeding motorcycle. Gamin Yoon is now right behind the motorcycle, his hair streaming from the sheer velocity. The thieves are utterly shocked, one exclaiming, FXXCK, what the? How did this bastard catch up? With eyes glowing crimson, Gamin Yoon lunges forward, his hand outstretched, ready to strike. The thief's face contorts in pure terror as he realizes the imminent impact. Gamin Yoon delivers a devastating kick to the motorcycle, the force of the blow sending the vehicle and its riders tumbling through the air. He slides to a powerful halt, having successfully disabled the thieves' escape vehicle. The impact echoes through the street. Disoriented thieves look back in disbelief. What the hell is that punk? One asks, while the other wonders, what kind of physical strength is that? The first thief then asks his partner, did you lose him? A close-up on the thief's eye reveals his dawning horror. He sees Gamin Yoon, still in pursuit, and his expression turns to one of pure dread. Gamin Yoon charges forward with an aura of raw power, his speed seemingly limitless. The thieves panic, realizing the distance isn't widening at all. This punk isn't a normal human. One gasps, isn't he a variant? The other echoes in terror, a variant. Desperate, one of the motorcycle thieves points frantically, yelling, there, knock that down, as they speed past a towering stack of concrete blocks. The passenger on the motorcycle extends a powerful kick, declaring, variant or whatever, eat this and get lost, sending the blocks crashing down in a desperate attempt to halt their pursuer. The massive stack of concrete blocks crumbles violently, creating a formidable barrier of debris and dust in the pursuer's path. The young man finds himself amidst the raining concrete, his eyes widening in shock as he navigates the sudden onslaught. A fierce determination hardens the young man's expression, his jaw clenched, refusing to be deterred by the unexpected obstacle. The motorcycle speeds away, the passenger glancing back at the exploding dust cloud, confident in their escape as he declares, got him. The passenger, with a dismissive wave, taunts the pursuer, bidding him farewell with a smug CYA as they vanish into the distance. The dust slowly settles over the collapsed concrete blocks, leaving behind a scene of destruction and the lingering scent of debris. Miraculously, the young man emerges from the rubble, groaning, UGH, my head, as he pushes through the heavy blocks. Sweat drips down the young man's face as he clutches his head, his resolve unwavering. He thinks, I need to catch up again. Bystanders begin to gather, one person questioning, what is this? Is that person okay? As they observe the aftermath. A crowd quickly forms around the young man, concerned voices asking, "Shouldn't we call the hospital? He looks badly hurt." The narrator notes, a crowd has already gathered. Above the chaos, the sky remains a serene canvas of blue and orange, briefly offering a moment of calm. Unaware of the pursuers' resilience, the motorcycle thieves continue their escape, their engine roaring as they speed through the city streets. The passenger asks, "No one is chasing us anymore, right?" The driver confidently replies, "No one," believing they are finally safe. The passenger remarks, "Anyway, the prophet this time is pretty sweet," before his eyes widen in terror. He screams, "Wait! Ahead! Look ahead! You bastard!" Standing directly in their path is a large man, his presence menacing as the passenger recognizes him, exclaiming, "That guy from earlier." With a swift, devastating blow, the large man punches the passenger directly, sending him flying off the speeding motorcycle. The driver's eyes widen in sheer horror, his face a mask of disbelief as his partner is violently struck down. The impact sends both the passenger and the motorcycle skidding across the asphalt, the driver losing control and tumbling to the ground. The driver lies sprawled on the ground, helmet askew, groaning in pain, as he struggles to comprehend their sudden defeat. Large man approaches the fallen thieves with deliberate steps, asking, "Why are you running so desperately?" His voice calm and mocking. He removes his sunglasses, revealing cold, piercing eyes as he states, "As long as you're touching the ground, I can sense it all anyway." The driver, now unhelmeted, stares up in terror, realizing, Is this bastard a variant too?" He curses, "FXXCK." Stone-like texture spreads across one side of the large man's face as he coldly declares, "That money isn't for you guys." The driver, still on his knees, defiantly mutters, "Bullshit," despite the overwhelming presence of the large man. The large man grabs the driver by the collar, pulling him close. He scoffs, "You think being a heart variant means your belly is wrapped in iron plates?" Another motorcycle roars into view, hinting at more forces at play as the situation escalates. More engines rev, and another motorcycle appears, suggesting the arrival of a larger group. The large man stands amidst a circle of motorcycles, their headlights illuminating him and the captured driver. He declares, "This is our hideout, you punk." A sinister grin spreads across the large man's face as he announces his cruel intentions. "Perfect, we'll sell you off too." The large man's cracked, menacing face looms over the terrified driver, an intimidating display of power and control. With a casual gesture, the large man places his hand on his hip, calmly asking, "Oh, really?" as if unfazed by any defiance. He crouches, looking down at the driver with a dismissive gaze, stating, "For that, you're way too short on numbers." A visual representation of the heart variant power flares, showing a cracked, stone-like heart with glowing red veins, pulsing with dark energy. Large man slams his hand onto the ground, shattering the pavement and sending debris flying, a raw demonstration of his formidable power. Suddenly, a new wave of motorcycle riders charges forward, a voice barking orders, "Ram into him so he can't use his powers." The lead rider, wearing a distinctive helmet, stares ahead with grim determination, spearheading the assault. The ground beneath the bikers begins to violently convulse, throwing them off balance. Panic erupts as the riders cry out, questioning if an earthquake has struck. Rocks violently erupt from the ground, sending debris flying. A biker in green stares, aghast, realizing this isn't a natural phenomenon. He declares with terror that this bastard is no normal variant. With a chilling declaration, Gammon Yoon unleashes devastating power, promising to bury the entire hideout as massive stone pillars tear through the structure. A blinding flash of energy erupts from the ground, signifying the raw, destructive force being unleashed, shattering the very foundations of the hideout. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, a sharp-dressed man in a suit addresses someone off-panel, presenting a clipboard and stating, "Team leader." Composed woman with short black hair, the team leader, receives the document as the man informs her, "Here is the data on the tracking target you requested earlier." The team leader reads the document, muttering the target's name, Kang Dongwook, and notes his connection to a construction company linked to the lab, questioning if he's the technical team leader of Home and Construction. She observes the photo on the document, commenting on the target's youthful appearance. "He looks pretty young?" Pondering the implications, the team leader decides, "I should contact Gio." The man in suit, still standing nearby, asks the team leader if the target is related to that friend Gio is looking for. With a subtle narrowing of her eyes, the team leader offers an enigmatic reply, "Who knows?" The man in suit considers the possibilities, articulating that the person could be the friend Gio is seeking, or perhaps not. A slight, knowing smile plays on the team leader's lips as she prepares to reveal her conviction. With a confident air, the team leader asserts, "My intuition tells me he's exactly the friend Gio is looking for." Suddenly, Gio bursts into the office, his eyes wide with shock and excitement, exclaiming, "You found my friend?" The team leader calmly advises Gio not to get worked up, reminding him it's not confirmed yet. Gio, still a bit flustered, sheepishly agrees, "Right, of course, haha." Changing the subject, the team leader compliments Gio, remarking, "The uniform suits you," and asks about his school life. Gio replies that he's having a lot of fun, but admits that being at school makes him think of his friends even more. His expression turning serious, Gio directly asks the team leader, "What did you mean by 'we might know your friend'?" The team leader explains that the person is someone they are currently investigating, around Gio's age. He urges him to confirm the identity, saying, "So check if this is really your friend," as she pushes the photo closer. Gio's eyes widen in recognition as he sees the face in the photo, exclaiming, "Oh, this face." The team leader looks at him intently, asking for confirmation. "Is he really your friend, Gio?" Gio excitedly identifies him as the homeless guy from earlier. The team leader, taken aback, repeats H_homeless. Gio indignantly recounts, "Yes, he ate my whole chicken skewer just now." The team leader, surprised, questions, "Chicken skewer?" Gio continues his bewildered account, adding, "He was eating dirt before that." The team leader responds with disbelief, "Dirt? What on earth?" The team leader then asks Gio, "His name's Kong Dong-uk, does that ring a bell?" Gio shakes his head, replying, "No." Gio explains that he doesn't recognize the name, attributing it to his incomplete regeneration at the lab affecting his eyesight. However, he's certain he would know the person if he saw him in person. He reiterates his confusion, stating, "Both the name and the face are totally new to me," then lets out a sound of contemplation. A sudden, intense realization dawns on Gio's face, his eyes wide with shock as a memory clicks into place. Gio's mind races, a blurry image of a figure in a warehouse flashing through his thoughts as he exclaims, "Wait a second." Memory becomes clearer, focusing on a distinct detail, a hand reaching out, hinting at a unique power. A close-up reveals a hand partially transformed into stone, and Gio cries out, recognizing the power, this ability that turns his body into stone. Gio emphatically corrects the name, shouting, "It's Kong Do-hyung, not Kong Dong-uk, it's Kong Do-hyung." The image shifts to a small, sad boy, the true Kong Do-hyung. Gio, agitated, insists, with that ability, it has to be Do-hyung. The team leader, looking at him, asks for confirmation, "Are you sure this guy really uses a stone-type ability?" With a serious expression, the team leader confirms, "That's right, heart of stone." Gio's eyes burn with urgency as he demands, "Where is he right now?" The team leader reveals, Kong Do-hyung is helping the lab, just like Lee Chai-won. Because of that, he became the CEO of a construction firm that made hundreds of billions. The actual Kong Do-hyung is shown, confident and imposing. The team leader concludes, "It's mostly circumstantial, but I'm convinced, so he ended up on our investigation list too." Gamin-yoon stares in disbelief as the realization hits him. If Dae-hyung is involved as well, just like Chai-won, then the situation is far more dangerous than he first imagined. Team leader leans back, her eyes sharp and calculating. She presents the choice clearly, asking Gamin-yoon if he's truly ready to take this on. The investigation files lie scattered on the desk, filled with the dark secrets of a company that operates in the shadows. A cold, confident smirk creeps across Gamin-yoon's face. He isn't intimidated, he's motivated. Slamming his hand onto the desk, Gamin-yoon gives his answer without a second of hesitation. He's in. The mission begins. Episode 18, The President of Hodun Construction. Hodun Construction is a subcontractor handling major public works, but it's just a front for something much darker. The man at the top is none other than Dae-hyung. To get close, Gamin-yoon must hide his identity and infiltrate the construction site where Dae-hyung operates. Under the guise of a laborer, he'll investigate the illegal business dealings between this company and the mysterious lab. The team leader leaves him with a chilling warning. The friends he once knew are no longer the same people he remembers. Dae-hyung is far more deeply entrenched in the lab's operations than Chai-won ever was. One wrong move could be fatal. The goal is clear, persuade Dae-hyung or, better yet, use him to drag the lab's puppet masters out into the open. Gamin-yoon keeps his head down, focused on the mission. He needs to find the ones hiding in the background, pulling the strings. His gaze is sharp. He's not just here to work, he's here to expose the truth. Nearby, his companion struggles under the weight of heavy materials, cursing the brutal labor. He admits that while he wanted to help his friend, he didn't realize it would be this physically demanding. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes that hard labor wasn't just a figure of speech. Gamin-yoon looks over with concern, telling his companion that he doesn't have to push himself as hard just to help. Student brushes it off with a thumbs up, telling Gamin-yoon to worry about himself instead. To him, this isn't just work, it's a high-stakes spy mission, and he's determined to play his part. Gamin-yoon offers a grateful smile, thanking his friend for the support in this dangerous game. The student asks when they'll actually see the friend they're looking for, but Gamin-yoon admits he doesn't have a specific location yet. His companion explodes in frustration. "You mean your plan was just to wander around until you got lucky?" Gamin-yoon awkwardly scratches his head. He hadn't realized how massive the site was or how hard it would be to find the company president. Student decides to take charge, suggesting they start by questioning the veteran workers on site. He's confident in his ability to get information, reminding Gamin-yoon that he knows how to handle these types of people. His strategy is simple. A little flattery goes a long way with the older crowd. But before they can even speak, a grizzled foreman barks at them, calling them useless brats who are already trying to slack off. The other workers join in, telling the kids to use their heads and figure things out themselves instead of bothering the adults. They continue their verbal assault, claiming that kids these days have rotten brains and are the reason the country is in trouble. The foreman singles out Gamin-yoon, mockingly calling him a pretty boy who doesn't belong on a job site. He points a finger aggressively, warning Gamin-yoon that if he trips and hurts someone, he'll be held responsible. The foreman points to a massive stack of materials. He orders them to move the entire pile within an hour or pack their bags. Shocked by the impossible task, Gamin-yoon and his companion have no choice but to comply. The mission just got a lot harder. As they scramble to start, the foreman mutters to himself about how hiring kids was a mistake. The infiltration is off to a rocky start. The veteran workers can't believe their eyes. One of them shouts in disbelief, pointing out that carrying 8 bags of cement equals a staggering 160 kilos, a weight no normal human should be able to handle alone. His colleague can only utter a confused "ha" as he stares at the impossible display of strength unfolding right in front of him. As Gamin-yoon tears across the construction site with the massive load on his back, the workers scream for him to slow down, but Gamin-yoon simply retorts that he isn't even running this time. With his legs moving in a blur of motion, he clarifies his pace with a straight face. He isn't sprinting, he's just speed-walking through the chaos. The other laborers struggle to keep up, gasping for air as they try to call out to the boy they know as Kim Ji-oh. He's moving at a pace that defies the laws of physics for a manual laborer. The workers stand frozen, questioning what kind of monstrous strength they are witnessing. 8 bags of cement moved like they were filled with feathers. In record time, the entire massive stack has been relocated. Gamin-yoon and the Yusung High students stand before the pile, announcing that the task is already complete. The sheer weight of their presence settles over the dusty ground. The job that should have taken all day was finished in a heartbeat. The Yusung High student wipes his brow, exhilarated. They moved everything within a single hour and are already itching for the next assignment. The worker looks on, exhausted just from watching them. He mutters about their terrifying energy, noting that they are accomplishing everything through pure, unadulterated brute force. Before the worker can even finish his sentence about the remaining cement on the other side, Gamin-yoon is already a blur in the distance, heading straight for the next pile. He weaves through the site with surgical precision, politely asking people to step aside as he carries loads that would crush a forklift. Just passing through, he calls out cheerfully. Foreman's jaw drops. The efficiency is beyond anything he's seen in his decades on the job. True to his word, Gamin-yoon returns, announcing that the other side is cleared too. While his partner huffs and puffs, Gamin-yoon hasn't even broken a sweat. With a bright, energetic smile, Gamin-yoon asks what else they can help with. The workers are mentally reeling. These kids still have energy to spare after all that? The men exchange stunned looks. If these kids are serious, the entire day's schedule is about to be finished before lunch. They dive into the next task, pouring cement with the same relentless intensity. Every movement is optimized, every second utilized. The Yusung High student handles the tools with newfound confidence, eager to prove his worth alongside Gamin-yoon. Gamin-yoon then hoists massive wooden beams onto his shoulders, walking past a worker whose eyes are practically popping out of his head at the sight. The whispers start among the crew. These kids aren't just tough, they're diligent and faster than anyone they've ever hired. The initial skepticism has completely vanished. The foreman admits that if all youngsters worked like this, they'd welcome them with open arms. They move to the electrical section, assisting with heavy cabling. Suddenly, disaster strikes. A heavy cable reel spins out of control, the thick wire whipping through the air with lethal momentum. The high-voltage line snaps, crackling with dangerous blue electricity. Someone screams for everyone to look out as the live wire lashes out like a snake. One worker is caught completely off guard, frozen as the sparking death hurtles toward him. Voices cry out in terror for Mr. Song to move, but it's too late. The cable is inches away from delivering a fatal shock. In a flash of movement, Gamin-yoon lunges forward, grabbing the live, sparking cable with his bare hands to shield the worker. Electricity surges through him with a violent crackle. The workers scream in horror, reaching out as they watch the boy take a hit that should have stopped his heart instantly. The impact is violent, sending a shockwave of dust and sparks through the immediate area. The worker reacts with lightning speed, slamming the emergency kill switch to cut the power before more damage can be done. Gamin-yoon collapses to the ground, still clutching the now dead cable. The crew rushes toward him, shouting his alias in a panic. They surround him, checking for signs of life. They are terrified that the boy has been electrocuted right in front of them. To their absolute shock, Gamin-yoon looks up and smiles. He claims he's fine and didn't get shocked, letting out a relieved sigh that it's over. Internally, Gamin-yoon analyzes the situation. He realized the current wasn't as strong as he feared, which is why his body didn't sustain any visible burns. But a cold sweat breaks out on his neck. He realizes he came dangerously close to exposing his secret, that he is a heart mutant. The workers burst into relieved laughter. They praise his incredible reflexes, admitting they thought he was just strong, but his ability to react to danger is on another level. They crowd around him, joking that he looks like he could wrestle a cow or that he moved like a wildcat to snatch that cable. Gamin-yoon just laughs it off, playing the part of a lucky kid. He smiles, but his thoughts are heavy. He's glad he avoided suspicion, but the realization hits him: this construction site is far more lethal than he ever imagined. He looks at the hardened, weary faces of the veteran workers. Now he understands why they stay so on edge. In this place, one wrong move means the end. Gamin-yoon's companion leans in, whispering that the workers seem to have accepted them. He suggests it's time to ask about Hoden Construction, the company they are searching for. Gamin Yun's companion explains that direct inquiries from Hyen could arouse suspicion from the lab. Gamin Yun quickly grasps the implication, asking if they should proceed with a more indirect approach as the companion recalls Hyen mentioning the company being full of young people. With a confident smile, Gamin Yun's companion approaches a group of workers, politely asking if there's a part of the site where people their age tend to work. A veteran worker's off-panel voice sarcastically points to his own crew, all around 40, as their age group. Gamin Yun's companion's face twists in pure disbelief and outrage, muttering a stunned what? Another worker, finding humor in the situation, laughs and comments that Mr. Kim's joke about their age is a bit too harsh. He continues, suggesting the red-haired worker and Gamin Yun look at least in their early 30s, implying the 40 comment was an exaggeration. Gamin Yun's companion attempts to shout his true age, "I'm 17, but Gamin Yun quickly covers his mouth, laughing nervously and clarifying that they're looking for a company with people in their early 20s. One of the veteran workers considers their request, asking his colleagues if Hadun Construction is known for employing younger individuals. Gamin Yun's eyes light up with recognition, repeating the name Hadun Construction with urgency, asking where they can find them. A voice warns them about Hadun Construction, describing it as an incredibly difficult place to work, offering high pay but demanding twice the effort and being twice as hard to even get into. Despite the ominous warning, the voice directs them, stating that Hadun Construction is located right over there. Just as the words are spoken, the unseen worker exclaims that the Hadun Construction crew is arriving. A large white van, likely carrying the Hadun Construction workers, pulls into view. Gamin Yun and his companion stare in utter shock, the companion exclaiming in disbelief while Gamin Yun questions the unusual attire of the newcomers. The narration questions the sight before them, a group of men clearly not dressed like typical construction workers but rather in high-end designer brands. Gamin Yun's companion mentally identifies the brands, realizing these men are adorned from head to toe in luxury labels like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Burberry. A gasp escapes Gamin Yun's companion as a foot clad in an expensive shoe steps out of the van. Gamin Yun's companion points, recognizing the man with long dark hair and sunglasses as he emerges from the vehicle. Long-haired man pushes his sunglasses up, his gaze sharp and questioning. The long-haired man's eyes lock onto Gamin Yun, a flash of recognition crossing his face as he asks if Gamin Yun is the one who gave him a chicken skewer long ago. The long-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he tries to recall the memory. He muses aloud, certain of their past encounter, asking if they've met before. A vivid flashback shows a younger Gamin Yun dressed in a hospital gown, holding a rock alongside another patient, hinting at the past encounter. Gamin Yun offers a knowing, almost mischievous smile, his eyes reflecting the shared memory. The long-haired man confirms his suspicion, repeating that they've definitely met before. The flashback continues, now focusing on the other young patient in the hospital gown, her face a picture of youthful innocence as she holds a rock. The flashback further details the past, showing the skeletal figure also holding a rock, a strange yet memorable scene. Gamin Yun confirms their previous encounter, revealing that over a decade has passed since then. Long-haired man's face lights up with full recognition, exclaiming that Gamin Yun is indeed the kid who once gave him chicken skewers, marveling at the coincidence. Gamin Yun's smile holds a deeper meaning as he reveals it's no coincidence, he intentionally sought the man out, knowing he worked at this location. The long-haired man's expression shifts to surprise and confusion as he pushes up his sunglasses and questions Gamin Yun's revelation that he was specifically sought out. Gamin Yun stares straight at the boss, his voice unwavering as he declares that starting now, he is joining the company. He makes it clear that his goal is to uncover the truth behind the connection between large man Hyung and the lab. He doesn't care if the man is receiving help or being blackmailed. To Gamin Yun, the only thing that matters is returning to the way things were in the old days when they could simply be friends again. The weight of that past connection hangs heavy in the air. Gamin Yun is determined to sever it completely, no matter what obstacles stand in his way. In this moment, the mission is clear, everything is in the palm of his hand as he prepares to navigate the dangerous world of the company. Large man Hyung leans back on the sofa, his sunglasses masking his thoughts as he questions why Gamin Yun would go to such lengths just to find him. He asks if the only reason Gamin Yun came looking for him was truly just to join the ranks of his organization. Large man Hyung scoffs at the idea, telling Gamin Yun that while he appreciates the thought, it's going to be a bit difficult. He gives a cold, final command, go home. Gamin Yun's expression doesn't flicker. He expected this response from a man of principle, but he knows that eventually, large man Hyung won't have a choice but to let him in. With a knowing smile, Gamin Yun tells the boss that he is going to need him. After all, he knows far too much about the inner workings of this place. The room goes silent as large man Hyung processes the claim, repeating the words back in disbelief. Why would he ever need a kid like Gamin Yun? Gamin Yun simply replies, let me show you. His gaze is sharp, radiating a confidence that catches everyone in the room off guard. The surrounding thugs look on with confusion and annoyance. They can't fathom why they would need this punk or what he could possibly show them. One of the men tells him to stop wasting their time and get lost, reaching for a cup as the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. Suddenly, Gamin Yun moves. In a blur of motion, he begins rearranging the room, shifting documents and furniture with terrifying speed. The thugs are stunned, shouting at him to stop. They demand to know what he's doing and why he's touching their things without permission. Gamin-yoon ignores the yelling, his body a whirlwind of efficiency. He slides a massive metal cabinet across the floor as if it weighed nothing at all. He stops as quickly as he started, standing calmly amidst the reorganized office. All done, he says, as if he hadn't just performed a feat of superhuman logistics. He explains that what they just witnessed was the most efficient flow of movement possible for this specific space. The room has been completely transformed. Every item, from the desks to the sofas, has been repositioned with surgical precision. The thugs are furious, calling it nonsense and demanding that he be dragged out immediately for the disrespect he's shown. Large man Hyung holds up a hand to quiet his men. He looks at the new layout and asks Gamin-yoon to explain exactly why this is considered efficient. Gamin-yoon points out the details. The coffee cup is placed on the right because the user is right-handed. Documents are organized chronologically by the date they were received. Even the pen holder has been optimized, placed where it won't obstruct movement but remains within easy arm's reach for the CEO. Large man Hyung gestures toward the large cabinet Gamin-yoon moved, and moving that cabinet, he asks, curious about the logic behind that specific change. Gamin-yoon explains that the cabinet was covering the window, the only window that allows a clear view of the entire construction site outside. For a CEO who must always manage and supervise his operations, Gamin-yoon argues that having access to this window is absolutely essential. The thugs continue to bark that it's all nonsense, claiming they already had things arranged efficiently in their own way. Gamin-yoon drops a bombshell. If they had truly been efficient, the accident that happened today would have never occurred. He continues, explaining that efficiency isn't just about speed, it's about making the workflow understandable at a glance so anyone can respond immediately to a hazard. That, he says, is true efficiency. It's the only way to ensure that dangerous accidents like the one they just experienced never happen again. The thugs look at each other in confusion, whispering about an accident they weren't even aware of. Large man Hyung realizes the gravity of the situation. Boss's expression turns cold as he realizes his own men didn't even notice something had gone wrong on their own site. He calls out the foreman, demanding to know if he was aware of an accident. The pressure in the room becomes suffocating. The foreman stammers, admitting that he hasn't received a formal report yet. Large man Hyung explodes, asking if he really needs a piece of paper to know what's happening on his own site. He points out the scattered materials and the missing workers. He tells the foreman that he should have known something was wrong just by seeing the work delay. The boss berates them, stating it's no wonder accidents happen when they can't even properly grasp the situation on site. Large man Hyung turns his attention back to Gamin-yoon, pointing a finger at him as the thugs watch on in silence. Gamin-yoon remains stoic, waiting for the boss's verdict after having exposed the incompetence of his crew. A wide, dark grin spreads across large man Hyung's face. The tension breaks as he begins to chuckle at the sheer audacity and skill of the young man. He bursts into a loud laugh, impressed that Gamin-yoon thoroughly exposed something even he had managed to overlook. He realizes he'll have to re-evaluate everything from the beginning. The skeletal figure, eyes wide with awe, exclaims in wonder, praising the man in sunglasses for his unexpected concern for others. He eagerly declares his desire to learn the secrets of efficiency. The long-haired man, a slight blush on his cheeks, offers to impart his knowledge, emphasizing the crucial importance of efficiency. With a commanding gesture, the man in sunglasses extends an offer, inviting them to join his company immediately, though only as interns for now. From above, the sunglasses-clad man states his departure, instructing them to learn from the others. He promises to finalize their contract upon his return. The black-haired worker bows deeply in gratitude, while the red-haired worker internally praises the black-haired worker's amazing ability to single-handedly win over the CEO. The black-haired worker, with a knowing expression, internally muses about his familiarity with the CEO, affirming his next objective to uncover the true nature of the CEO's work with the lab. However, a sense of unease lingers as the red-haired worker's eyes betray a deeper concern. In a dimly lit room, a man with a cigarette grumbles a curse, his expression one of irritation. Another thug, his face contorted in anger, mutters darkly about an arrogant little brat. A tense atmosphere fills the room as a group of men gather, their collective expressions revealing a deep-seated anger and frustration. 1 hour later, the scene shifts to a bustling construction site where heavy pipes are being laid into the ground. 2 workers toil, carrying heavy pipes. The red-haired worker laments their continued hard labor until the CEO returns. The black-haired worker, however, internally acknowledges the strategic victory of getting closer to the CEO, deeming it a significant gain. Suddenly, a foreman shouts, his voice booming across the site, demanding to know who instructed them to lay the pipes in correctly. The foreman's rage intensifies as he yells that the pipes are laid the wrong way, unleashing a torrent of insults at the workers. The black-haired worker hesitantly protests, stating they merely followed instructions. The foreman, however, feigns ignorance, demanding to know when he ever gave such an order. With a dismissive gesture, the foreman barks orders, telling them to stop arguing and immediately relay the pipes in the correct direction. Another hour passes, and the red-haired worker collapses in exhaustion, panting heavily. He laments that they've been forced to relay all the pipes once more. Just as they finish, the foreman appears again, kicking a pipe and angrily questioning why they are laying drainage pipes prematurely. The red-haired worker stares in utter disbelief, his face a mask of confusion and frustration at the foreman's contradictory demands. The foreman rages, asserting that the slope hasn't even been leveled, demanding to know who gave them permission to lay pipes out of sequence. Pointing accusingly, the foreman unleashes another insult, questioning their intelligence and competence. Red-haired worker, his patience wearing thin, insists that the foreman explicitly told them to lay the pipes at that very moment, emphasizing they were merely following orders. The foreman grabs the red-haired worker, his eyes blazing with fury, and aggressively tells him to get lost if he dares to talk back. The foreman shoves the red-haired worker away, demanding they stop arguing and immediately pull out all the pipes, giving them a strict 1-hour deadline. A sudden realization dawns on the red-haired worker as he watches the foreman. He notices a subtle, malicious smirk on the foreman's face, confirming his suspicions. As the other workers gather, their faces glowing with sinister smiles, the red-haired worker grimly realizes they are being deliberately bullied. Enraged, the red-haired worker's inner thoughts manifest as a furious bear, seething at the audacity of the bullies who dare to underestimate and torment them. The red-haired worker urgently tells the black-haired worker he needs to go to the restroom. The black-haired worker questions his timing, but the red-haired worker insists it's merely a biological necessity. The red-haired worker stealthily enters a room, having observed the bullies go in earlier. From inside, a thug laughs, recounting the faces of their victims. The red-haired worker listens intently, his face hardening as he internally scoffs at the thug's dismissive talk of efficiency, labeling it as utter nonsense from a puny punk acting superior. Inside, one of the thugs explains their motive. They already have enough people to pay and refuse to share their profits with an upstart brat. Their plan is simply to harass the newcomers until they quit. Another thug, smoking a cigarette, adds that the foreman is on their side, making it easy to blame all mistakes on the punks they're tormenting. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the red-haired worker bursts into the room, slamming his fist against the wall and roaring a defiant bullshit. His eyes blazing with unbridled rage, the red-haired worker challenges the thugs, demanding if they thought he would passively endure their abuse, and vows to beat them all senseless. One of the thugs recoils in surprise, wondering when the punk managed to get inside. The red-haired worker grabs one of the thugs, accusing him of the constant harassment and questioning if they thought he wouldn't notice. The thug, defiant, challenges him to act. The grabbed thug clenches his fist, internally admitting his desire to fight back, yet acknowledging the impossibility of simply assaulting the worker. The red-haired worker shouts, placing the blame squarely on the thug for starting the conflict, then boldly challenges him to strike first, asserting his own readiness for a fight. Suddenly, another thug intervenes, stepping between the two, attempting to de-escalate the situation by questioning the fight with a kid. Large man, Hyung, towers over the group, his voice dripping with disdain as he singles out the red-haired student, Jo Taegu. He sneers, telling him he's a useless punk who only got the job because of a friend, demanding he shut up and get back to work. Insults continue to fly as large man, Hyung, leans in, comparing Jo Taegu to his more competent friend and questioning what value he even brings to the site. Jo Taegu grits his teeth, his temper flaring at the blatant disrespect. Unable to take the verbal abuse any longer, Jo Taegu stands his ground, shouting that they aren't the only ones putting in the effort. He boldly claims to be far stronger than any of the thugs standing before him. A dark, predatory smirk spreads across large man Hyung's face. He finds the outburst amusing, mockingly questioning if this kid actually believes he possesses real strength. With a heavy thud, large man Hyung slams his hand onto the table, proposing a simple way to settle the dispute. He challenges Jo Taegu to a round of arm wrestling to prove his worth. Large man Hyung lays out the stakes with a confident lean, promising that if Jo Taegu wins, the crew will acknowledge him and stop their harassment. Jo Taegu stares back in disbelief, thinking the sudden shift to arm wrestling is incredibly childish, yet the tension in the room remains suffocating. A cocky grin returns to Jo Taegu's face as he accepts. He warns large man Hyung that he's messed with the wrong guy, boasting that he's never lost a match back at school. Locking hands, Jo Taegu vows to wipe that smug expression off large man Hyung's face, promising to turn his smirk into a crying face in no time. The match begins with an explosive burst of power. The table groans under the sudden, violent pressure as the two forces collide. In an instant, the sound of a heavy slam echoes through the room. Jo Taegu lets out a pained cry as his arm is pinned to the wood with overwhelming force. Jo Taegu's hand trembles violently against the table. He's paralyzed by shock, realizing the sheer, monstrous strength hidden within his opponent. Looking up at the grinning giant, Jo Taegu realizes he's completely outclassed. He knows that if this had been a real fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Large man Hyung declares his victory and orders both Jo Taegu and his friend to pack their things and leave. Jo Taegu protests, claiming he never agreed to quit if he lost. Large man Hyung stares him down with cold eyes, asking if he really thought the rules were only meant to favor him. He makes it clear they lost, so they get lost. The realization hits Jo Taegu like a physical blow. The arm wrestling match was a trap from the very beginning, designed to force them out. Jo Taegu's hand is already turning a sickly shade of purple, the capillaries bursting from the single, brutal slam. The pain is becoming unbearable. Large man Hyung tightens his grip even further, his voice a low growl. He suggests that ending the fun so soon would be a shame, as Jo Tae-gu screams in agony. He begins to drag Jo Tae-gu's arm across the table, treating him like a toy. The students' cries for mercy are ignored as the torture continues. Desperate to escape, Jo Tae-gu pleads that he'll leave, reaching out for any kind of reprieve from the crushing pressure. He stammers that while he's willing to go, he doesn't think his friend will be so agreeable. He's trying to use Gamin-yoon as a shield, but his fear is transparent. Large man Hyung isn't deterred. He suggests that Gamin-yoon should also try his hand at arm wrestling to truly understand the gravity of their situation. With a cold, unwavering gaze, large man Hyung tells Jo Tae-gu that he should be the one to persuade his friend to join the game. Jo Tae-gu screams that it's no use. He knows Gamin-yoon better than anyone, and he knows exactly what happens when that guy gets involved. Images of Gamin-yoon's past fights flash through Jo Tae-gu's mind. He knows Gamin-yoon's stubbornness is an unbreakable wall, and if he arrives, these thugs are finished. In a frantic outburst, Jo Tae-gu begs the thugs to be the ones to break Gamin-yoon's stubbornness for him, his voice cracking under the weight of his terror. Large man Hyung remains unmoved, stating that it doesn't matter if they leave willingly or not. He's decided to end this his way. He promises Jo Tae-gu that they will be leaving one way or another, even if it's after his hand has been completely crushed into dust. The table shakes as large man Hyung delivers another brutal slam. Jo Tae-gu's screams fill the warehouse, his resistance crumbling under the relentless assault. In total despair, Jo Tae-gu cries out for his parents, the pain having regressed him to a state of pure, childlike helplessness. With his last bit of strength, he screams for Gamin-yoon to save him, his voice echoing against the cold concrete walls as large man Hyung prepares a final blow. Suddenly, a third hand enters the frame, clamping down on large man Hyung's arm with the force of a steel vice, stopping the descent instantly. The entire room goes silent. Gamin-yoon has arrived, his presence casting a long shadow over the table as he stares down the confused thugs. Surrounding thugs exchange looks of utter bewilderment. They didn't even see him move, yet there he is, holding their leader in place. Large man Hyung looks up, his smugness replaced by a flicker of genuine concern. He's never felt a grip as strong before. Jo Tae-gu looks up through his tears, a look of pure relief washing over his battered face. His savior has finally arrived. Gamin-yoon's voice is cold and steady. He informs large man Hyung that the rules of arm wrestling are going to be a little bit different from now on. Locking eyes with the antagonist, Gamin-yoon issues a final, chilling invitation. He tells him to try that strength against him. The student scans the room, noting that the rules for this arm wrestling match seem a little different than usual. Locking eyes with the large man, the student issues a chilling invitation, telling him to step up and face him directly. The stakes have never been higher in this underground clash. The surrounding thugs look on with expressions of pure disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity of the student before them. The room erupts in mocking laughter as they call the student a lunatic for volunteering himself for such a one-sided slaughter. While the student remains stoic, a nearby victim screams in agony, warning that these punks treat people's hands like a sick joke. Large man smirks, clarifying that their version of arm wrestling comes with its own set of brutal rules, and any medical bills are the student's problem. He claims he was going to go easy out of pity, but now the gloves are off. He warns the student not to complain when things get rough. As they reach across the table, the large man threatens that the student's arm might end up completely wrecked. They lock hands, the grip tightening instantly as veins bulge and the air grows heavy with murderous intent. The large man seethes internally, disgusted that a mere brat has the nerve to sit down first without any awareness of his place. Vows to screw up the student's hand so badly he'll never forget it, intending to take out the grinning monkey next. With a predatory glint in his eye, he decides he'll finish this pathetic challenge in under a second. He takes his stance, his muscles coiling like a spring. Ready. Oh! The command rings out, and the large man puts every ounce of his weight into the opening move. A sickening crack shatters the silence. The large man stares in mute horror as his own arm gives way under an impossible force. The silence is replaced by a blood-curdling scream as the large man howls in agony over his ruined limb. The subordinates are frozen, their smug faces replaced by masks of pure, unadulterated terror. One thug looks on, his jaw dropping as he realizes the monster they've just provoked. The student doesn't let go. His eyes remain cold as he commands the broken man to reset his grip. "We're not done yet," the student declares, his voice as sharp as a blade as he prepares for the final blow. The thunderous crash, the student slams the hand down again, the sheer power of the impact splintering the heavy wooden table. The large man is sent reeling back, his body failing as the table collapses under the immense pressure. The thugs scream out in panic, their fear reaching a fever pitch as they see their leader defeated so effortlessly. Enraged, they charge forward, calling the student a bastard as they swarm him from all directions. The student's expression doesn't change, he simply prepares to dismantle the mob with surgical precision. He strikes first, a brutal blow to the throat that leaves the attacker gasping for air and coughing up blood. The impact is absolute. The student's movements are a blur of high-level martial arts mastery. He follows up with a devastating roundhouse kick, sending two more thugs flying backward like ragdolls. Another thug swings a wooden club, calling the student a psycho, but the student's reflexes are far beyond his level. The student dodges the swing effortlessly, his eyes locked on his next target with predatory focus. A straight punch connects with the thug's face, the force of the strike flattening his nose and ending the fight instantly. The thugs finally realize the truth. This kid is not some average student. He is a monster in human form. Everyone, get him, one screams, desperate to use their superior numbers to overwhelm the student. They swarm him from all sides, weapons raised, but the student remains the calm center of the storm. Suddenly, the attackers freeze. A heavy, oppressive presence enters the room, stopping them in their tracks. Thugs look back in fear, their aggression instantly replaced by sweat-soaked anxiety. A tall, bespectacled man looms in the doorway, his voice dripping with disdain as he calls them all idiots. The true authority has arrived, and by the look in his eyes, the real battle is only just beginning. The air crackles with tension as a thug, eyes wide with fear, stammers, "P. President." A brutal strike sends a figure crashing to the ground with immense force, a pained gawk escaping his lips. The formidable president, his hand crushing the thug's face, cuts off his stammering explanation. "I told you to train them properly, not torment them," he states coldly. A red-haired man watches in despair, his thoughts racing. No, if this blows up any further, Gio might actually get fired. He fears the repercussions. Desperate to diffuse the tension, the red-haired man shouts, "Wait, you've got it all wrong." He attempts to cover up the truth, claiming, "We were just arm wrestling, that's all. It's nothing serious," as the scene behind him shows injured figures. Gamin steps forward, pointing accusingly as he declares, "No, that bastard was the one who started bullying my friend first." The red-haired man, enraged by Gamin honesty, yells back, "Kim Gio, you punk, you're fired." The president, still gripping the thug's face, scoffs, "You don't need to spell it out." His gaze is cold as he adds, "These pathetic idiots throwing their weight around is nothing new." His expression unwavering, the president continues, "But you went way too far." The president gestures to the beaten figures sprawled on the floor, remarking, "Look at the state you left them in." He points out the severity of the damage. One guy's arm is broken, and the other's nose is smashed to pieces. The red-haired man steps forward, displaying his own swollen and bruised hand. "That's true for my friend as well," he states, adding, "His hand is so swollen he can't even make a proper fist." Gamin meets the gaze, a determined glint in his eyes. "So yeah, I paid them back in full," he asserts, his voice firm, "so they never try it again." The president regards Gamin with an amused smirk. "Listen to him," he mutters, still talking back to the end, "huh?" His expression hardening, the president's voice drops. "I've been cutting you slack," he warns, "but are you asking to get your face rearranged?" Gamin stares back, undeterred. "It's not that I want to get hit," he retorts, his conviction clear. "I'm saying something because nothing changes if I just stay quiet." A somber flashback reveals a young man, a victim of the awful experiment, sitting dejectedly in a rain-soaked facility. His thoughts are heavy. What changes if you speak up? This awful experiment keeps going no matter what we say anyway. Suddenly, the victim's face contorts, half of it revealing a skull-like visage as he declares with fierce resolve, "Nothing changes if we stay quiet." Back in the present, the president's mind registers a surprised "what?" as Gamin defiance echoes this past determination. The unnamed victim's resolve hardens, his intense gaze reflecting his core belief, "I can endure it when it's just me, but I'll never put up with it when it's my friend getting hurt." Observing Gamin unwavering spirit, the president's thoughts drift. "This kid," he muses, "he's bringing back memories of the old days." The red-haired man turns to Gamin, his face etched with worry. "Gio, looks like we're done for. They're so gonna fire us," he laments. The red-haired man blinks in confusion. "Huh." His surprise grows as he processes the situation. "We're not getting fired." The president turns to Gamin, explaining the situation. "The guy whose arm you broke is going to be stuck in the hospital for a while," he states. "I need someone to cover his work." One of the thugs, still visibly shaken, stammers, "Mr. President, that important job Assistant Joe was doing. We can handle that work instead," but the president sharply cuts him off. "Shut it." The president's gaze sweeps over the cowering thugs. "I'm already holding back a lot here," he warns, his tone chilling. Gamin looks up, processing the new directive. "So I'm the one who just has to do that job instead, right?" he asks, then follows up with, "What kind of job is it?" The president, without turning, lays out his terms. "You don't need to know that yet. Be here at 5 a.m. tomorrow, no questions." He then adds, "I'll personally train you then." The scene shifts to the next day. 5 a.m. Gamin stands alone amidst a sprawling industrial complex, the pre-dawn sky hinting at the arduous training ahead. Gamin looks around, his mind racing. "Calling me out this early, it must be something pretty secretive," he muses. "He might be about to put me on a job directly tied to the lab." As Gamin thoughts churn, what exactly does Do Hyun plan to have me do? The president, taking a drag from his cigarette, finally acknowledges his presence. "You're here." President instructs Gamin, "Stay close. We're going pretty far in." Gamin, with a hint of apprehension, responds, "Why yes, sir." As a button is pressed, activating some hidden mechanism, Gamin's thoughts echo, "Pretty far in." The mystery deepens. The freight elevator begins its descent, and Gamin looks down, his thoughts racing. "We're going down. Is there a basement here?" Gamin Yoon watches the walls of the old freight elevator descend, his mind filled with questions. This old freight elevator is sinking deep underground, he observes, so deep I can't even see the end of it. A growing unease settles in as he wonders, what on earth is he hiding down here? President glances at Gamin Yoon, a smirk playing on his lips. What's wrong? Getting nervous? He teases. Gamin Yoon, caught off guard, admits, a little, yeah. The president continues to prod, funny, coming from the kid who told me off to my face yesterday, president or not. Now you're suddenly scared, huh? Gamin Yoon looks down, his voice firm as he reiterates his stance. I just can't stand it when my friend's being picked on. The president's gaze remains on Gamin Yoon. So that's why you paid them back in kind? He asks, understanding dawning. A faint smile touches the president's lips. Better than the ones who only talk big and do nothing, he concedes. I don't hate that. The president's finger points directly at Gamin Yoon. Still, he cautions, don't pull any stunts like you did before. His expression turning deadly serious, the president delivers a chilling warning. If you cause trouble down here too, I'll kill you. Leading Gamin Yoon deeper into the bowels of the site, large man Hyung finally stops at their destination. We're here. Get off, he commands, his voice echoing in the cold air. Gamin Yoon's eyes widen as he takes in the surroundings. They aren't just at a construction site, they are deep beneath it, in a place that shouldn't exist. A massive tunnel stretches out before them, a dark concrete throat that seems to go on forever. It's a tunnel so long that the end is completely swallowed by the shadows. Gamin Yoon stares into the abyss, his mind racing. He wonders what large man Hyung is planning with a lab that would require a facility of this immense scale. Large man Hyung turns back with a chilling reminder. He warns Gamin Yoon that everything in this tunnel is a company secret. Gamin Yoon quickly plays along, offering a submissive yes sir. The job itself seems mundane enough. Large man Hyung points to a massive stockpile of industrial drums and orders Gamin Yoon to move them to the marked locations. When Gamin Yoon dares to ask what's inside the heavy containers, large man Hyung shuts him down instantly. No questions, he snaps, brooking no curiosity. He tells Gamin Yoon to have them all moved by the end of the day, noting that since Gamin Yoon was strong enough to beat up his men, this manual labor shouldn't be a problem. With a final command to get the work done, large man Hyung heads back toward the elevator, leaving Gamin Yoon alone in the silence of the tunnel. Gamin Yoon watches him leave, his heart pounding. It's surreal seeing large man Hyung again in person. He almost slipped up and revealed his true identity. He knows he has to uncover whatever large man Hyung and the lab are plotting as quickly as possible. Only when he has the full picture can he finally show his hand. His gaze falls back on the mysterious drums. The secrecy surrounding them is too high for them to be ordinary. He needs to know what's hidden inside. He examines the seals, finding them industrial grade and locked tight. They weren't meant to be opened by anyone down here, but Gamin Yoon isn't just anyone. His eyes flare with a murderous red ocular aura as he grips the metal lid. He doesn't need a key, he has more than enough strength to force it open. With a violent, metallic groan, the lid is ripped from its mountings and sent flying across the room. The seal is broken. Gamin Yoon peers into the open drum, his expression turning to one of pure shock as he sees the contents. A thick, swirling green liquid fills the container. A pungent, chemical smell hits him instantly, a scent he recognizes all too well from his darkest memories. To confirm his nightmare, Gamin Yoon does the unthinkable. He plunges his hand directly into the toxic, glowing chemical. He knows his own physiology. If he allows the chemical to absorb into his blood, his body will tell him exactly what kind of poison this is. A sharp, agonizing sting shoots through his arm. His pupils contract as the chemical reaction begins within his veins. A horrific vision flashes through his mind, a victim dissolved and mutated by this very substance, their body a twisted wreck of flesh and slime. Gamin Yoon recoils, pulling his arm out of the drum as the liquid sizzles against his skin, leaving behind a trail of corrosive smoke. His arm is a mess of raw, exposed muscle and chemical burns. There's no doubt now, this is the exact same poison the lab used for their experiments on him. He stares at his mangled limb, his anger boiling over. He demands to know what large man Hyung is really planning with such a lethal bioweapon. This is the solid proof he needed. He realizes he has to contact Hyun Nuna immediately. This discovery ties everything directly back to the lab's illegal activities. But Gamin Yoon isn't as alone as he thinks. High above, a surveillance monitor displays his every move, capturing the moment he opened the drum. Large man Hyung watches the screen, his hands gripping together with a sickening crack of his knuckles. The trap has been sprung. Just as I figured, large man Hyung mutters from the shadows. He never believed for a second that Gamin Yoon was just some ordinary kid. He leans forward, his eyes cold and calculating. He has identified Gamin Yoon's true nature. The boy is a heart mutant. He wonders if Gamin Yoon is a cop or a member of a rival group targeting the lab's chemicals. Regardless of the answer, the boy's fate is sealed. Vision of a stone-like, pulsing heart appears, the source of the boy's power. Whatever, large man Hyung says dismissively. I'll know once I capture you. He knows about Gamin Yoon's regeneration ability. He orders his men to show no mercy. They are to stab, smash, and tear the boy apart until there's nothing left. Large man Hyung stands tall, his silhouette imposing against the light. He wants to find out exactly how far Gamin Yoon's regeneration can actually go. His eyes flash behind his glasses with a sadistic intent. He declares that he personally will be the one to finish Gamin Yun off.